Chapter 701. My aunt is visiting, you know. Mu Peining said this with a beaming smile, causing Gu Junqing to freeze just as he was undoing the final layer of her clothing. That was reckless. Gu Junqing was left speechless. He had been wondering why Mu Peining looked so confident. She had been waiting for him here. Looking down at Mu Peining's fair, tender body, glistening with a seductive sheen, Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. Sister Mu, you aren't lying to me, are you? Gu Junqing asked suspiciously. Do I have any reason to lie to you? Mu Peining retorted snappily. That's hard to say. Gu Junqing got up, no longer pinning her down, and stroked his chin as he looked at her face. Do you think I can keep lying to you forever? Mu Peining rolled her eyes and gave him a firm poke on the forehead with a smile. Having always treated Gu Junqing as a little brother, Mu Peining had now completely let go of her inhibitions. She no longer felt the need to maintain her dignity as a teacher in front of him. Seeing the seductive smile typical of a mature woman that Mu Peining wore, as if pleased to have teased him, even Gu Junqing found it hard to resist her allure. Amidst her exclamation, he suddenly pushed her back onto the couch and buried his nose into her neck, taking a deep breath. Sister Mu, if you keep tempting me, I might have to fight a bloody battle. A bloody battle. Mu Peining was momentarily stunned before she realized what Gu Junqing meant. She was both annoyed and amused. Get off, get off. You just came from Yushin's side. Do you really think you can go another round? I was just teasing you. Mu Peining pushed against his chest, grumbling. Although she hadn't specifically studied that subject, Mu Peining was well aware of human anatomy. Men were structurally disadvantaged. Generally speaking, while they might seem valiant, they were actually the ones at a disadvantage. No matter how capable a man was, he needed a moment to recover after one round. However, women had an innate advantage, as 1 or 2 rounds were just an appetizer, with no need for rest. The ancients once said that there is no field that cannot be plowed, only the ox that dies from exhaustion. Of course, Gu Junqing was an exception. Since achieving minor success with the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon, he could be considered invincible. However, Mu Peining did not know this. She didn't believe that Gu Junqing, having just gone through such a fierce battle with Shi Yushin, still had the energy to do anything with her. So Sister Mu is worried that I'm incapable? That is completely unnecessary. Gu Junqing gave an ambiguous smile, and intentionally pressed against her, making sure she felt his burning heat. Feeling that heat, Mu Peining's delicate body flushed crimson, and she mentally cursed Gu Junqing's shamelessness. Alright, stop messing around, let's sleep. My aunt is really here, let's do it next time. Unable to break free from Gu Junqing's restraint, with both hands pinned to the sides of her head, she eventually had to beg for mercy beneath him. One wonders if Tianyan would cough up blood if he saw this scene. His normally shrewd and calm sixth sister was actually begging for mercy beneath a man, and it was the very man he despised and viewed as his mortal enemy. Not a chance, Sister Mu. That little pistol of yours just now scared me, and you know men can't handle that kind of fright. If I'm left with any trauma, I might become useless. Gu Junqing buried his head in Mu Peining's neck again, biting and suckling, mumbling while smelling the rich fragrance of her body. He didn't want to spend all night massaging her legs without getting any reward. Although, massaging legs was also a perk in itself. You just keep making things up. Mu Peining felt a tickle on her neck and giggled. I will keep making it up. If you don't give me something real, I'll pester you until dawn. Gu Junqing, inhaling the fresh scent of her bath, said with a sullen expression. Children who don't fuss don't get fed, but the crying child gets the milk. Stop acting up. Just tell me what you want. Mu Peining finally gave in, sighed, and said slowly. Chapter 702. I see that Sister Mu is kind and generous, making you worthy of a deep friendship. If you ever need anything from your little brother, feel free to ask. Gu Junqing thought for a moment before saying this with a smile to Mu Peining. Why are you suddenly praising me? What kind of help do you mean? Mu Peining paused, confused. Why are you standing up suddenly? Don't point that at me. I won't allow you to treat a teacher this way. Get out of here, She groaned, making muffled sounds as the scene faded. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the mist and shone into the villa through the curtains. Gu Junqing opened his eyes, holding a snowy, fragrant, and alluring body in his arms. A meaningful smile curled on his lips. When the front door cannot be opened, other entrances are not a bad alternative. Perhaps due to her biological clock, Mu Peining opened her eyes despite being exhausted the night before. Her clear eyes held a hint of confusion. Good morning, Sister Mu. Gu Junqing looked down, meeting her gaze with a playful, delighted tone. Don't speak to me, ugh. Even though she had rinsed her mouth many times the night before, Mu Peining could not help but retch at the thought of it. Is it really that exaggerated? Gu Junqing chuckled and patted Mu Peining's fair back. Why don't you try tasting it yourself? Mu Peining turned her head and glared at Gu Junqing. A tiger does not eat its own cubs, so I will pass on that. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He knew if he did, Mu Peining would explode, and he had spent a long time coaxing her into a better mood the night before. He feared that if he spoke his mind, he would never enjoy such service again. Still, he felt a lingering aftertaste when he thought of the sensation from the previous night. Mu Peining usually used that mouth to scold students and impart knowledge. He wondered if the experience last night counted as him returning the favor. I am sorry, Sister Mu, it will not happen again, Gu Junqing said, rushing to coax her. Next time. You actually want a next time. Mu Peining wanted to slap him, but she could not bring herself to do it when she looked at his face. She turned away in a huff, put on her shoes, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Gu Junqing watched her swaying figure from behind with interest. He followed her into the bathroom. Hey, why did you come in? Go out, I am brushing my teeth. I smell disgusting, do not lean on me. Teachers are always teachers, she is quite the tsundere, but I like it. Gu Junqing thought with a smile. It is fine, you still smell fragrant to me, so there is no problem. Bastard. Mu Peining covered her mouth with the back of her hand and hurried toward her office, silently cursing that wretched man. Sixth sister, good morning. Dao Tianyan walked over with a happy expression when he saw her. He waited on the path to her office every day, hoping to improve their relationship. You must not have eaten yet. I went to the Imperial Kitchen 10 miles away to buy you breakfast. The food there is not only nutritious, but it also tastes very good. Dao Tianyan held a small bag of breakfast and looked at Mu Peining with anticipation. Mu Peining was about to speak, but she suddenly retched and forced herself to clamp her mouth shut. Sixth sister, did you catch a cold? Dao Tianyan asked urgently when he saw her reaction. I am fine, it is probably just a minor chill. You should eat it yourself. Mu Peining forced a smile and cursed that man who had thrown his seeds around so recklessly. Sixth sister, let me take your pulse, I can help you recover. Dao Tianyan patted his chest confidently. He walked closer, intending to reach for her pulse. Do not come over here, ugh. Mu Peining extended her hand to stop him, retreating a distance before retching again. I am sorry, Tianyan, you are too close. I cannot stand the presence of men near me right now, so please just eat your breakfast. I am too close to you. Dao Tianyan looked at the 3-meter distance between them in disbelief. Damn it, even when I stand in line for a test, I am closer to the person in front of me than this. Have I really become this annoying to my sixth sister? He thought in despair. Ding, the protagonist of Fortune Dao Tianyan has suffered a hit to his mentality, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Ding, the protagonist of Fortune Dao Tianyan has suffered a mental collapse, rewarding the host with 7,000 villain points. By the way, tell the class that my lesson is for self-study today. After she finished speaking, Mu Peining covered her mouth and hurried toward her office. Dao Tianyan looked at her retreating back, clutching the breakfast in his hand with a heavy heart. He had rushed 10 miles away early in the morning just to get that meal. Another protagonist of Fortune, Chen, was leaning against a wall, posing in a cool manner. This is the path Mu Peining must take to get to her office. She should be able to see my handsome face now. Chen thought to himself. He glanced at the morning sunlight and felt that he looked exceptionally handsome with the light hitting his face. Chen suddenly heard a commotion. He knew Mu Peining must be arriving. Her beauty always caused people to exclaim whenever she appeared in public. Chen leaned against the wall, lowering his head slightly. The sunlight hit his face, and combined with his somber expression, he appeared like a melancholy prince. He thought he looked truly handsome. He had no choice but to try this, as he knew he had no chance if he looked ugly. His face was not as handsome as the man named Gu Junqing, so he had to rely on other assets. He had heard that women were very fond of the melancholy prince type. He believed they had become acquainted the previous day. He assumed Mu Peining would greet him when she arrived. He planned to slowly lift his head, give her his most handsome smile, and perhaps capture her heart in one go. As he expected, Mu Peining walked up the stairs and was about to pass him. Chen wore a melancholy smile, waiting for her to say hello. A gust of fragrant wind brushed past him. Chen raised his head, dumbfounded, as Mu Peining walked past him without a second glance. It must be because I had my head down and she did not see me. Chen comforted himself. He quickly struck a sunny smile, raised his hand, and laughed. Good morning, Teacher Mu. Mu Peining turned her head in confusion and happened to see Chen's slightly oily smile. Ugh. Mu Peining hurriedly covered her mouth and ran toward her office. She had no intention of leaving her office for the rest of the day. Chen looked at Mu Peining's retreating back in a daze, wondering if his expression really looked that disgusting. Did looking at me make her want to vomit? Ding, the protagonist of Fortune Chen has suffered a hit to his mentality, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Ding, the protagonist of Fortune Chen has suffered a mental collapse, rewarding the host with 7,000 villain points. Chapter 703. Chen watched the back retreating toward his office. His mind replayed the image of her looking at him and wanting to vomit. He felt a sense of unwillingness. He had clearly struck such a handsome pose. How could Mu Peining look at him once and immediately want to gag? Mu must be sick. Yes, that has to be it. Teacher Mu must be sick, Chen muttered to himself. The reason he felt so defeated was because his system had already issued him a main quest. The mission required him to capture older sister-type heroines like Mu Peining. The rewards for completion included 30% of Tianyan company shares, a Curacy sports car, and a system upgrade providing an income increase of 1 yuan per second. The completion rate currently stood at 0%. He had been very enthusiastic about capturing Mu Peining from the start. After all, who would not be moved by such a beautiful woman? As a transmigrator who had entered a book, he naturally harbored desires for the stunning heroines within the story. But there was a limit to being ignored like this by Mu Peining. If he could conquer Mu Peining, the most important gain would be the shares of Tianyan company. He remembered correctly that this was the company of his fifth sister among the 7 sisters. This was clearly the system laying the groundwork for him to conquer the fifth sister. Thinking of these 7 charming and beautiful women, a fiery sensation ignited in Chen's heart. But when he considered the difficulty, Chen sighed. Not only was the task of conquering Mu Peining a long and arduous road, but the massive changes to the plot made him extremely uncomfortable. He did not know why Shiyushin had become involved with a character who never appeared in the original work. When he first met the one surnamed Gu, it actually gave him a sense of immense threat. A faint warning constantly lingered in his heart. But that warning suddenly disappeared later on. That was why he left in such a hurry yesterday after interacting with Gu Junqing. So Chen sighed. Now he could only take things one step at a time. He had not even fully absorbed the memories of his predecessor yet. He needed to plan carefully for everything. After pondering in place for a moment, Chen returned to his office. He closed the door and continued to think about how to conquer Mu Peining. The 0% completion rate for Mu Peining actually embarrassed him. Even leaving a slight impression would be better than this awkward 0. At the very least, the number should have gone up a little. Chen was not the only one trapped in self-doubt. On the other side, Tianyan had returned to the classroom with a look of utter dejection. He did not understand why Mu Peining's attitude toward him had changed so drastically. It had not exactly been warm before, but it had not reached the point where she wanted to vomit upon seeing him today either. "Hubby, you even brought me breakfast. Wow, there is soy milk. I love you to death." Before Tianyan could react, the breakfast he had run 10 miles to buy was snatched away by Bandun. Watching Bandun run back to her seat happily, Tianyan's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to snatch back the breakfast he had bought for his sixth sister. After all, he had run such a long distance for it. It contained all his feelings for his sixth sister. He would rather feed it to a dog than let Bandun eat it. But then he thought, feeding it to Bandun was about the same as feeding a pig. At least it was not a waste of his efforts. It could be considered an act of animal kindness. With that thought, he gave up on the idea of taking it back. Teacher Mu is taking time off today. Everyone, please study on your own this period. Tianyan still looked dejected. He walked to the podium to finish relaying Mu Peining's instructions before returning to his seat in the same state. His seat was almost fixed by now. After all, he was the only one who dared to sit next to Bandun. Students were happy or worried upon hearing about the self-study session. The happy ones liked it because Mu Peining's teaching style was strict, and she would call on students to answer questions. If they could not answer, their participation grade would be deducted. The worried ones were sad because they could not see Mu Peining's beauty. After all, Mu Peining's looks were much better than those female celebrities on television. "Hubby, I suspect you really love me now." I took one bite and knew this was the breakfast from the northern suburbs. The palace steamed buns there are a specialty of the capital. I have always wanted to eat them, but I rarely had the chance because it is too far away. I never expected you to ride the bus for 15 stops early in the morning to buy them back for me. Bandun looked at Tianyan with heart-shaped eyes. For her, nothing was more important than eating. Tianyan looked at Bandun with disinterest. At this moment, he did not even have the energy to argue with Bandun. His sisters were the source of his motivation in life. But now one sister was deeply in love with Gu Junqing, and the other wanted to vomit after just one look at him. What joy was left for him? "Hubby, why are you so depressed? Come here, let me kiss you, and you will be happy." Bandun puckered her thick lips, which took up half her face, and felt extremely greasy from the meat buns she had just eaten, and kissed Tianyan directly on the face. Tianyan was deep in his own thoughts and wallowing in self-pity. He never expected Bandun to be so brazen. He was completely caught off guard and let her succeed. Furthermore, Bandun seemed to use Tianyan's face as a napkin, smearing the oil stains all over him. Tianyan was completely dazed. Sensing the greasy feeling on his face, he felt so disgusted that his stomach acid surged. He retched violently. Was this the feeling my sixth sister had about me? This was the only thing Tianyan thought about while he was gagging. Chapter 704. The scorching sun beat down, and students were all attending class in their classrooms. A figure appeared on the campus grounds. She wore sunglasses that covered most of her beautiful face. She turned her head from time to time, observing the campus with genuine interest. After admiring the scenery, she gracefully asked a passerby, who was secretly glancing at her, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the School of Management?" "The School of Management. Go this way, turn left, and keep going straight," the passerby stammered in reply. He felt intimidated by her presence, as if she possessed a natural aura of authority. It felt like the kind of dignity acquired from holding a high position for a long time. Even a casual question from her made him nervous, as if he were a primary school student being questioned by a teacher. "Right, thank you. You can go back to what you were doing." The woman's beautiful pink lips curled upward, and she turned to head in the direction the passerby had indicated. As more students appeared along the path, many were stunned by her appearance. The cut of her suit was incredibly smooth, the fabric draping elegantly to outline her upper body perfectly. Clearly, it was a bespoke piece of significant value. Even with half her face hidden by sunglasses, the visible portion was breathtaking, leaving others intensely curious about the rest of her features. Her presence was so overwhelming that she became the focal point the moment she arrived. She seemed immune to the attention, however. After asking a few more people, she finally arrived at her destination, the door to Mu Peining's office. If Gu Junqing were here, he would surely have recognized her. She knocked on the door, intending to play a trick, and deliberately disguised her voice. "Teacher Mu, may I come in?" "Please, come in," came the voice of Mu Peining, sounding slightly weary. The woman was puzzled. Is being a teacher really that exhausting? As she walked into the office, she saw Mu Peining propping up her head, looking listlessly at the documents on her desk. Mu Peining lifted her head slightly, and upon seeing the woman's refined face, she stood up in delighted surprise. Fifth sister, why are you here? The visitor was none other than the older sister of Mu Peining, and she Yushan, Chu Yuchen. Chu Yuchen removed her sunglasses, revealing a breathtakingly exquisite face with bright eyes that seemed capable of seeing through any scheme. She twirled the sunglasses on her finger for a moment, before slipping them into her suit pocket. To outsiders, she was an elegant queen with an extraordinary aura, but in front of Mu Peining, she was simply an older sister. Can't I come to see you? You look so surprised. Don't tell me you've found yourself a man. Chu Yuchen teased. Mu Peining felt inexplicably guilty when she thought of Gu Junqing and quickly replied, I'm just surprised that fifth sister came to the school to visit me so suddenly. Why didn't you tell me so I could pick you up? Well, I've been busy for a while and haven't had the chance to see you. I finally had some free time, so I came to see you and seventh sister, Chu Yuchen said with a shrug. Oh, has the company's crisis been resolved? Mu Peining smiled slightly, seemingly recalling something. That's right, the guy you recommended is quite impressive. He didn't even blink before transferring 20 billion into my account, Chu Yuchen replied. Such a straightforward little fellow is actually quite interesting. She sat on the sofa, crossing her long, beautiful legs, a glimmer of interest in her eyes. Mu Peining did not know why she felt a sense of pride, a reserved smile appearing on her face. Though she still gnashed her teeth over Gu Junqing's wanton behavior, she understood the basic instincts of a man. From a biological perspective, males love to mark their territory and possessions with their biological fluids, usually via saliva or urine. She had wondered at first if there was any difference between the men of this world and such common male animals. But after what happened last night, she felt that Gu Junqing was truly no different from an animal. He not only did bad things in her mouth, but also licked her, leaving his saliva on many parts of her body. She had called him a bastard, but he claimed his persona was that of a simp. She was left unable to laugh or cry, and even if she wanted to resist, she could not. So, he really was a beast. No, worse than a beast. Yet, what could she do? Of course, she chose to forgive him. Sixth sister, what are you thinking about? Chu Yuchen asked, puzzled as she watched Mu Peining daze off. This sister of hers had been remarkably intelligent since childhood, and very few problems could make her zone out in the middle of a conversation. Nothing, it's nothing, Mu Peining said, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks as she shook the image of the beast from her mind. Just thinking about it made her body feel hot again. That doesn't look like nothing. You look like you're pining for a man, Chu Yuchen teased with a wicked smile. Mu Peining, caught off guard once more, retorted, fifth sister, why do you keep teasing me? You should worry about finding a boyfriend for yourself. Peining, you've become much more interesting lately. I was always worried that your old personality would make it impossible to find a boyfriend, Chu Yuchen mused with a smile. She felt that her sixth sister was perhaps too intelligent, treating everyone with a cold detachment except for their sisters. This had led to her being cold and struggling to interact with others. She would occasionally crack a joke, but Mu Peining rarely responded. Yet, in such a short time, Mu Peining had undergone such a significant change. Could she have really found a man? Chu Yuchen wondered, and she suspected that this man might very well be that fellow, Gu Junqing. Chapter 705. Mu Peining watched Chu Yuchen as she scrutinized her, feeling a chill run through her heart. She knew Chu Yuchen had likely pieced everything together, so she quickly changed the subject. Fifth sister, how could that be? I have been so busy with work that I have not had time to look for anyone. Don't lecture me, you haven't found a partner either. Chu Yuchen glanced at her. Mu Peining was far too inexperienced to deflect the topic in front of her. Still, she remained skeptical about how Gu Junqing had managed to win over her sixth and seventh sisters. As for her seventh sister, Shi Yushin, that was one thing. The girl was a simpleton who probably would not even realize she was being swindled, and might even help count the money for the person who cheated her. However, she found it hard to believe that Mu Peining would ever be conquered. She could not imagine how Mu Peining, with her standards for men, would ever be subdued. It was difficult for someone so intelligent to feel a strong sense of affinity with someone possessing a lower IQ. She decided to test Mu Peining's reaction. Sixth sister, I have discovered that men are not good for anything. Chu Yuchen suddenly sighed and shook her head. Take that little guy surnamed Gu, for instance. Although he is generous with his money, he has not kept a single promise he made earlier. Mu Peining looked confused, her face turning solemn, as she asked Chu Yuchen what was going on. Watching Mu Peining's anxious and serious demeanor, a flicker of thought crossed Chu Yuchen's eyes. She did not know other details yet, but she could see that Gu Junqing held significant weight in her clever sister's heart. Mu Peining was usually too intelligent to be bothered by trivial matters. He did not do much, but although he claimed to only want 30% of my shares, and that I would remain CEO, he has actually installed his own people in my company. Many of my top executives are his subordinates, and I am essentially being pushed aside. I would not be this idle otherwise. Chu Yuchen sighed, playing the victim to her younger sister. What? He dares to treat fifth sister like this? I will call him over right now. Mu Peining's brows furrowed as she spoke with indignation. What is your relationship with him anyway? You have no standing to bring this up with him. Chu Yuchen sighed, her eyes narrowing like a refined, mature vixen. Who said that I? Mu Peining looked at Chu Yuchen's fox-like, refined eyes and suddenly realized the situation. She stopped herself in time and said helplessly, Fifth sister, you tricked me. What did I trick you about? You still haven't told me what your relationship is with him. Chu Yuchen said with a smile. I am his teacher. How could I not have the standing to ask about his affairs? Mu Peining realized what was happening and calmed down, countering the question. No fun. That little girl Yuchen is much more amusing, Chu Yuchen said, lying back on the sofa cushions in a charming and lazy manner. True, you two are birds of a feather. When you were little, you even fed that Dao Tianyan shit. Mu Peining arched her brows and retorted. Is Dao Tianyan really back? I came here today because I wanted to ask about his situation. Not many of us from the orphanage survived that fire back then, Chu Yuchen remarked with a sigh. He is back. According to him, he was saved by someone and then left for Eagle Country. Mu Peining told her what she knew. At least he did not die, but did he say why our orphanage caught fire? That fire was quite suspicious back then. A flash of resentment appeared in Chu Yuchen's eyes. He does not know either. I suspect it was an accidental fire, given how old the facilities at our orphanage were. Mu Peining recalled some details from her childhood, but she had discovered nothing. Even the law enforcement officers had found no leads at the time. Forget it. Let us not think about it. As long as the 7 of us sisters are alive, that is all that matters. Chu Yuchen suddenly took Mu Peining's hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with great emotion. 5th sister. Mu Peining's eyes also glistened with emotion. Then can you tell me what your relationship with Gu Junqing is now? Chu Yuchen suddenly shifted her tone to ask curiously. 5th sister. Seeing her usually dignified 6th sister show this angry and anxious expression again, Chu Yuchen laughed. All right, I will not tease you. You are no fun to tease. The two remained quiet for a moment. Mu Peining asked hesitantly, 5th sister, is that true? What matter? Chu Yuchen asked, playing dumb. That Gu Junqing really hollowed you out, Mu Peining sighed. To outsiders, her 5th sister had a queen-like air, but she always enjoyed teasing her. She had once asked Chu Yuchen why, and Chu Yuchen said she just liked seeing Mu Peining lose her composure. This made her feel both loving and angry toward Chu Yuchen. I was only joking, though I have indeed delegated quite a bit of power. Of course, that is also because the people he sent are actually quite capable, Chu Yuchen said dismissively. She had started this company mainly to support her sisters, worrying that they might not have money to spend. Now that she had more than enough money and her sisters were all highly capable, she was considering retiring. Oh, Mu Peining nodded, not asking any more questions. The 7 of them were connected at heart, and their bonds were incredibly deep, so they naturally supported each other's ideas. As long as none of the sisters were bullied, everything was fine. 6th sister, have you noticed that your expression changes whenever a certain person is mentioned? Chu Yuchen suddenly said with a mischievous smile. I did not. After Mu Peining finished speaking hurriedly, she realized she had fallen into Chu Yuchen's trap again. I did not even say who it was, and you are already getting defensive. Chu Yuchen realized her 6th sister was still as straightforward as ever. Perhaps she was too smart, and never liked to beat around the bush with people, so she often did not know when she was being teased. She suddenly felt that her task was daunting, as both sisters needed her help. Her 7th sister, Shi Yushin, was too foolish and perhaps beyond saving. She even suspected that her 7th sister had been bewitched by Gu Junqing and intended to sell out her sisters. Her 6th sister was brilliant academically, but struggled to handle interpersonal relationships in life. She felt that while Shi Yushin might be hopeless, Mu Peining could still be saved. As the 5th sister, she naturally had to help both of her sisters. Chapter 706. But what about that guy Gu Junqing? Is he in class? Chu Yuchen asked, curious. How would I know? I'm not paying attention to him. Mu Peining blinked, deciding it was better not to fall for Chu Yuchen's traps again. She didn't want to admit it, only to be teased about it later. Isn't he dating our 7th sister? If you don't even keep an eye on her boyfriend, what will you do when she gets bullied by him? You're being a very irresponsible sister. Chu Yuchen's eyes twinkled with mirth as she pretended to lecture her. Fine, 5th sister. If I pay attention to him, you accuse me of having an inappropriate relationship with him. If I ignore him, you accuse me of not caring about the 7th sister. You're just waiting for me to slip up, aren't you? Mu Peining looked both helpless and exasperated. She really had no way to deal with the fox like Chu Yuchen. It's just been a long time since I've seen you. If I don't tease you a bit, you little heartless thing, you wouldn't even remember you have a 5th sister, would you? Chu Yuchen gave Mu Peining a sidelong glance, then suddenly straightened her back with a stern expression. She poked Mu Peining's forehead with a finger as delicate as a scallion, fully embodying the posture of a protective elder sister. 5th sister, if eldest sister saw you imitating her like that, she would probably beat you up. Mu Peining smiled at Chu Yuchen's antics. If you dare to tell her and she beats me up, I'll beat you up. Chu Yuchen immediately deflated upon hearing the mention of the eldest sister, threatening her in return. Anyway, was that long toy I gave you last time any good? Chu Yuchen suddenly remembered something and winked at Mu Peining. Don't be shy. It's just the 2 of us here. Share your user experience with your sister. I haven't used it. Mu Peining covered her forehead in resignation. How could a sister give that kind of thing to her younger sister? She was genuinely shocked by Chu Yuchen's wild imagination at the time. When she received it, she didn't even dare to bring it out, terrified that someone would discover that she, a teacher, was actually using such a thing. She ended up hiding it in her room, though she never expected Gu Junqing would eventually find it. You really haven't used it? Chu Yuchen looked at her skeptically. I really haven't. That was a lie. She had almost used it, in fact. Mu Peining felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Of course, there was no way she could tell Chu Yuchen that she had almost had sex with Gu Junqing. If she did, Chu Yuchen would only tease her even more. Seeing Mu Peining's helpless expression, Chu Yuchen finally believed her and shook her head with a look of regret. Why haven't you used it? I even wanted you to test the waters to see if it was any good. Fifth sister. Mu Peining's brows furrowed in annoyance. She reached out and tickled Chu Yuchen's waist, pretending to be angry. As soon as Mu Peining touched her waist, Chu Yuchen broke into a fit of giggles and tried to dodge. This was her weak spot, and she couldn't help but laugh whenever it was touched. Haha, sixth sister, you started it. See how fifth sister punishes you. Chu Yuchen kicked off her high heels, revealing her delicate, silk-stockinged feet. With a push of her long legs, she lunged at Mu Peining and began attacking her soft spots. Fifth sister, don't squeeze there. Mu Peining cried out, her face flushing bright red. After everything that had happened with Gu Junqing, she didn't know why, but her body had become incredibly sensitive. She was no match for Chu Yuchen's offensive. Sixth sister, we haven't seen each other in so long. How did your chest get even bigger? Chu Yuchen rubbed against Mu Peining with a blissful expression before giving her a squeeze in surprise. Having a younger sister was the best part of life. She could snuggle however she wanted. Fifth sister, I'm going to squeeze yours too. Mu Peining fought back, matching her actions. Gu Junqing arrived exactly at this moment. He had heard some movement inside before he even entered. Using his inside eye, he scanned the room and saw the two great beauties, Mu Peining and Chu Yuchen, abandoning all dignity to roughhouse in the office. In broad daylight, why must a sister torment her own sister? This is domestic violence. I have to go in and stop it. Gu Junqing wore an expression of righteous indignation, looking as holy and inviolable as a saint. He quietly unlocked the door and slipped inside, concealing his aura and standing in a blind spot to watch them play. Neither of the sisters noticed there was suddenly another person in the room. So, even the usually dignified and reserved teacher Mu has such an open side? So that spot is a sensitive area for Sister Mu. I'll have to try that next time. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, beginning to learn from Chu Yuchen's techniques for subduing Mu Peining. That's right, Sister Mu, you really are smart. It's the perfect move to pull your fifth sister's clothes aside. That's a fatal strike. Is this Southern Hemisphere something I'm allowed to see? Gu Junqing decided he couldn't watch any longer. If he kept watching, things might get out of hand. He was worried that if he continued, the two women would have a hard time stopping. Ahem. Gu Junqing gave a soft cough, his voice sounding a little sultry. This cough instantly terrified the two sisters who were happily roughhousing. They turned pale, as they were currently in a state of disarray. Chapter 707. A cough cut through the air. The sound of someone clearing their throat stopped the two women in their tracks. When Mu Peining realized it was Gu Junqing, she relaxed slightly. At least it was not a stranger witnessing their playful scuffle. Chu Yuchen, however, remained on guard. She had only dealt with Gu Junqing once before. Young Master Gu, spying is hardly a dignified hobby. Does this damage your reputation? Chu Yuchen asked with a playful, mocking smile after straightening her clothes. Spying? Who was spying? Did you catch the culprit, President Chu? Gu Junqing asked with a solemn expression. Seeing him continue to deflect, Chu Yuchen's expression turned cold. The only one spying is you, young Master Gu. Calling yourself a culprit without a hint of shame? I was not spying. I was watching quite openly. Besides, you two were simply too preoccupied with your scuffle to notice me, Gu Junqing said with a feigned pout. Chu Yuchen was so annoyed by his retort that she laughed in frustration. I locked the door. How did you get in? She demanded. It was not locked. It opened right up when I turned the handle, Gu Junqing replied, shrugging, as if it were of no consequence to him. All right, fifth sister, do not blame him, Mu Peining interjected, trying to smooth things over. It is one thing for Xiaoshen to protect him, but why are you doing it too? I am worried about you. He just wanders into your office like this. If it keeps happening, you will be in danger. Chu Yuchen glanced at Mu Peining, feeling helpless. She recalled how Xiaoshen had defended Gu Junqing at the office previously. Now, Mu Peining was doing the same here at the school. She genuinely wondered if Gu Junqing had bewitched them. Because Sister Mu knows I am not that kind of person, Gu Junqing declared with an air of righteous integrity, his handsome face enhancing the act. Besides, Sister Mu lives with me. If I wanted to spy, I could just do it at home. Why would I need to do it at school? You live together? Chu Yuchen's voice cracked in surprise. She turned her gaze to Mu Peining in shock. Mu Peining shot a glare at Gu Junqing, wondering why he had blurted that out. Noticing Chu Yuchen's questioning look, she sighed and nodded. Yes, Xiaoshen, he and I are living together. Why did you not tell me? Chu Yuchen asked, feeling exasperated. I apologize. I was being reckless. Please do not be angry, Chu Yuchen said, realizing she had misjudged Gu Junqing. She did not realize that Gu Junqing had done it entirely on purpose. She actually had a good impression of Gu Junqing, but her protective instinct for Mu Peining had taken over. Had it been just herself, she might not have been so upset. She might have even teased him a bit. She was simply afraid that Gu Junqing would take advantage of Mu Peining behind her back. It is fine, President Chu, Gu Junqing replied indifferently. Why call me President Chu? Call me Sister Chu. I knew you were still mad at me, Chu Yuchen scolded playfully. How about this? I promise to do one favor for you within my power as an apology. Deal? Chu Yuchen was cunning and knew that sincerity was the key to gaining forgiveness. She made the offer partly because she knew she had overreacted. Secondly, she was well aware of Gu Junking's status. It was best not to offend him, considering his background. After all, he was involved with her seventh sister. Judging by how protective Mu Peining was, it was clear there was something going on between them too. Gu Junqing was essentially part of the inner circle now. All right then, Sister Chu, Gu Junqing agreed reluctantly. Inside, however, he was quietly delighted. He had struck gold. He had only expected to get an apology out of her. Fine, let us drop this. Now, let us discuss something else, Chu Yuchen said, her face composed and radiating the aura of a queen in control. Why are you all living together? Mu Peining recognized that look. Chu Yuchen was being serious. Clearly, she attached great importance to this issue. She knew Chu Yuchen was worried about her and Xiyishen's safety, just as she herself would worry about Xiyishen. The seven sisters always stuck together, their hearts connected, prioritizing each other's safety above all else. Because Xiyishen asked me to come along. She said she wanted to live with me, Mu Peining replied seriously. Because of Xiyishen? Xiyishen has confirmed her relationship with Gu Junqing, so she wants to live with him. Mu Peining recalled Xiyishen's expression at the time and sighed helplessly. She really confirmed it? I thought she was joking, Chu Yuchen said in shock. She really did. Mu Peining nodded. Since Gu Junqing had already eaten her up, how could they not be in a relationship? She had wanted to explain it to her sisters for a while, but Xiyishen had begged her to keep it quiet. What could she do? She had to spoil her seventh sister. But since Chu Yuchen already knew, she had to explain everything she knew. This included the fact that Xiyishen and Gu Junqing had already crossed that line. Gu Junqing knew to keep quiet, blinking as he let Mu Peining explain. Of course, he filled in the details that Mu Peining did not know. Chu Yuchen was left in disbelief after hearing the whole story. No, I am going to find Xiyishen. This girl is asking for it. Keeping such a major thing so casual? I clearly did not spank her enough when we were kids. Chu Yuchen was furious. Incredibly angry. She was angry that her sister had hidden something so significant from her. And you just spoil her way too much, Chu Yuchen said, turning to pinch Mu Peining's cheek. His woman was being pinched? That was intolerable. Gu Junqing cleared his throat, intending to say something, but Chu Yuchen cut him off. And you, how dare you take such advantage of my sister? Chu Yuchen glared at Gu Junqing, looking at him as if he were a pig. The cabbage she had worked so hard to grow at home had actually been snatched up by him. Chapter 708. Well, you really got a bargain. My dainty and cute seventh sister really got handed over to you on a silver platter. Chu Yuchen sighed, glancing at Gu Junqing with a hint of resentment. It is not just your dainty and cute seventh sister, even your dignified and intellectual sixth sister is close to being mine as well, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. He then shifted his gaze toward Mu Peining. Mu Peining glared slightly at Gu Junqing, feeling a bit annoyed in her heart. Did he have to expose everything like that? If the other sisters found out that the seventh sister had lost her virginity, they would definitely rush back. The other sisters were not as easygoing as she was. Fifth sister, can you please not tell the others about this? Mu Peining remained silent for a moment. Considering Gu Junqing's safety, she spoke reluctantly to Chu Yuchen. This is not a small matter. You should remember our master's fortune-telling. Although I feel the theory of destiny is ethereal, we cannot be too careful. Chu Yuchen rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. 7 women serving one husband. Who would believe that if it were spoken aloud? Yet now, she felt there were indeed some signs of it becoming true. Her seventh sister had already fallen, and it seemed the sixth sister was not far behind. All of this was caused by the man before her. I know, but the seventh sister absolutely forbids it. Mu Peining blinked. Actually, she did not want the other sisters to know either, but that did not stop her from pushing the blame onto Xiyishen, who was not here anyway. That little brat, I will have to spank her sooner or later. Chu Yuchen snorted lightly. Forget it. I will keep it quiet for now, but I have a request. Chu Yuchen suddenly spoke to both Gu Junqing and Mu Peining. What request do you have, fifth sister? I want to move in with you. I wonder if there is a spare room. Chu Yuchen nodded slightly and said calmly. She wanted to observe what kind of magic Gu Junqing truly possessed. She wondered why he could make both Xiyishen and Mu Peining vouch for him simultaneously. It was not as if there were no handsome men pursuing their sisters, but none of them had caught their eyes. Although Gu Junqing's appearance was more than just simply handsome, his looks were truly heaven-defying. Chu Yuchen had felt this way the first time she saw Gu Junqing. But being handsome alone was not enough to make her 2 sisters protect him so fiercely. Therefore, she wanted to examine what kind of character Gu Junqing truly had. One could only clearly see a person's true nature through daily life. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. This surprised both Gu Junqing and Mu Peining. Of course there is a spare room. We would be delighted to have you stay, Sister Chu. Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. This house was originally prepared for the 7 sisters. Since Chu Yuchen intended to walk into the tiger's den herself, he would naturally accept her presence without modesty. He had intended to fill the entire house anyway. Seeing Gu Junqing agree first, Chu Yuchen was somewhat surprised. Then she shifted her gaze toward Mu Peining. I of course agree. This way, we 3 sisters can live together again. Even Mu Peining had a look of joy in her eyes. After the sisters grew up, they busied themselves in their respective fields, and the time they spent together grew shorter. If Chu Yuchen moved in with her, they could see each other every day. Then it is settled. A trace of tenderness appeared in Chu Yuchen's eyes. She nodded with satisfaction, revealing a smile so beautiful it was breathtaking. After navigating the business world, she had not worn such a smile in a long time. The feeling of being in control of everything on her person relaxed in an instant. Clearly, she was also looking forward to the days of living with her two sisters. For a moment, Gu Junqing seemed to become an outsider. However, Gu Junqing did not care. After all, sooner or later, he would inevitably be getting inside the sisters as an insider. Chapter 709. By the way, where is Yushin? After explaining the most important details, the three sat down for a casual chat. Yushin went home. She must be exhausted, as she fell asleep in class earlier. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Mu Peining turned red, naturally understanding what Gu Junqing meant by exhausted. After their activities last night, it was impossible for Yushin not to be tired. She felt a pang of sympathy for her sister after hearing about it. Exhausted? Did she go out causing trouble again last night? Chu Yuchen knew Yushin liked to cause trouble, as she often provided the intelligence for it. If she had not been busy, she might have joined her. Chu Yuchen was instrumental in shaping Yushin into who she was today. Since childhood, she had taken Yushin to play everywhere and bullied their peers at the orphanage together, with Dao Tianyan as a prime example. Forget it, I will not talk about her for now. I will go surprise her tonight, and then give her a beating for not telling her fifth sister about such a huge event. Chu Yuchen felt a lingering sense of resentment. She was actually most angry that Yushin, despite being the youngest, had become a real woman the fastest. Just then, a knock sounded on Mu Peining's office door. The three became quiet. After sitting back in her chair, Mu Peining said calmly, "Come in. Sixth sister, are you not feeling well? Why did you not eat my breakfast this morning? Those meals were wasted by the half-ton pig." Dao Tianyan walked in and immediately complained to Mu Peining, who was sitting in the center. "I already ate this morning. You do not need to bring me breakfast in the future." Mu Peining recalled the morning's events, and a flush appeared on her face. She still tasted a lingering scent in her mouth and naturally could not eat anything. She had to drink several glasses of water and rest for a long time before recovering. "Oh," Dao Tianyan responded with a sense of grievance. He was currently trying to play the role of an obedient younger brother, hoping this might win the heart of a teacher like Mu Peining. Cough. A sudden light cough interrupted Dao Tianyan as he tried to act cute. He finally noticed there were other people in the room. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful woman with long, cascading hair observing him, and his gaze was instantly captivated. However, he felt he had seen her somewhere before. As he searched his memory, he suddenly became excited. "Fifth sister, you are fifth sister. I am Tianyan, do you remember me?" Dao Tianyan dashed toward Chu Yuchen, wanting to embrace her to express his longing. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. "Gu Junqing, do not interfere. Get out of the way. Do not disturb my reunion with my fifth sister." Seeing the figure, Dao Tianyan shouted in anger. "Reunions are fine, but keep your hands to yourself." Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. "What does this have to do with you?" Dao Tianyan could not understand why Gu Junqing always interrupted whenever he tried to get close to his sisters. Until now, he had not even been able to get close to any of his sisters. "All right, stop arguing," Chu Yuchen said with a hint of impatience. "If you had not spoken, I would not have recognized you. You really are the one I raised by hand," Chu Yuchen said with surprise. Dao Tianyan choked, as she mentioned that embarrassing memory from his childhood again. It was the same opening line Yushin had used on him. Back then, it was his fifth and seventh sisters who tricked him into eating something disgusting. Though he felt angry thinking about it in the past, now that he was grown, he only felt warmth. "Fifth sister, can we not talk about that?" Dao Tianyan said helplessly. "Fine, I will stop." Chu Yuchen smiled with emotion. She originally thought she would be overjoyed to see Dao Tianyan, but for some reason, she felt no significant emotional fluctuation. It was as if a switch for excitement had been opened and then forcibly closed. She did not care much, as she and Dao Tianyan had only known each other in childhood. They had not seen each other for over a decade, so it would be strange if she felt too excited. Gu Junqing, standing by Chu Yuchen's side, tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing with deep meaning. The anti-intellect halo was indeed effective. It could resist the protagonist's own brain-numbing aura effectively. The protagonist's halo was too strong, enough to lower the intelligence of heroines who carried luck. Meeting the male lead often led to them fawning over him. This was especially true for the type of heroine who was a sister-obsessed brother worshipper. However, he would not give Dao Tianyan the chance. "When did you return? I thought you were already dead. What happened back then?" Although she had heard enough from Mu Peining, Chu Yuchen wanted to hear Dao Tianyan tell it again. She wanted to see if there were any missed details. Dao Tianyan recounted his experiences abroad again. He talked about being bullied and washing dishes for money. He did not reveal that he was the Azura King of the Azura Society. The Azura King was one of the world's underworld kings, inherently associated with bloodshed and killing. He did not want his sisters to misunderstand him. Furthermore, he could use this hidden identity to help his sisters achieve a better life. When the time came, he could reveal his identity. Then his sisters would discover that the mysterious person who had been helping them was their brother. Imagine how surprised his sisters would be. "Then you should stay in the country from now on. Do not go abroad, as we can find you a good job." Chu Yuchen sighed. Dao Tianyan was still part of the orphanage family. Even if he did not have the same bond as her 7 sisters, finding him a decent, well-paying job was possible. "Okay, fifth sister, thank you for your concern. A hint of pride flashed in Tianyan's eyes, and he glanced at Gu Junqing, wanting to see a look of defeat. After all, Chu Yuchen was showing concern for him. However, he only saw Gu Junqing's mocking smile, which disappointed him. He was desperate to regain some ground, to the point of obsession. He wanted to prove that in the hearts of his sisters, he was more important than Gu Junqing. The seventh sister had already been snatched away by Gu Junqing, and he could not let the other sisters fall into his clutches. Seeing this expression, Gu Junqing knew exactly what Tianyan was thinking. Stupid brother, your fifth sister is about to move in with me, and you think a few words prove anything. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. The son of fortune had no idea that 3 of his sisters were already living in Gu Junqing's happy house. Chapter 710. By the way, fifth sister, why did you come to the school? I was planning to go to your company during the holiday to surprise you. Tianyan smiled as he spoke to Chu Yuchen. I'm just wandering around on my break, taking care of some business. Chu Yuchen glanced at Gu Junqing, her tone heavy with implication. She felt fortunate that she had decided to make this trip. Otherwise, if she had arrived any later, this guy might have already snatched away her 6th and 7th sisters. Tianyan wanted to continue catching up to get closer to her, but a voice interrupted them. Oh, is it so lively in Teacher Mu's office today? Chen, the perfect protagonist, walked in from outside with a refreshing, breezy smile on his face. He had originally intended to come and make small talk with Mu Peining. He also wanted to explain his behavior from this morning. In his mind, he hadn't done anything to disgust her. Even if the pose he had struck that morning was slightly greasy, it clearly wasn't enough to make her want to vomit. He had considered several reasons that might cause nausea, starting with pregnancy, but that was clearly impossible. The second possibility was a cold or illness. He had brought some cold medicine to check on her, hoping to build some favor and leave the image of a warm man in her heart. But he hadn't expected so many people to be in her office. He scanned the room and saw Gu Junqing and Tianyan, both familiar faces. There was also a strange woman. Chen looked over with a smile, but when he saw her face, he stood there as if struck by lightning. Mu Peining and Shi Yushin were already stunning beauties. He had not expected to encounter another woman of such otherworldly beauty. Who is this? Chen asked, trying to act like a gentleman, as he looked toward Chu Yuchen, with a hint of amazement in his eyes behind his glasses. In his past life, he was nothing more than a loser. He never had a chance to see beauties of this caliber. These older sisters were far more beautiful than the celebrities he had seen in his previous life. He became even more determined in his plan. Even without a mission from the system, he was determined to snatch these sisters. Who she is has nothing to do with you. Teacher Su, if you have something to say to Teacher Mu, just say it. Tianyan sneered, looking at Chen's pose, which looked like a gentleman, but reeked of a lecher. He hadn't even had the chance to chat much, yet a mere nobody like Chen wanted to know his sister. Why does this protagonist keep targeting me? Chen thought, his heart sinking. I was just asking. Why are you so agitated, student Tianyan? Chen forced back his anger and spoke slowly. One is an old schemer, and the other looks like a mad dog, but actually has his own calculations. These two protagonists are quite interesting. Gu Junqing watched the show from the sidelines, calculating internally. 2 protagonists, 2 love interests, plus himself. This was a total mess. I didn't mean anything. I should be asking what you want. Tianyan's gaze locked onto Chen's eyes. This teacher named Chen was truly too good at putting on an act. He clearly had his eye on his 5th sister's beauty, yet he still pretended to be a refined gentleman. His acting was terrible, as if everyone else was a fool. For example, Gu Junqing. He didn't believe that Gu Junqing wasn't attracted to his sister's beauty, but Gu Junqing could mask it perfectly, leaving absolutely no flaws to find. That was why he viewed Gu Junqing as his greatest enemy. He didn't even bother to look at small fries like Chen. Alright, stop arguing. Chu Yuchen lifted the corners of her eyes, frowning impatiently. If he were an employee in her company, she would have fired him long ago. Tianyan and Chen immediately quieted down when they heard her speak. What do you need? Mu Peining asked, helpless. I saw that Teacher Mu seemed a bit unwell this morning, so I came to deliver some medicine. Chen saw that Tianyan had stopped speaking, so he didn't want to get tangled up with him, and spoke sincerely to Mu Peining. Thank you for your kindness, but I am not sick. Mu Peining looked at Chen with an expressionless face, a flash of shame and anger in her eyes. She had almost forgotten about what happened yesterday, but this Chen reminded her of the humiliation from last night. Last night was the first time she had been so miserable. She glared at Gu Junqing. It was all his fault. Who told him to put those things into her mouth? As a result, Tianyan and Chen had both come to care for her because she gagged a few times. But she wasn't sick at all. System notification. Female lead Mu Peining's favorability toward male lead Chen has dropped by 10 points. Current status is -10, dislike. Awarding host 10,000 villain points. A hint of a smile flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. He had spent quite some time coaxing Mu Peining last night to get her to calm down a little. For Chen to dare to make her feel disgusted was quite an achievement. As long as you are not sick, that is good. Chen thought that Mu Peining knew he was caring for her, so he nodded repeatedly. Then he checked his system, discovering that the progress of conquering Mu Peining still hadn't increased. He was a bit puzzled. Could it be that caring for her didn't earn her favorability? How was he supposed to complete this mission then? Chapter 711. Is there anything else? Mu Peining asked, noticing Chen standing awkwardly in place. Nothing else, Chen replied, offering a forced smile at his system interface. It seemed he had thought things were too simple. Conquering a gorgeous female lead like Mu Peining would not be accomplished with just a few words of concern. If there is nothing else, get lost. You are not welcome here, Tianyan sneered, speaking loudly. Anyone with eyes could see that teacher Chen coveted his sixth sister. He would spare no effort to strike down anyone who coveted his sisters. Even with Junqing, he maintained the same attitude, though he had not yet found a weakness to act on. Junqing had already taken his seventh sister's heart and body, and he refused to let the same happen to his sixth sister. Student Tianyan, did no one ever teach you to respect your teachers? Chen retorted. Even as a schemer, he could not tolerate Tianyan's repeated provocations. He was a transmigrator, and he already felt a sense of superiority when facing Tianyan. Although he knew Tianyan possessed astonishing strength, he refused to endure his contempt any longer. If you do not leave now, you will see exactly how little I care about respecting teachers, Tianyan sneered. Truthfully, if it were an ordinary person eyeing his sixth sister, he would not even pay attention. But Chen was someone who made him feel a strange sense of pressure. It was a feeling rarely given by anyone else, aside from Junqing. What is happening? The protagonists are not fighting the villain, but fighting among themselves, Junqing thought, raising an eyebrow slightly. He had intended to find a way to make these two sons of luck turn on each other. Yet, he had not even lifted a finger before they began clashing. It seems my hypothesis is correct. When sons of luck meet, it is like raising poisonous insects, consuming each other to absorb their power. Figures who shine through the ages always walk over the bones of other powerful, lucky individuals. Various thoughts flashed through Junqing's mind. Peining, let's go. It is too noisy, Xu Yuchen said, rising to her feet, her expression visibly impatient. All right, Mu Peining replied. They were colleagues, and she would have to see him often, so she could not say much to Chen and followed Xu Yuchen. Hey, fifth sister, sixth sister, why not take me with you? Tianyan asked, trying to follow them, but Mu Peining refused. Tianyan had no choice but to leave with a sigh. Turning to look at Chen, his eyes flashed with cold light. He could not move against Junqing yet, but he would not tolerate a mere teacher angering him. On second thought, if something happened to Chen, he would certainly be the prime suspect. To avoid leaving a bad impression on his sisters, he abandoned the thought and turned to leave. Watching their tense standoff, Junqing felt a spark of interest in his indifferent eyes. He had no idea why these two protagonists were fighting to the death. Student Gu, wait. I have something to discuss with you, Chen called out just as Junqing was about to follow the ladies home. Chen felt a chill in his body after enduring the piercing gaze of Tianyan for a moment. He recalled Tianyan's terrifying strength from the original story, which he could not currently resist. He needed to conquer Mu Peining to gain the system's help, and find a way to counter Tianyan. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Junqing. Junqing was the only person he had not seen in the original story. Furthermore, the fact that he could be close to Xu Yuchen in front of Tianyan was the most incredible thing to him. Tianyan would never let any man get near his sisters. Also, he could not see through Junqing at all. It was as if everything about him was shrouded in mist. Perhaps he could rely on Junqing to counter Tianyan. Teacher, so, what is it? Junqing asked, smiling with a slight glint in his eyes. A flash of greed appeared in his hidden gaze. This was the perfect rich system, which was even stronger than his own super-rich system. If he could obtain it, his future plans would not be delayed by lack of funds. In his heart, Junqing had already reserved a spot for Chen as a resource farm. Student Gu, do you realize your life is in danger? Chen said flatly. Oh, why is my life in danger? Junqing asked, looking at Chen with amusement. Because you possess what belongs to someone else, Chen said with extreme seriousness, his tone enigmatic. Oh, Junqing's tone rose slightly. You are Xu Yuchen's boyfriend, and Tianyan values his sisters above all else. Do you think he will let you be? Chen threatened. So what? What can he do to me? Junqing said, feigning indifference. I can see you come from an extraordinary background, but Tianyan is the master of the Azura Society, a famous king of the underworld. Do you think you can win against him? Chen sighed, seemingly considering things for Junqing. Truthfully, he feared Tianyan more than the unpredictable variable that was Junqing. His own rich system needed time to develop. Without proper development, he could not fight against Tianyan at all. Chapter 712. Although I don't know why Tianyan isn't making a move on you right now, he definitely won't let you off if he gets the chance. Chen's tone held a hint of sincerity. He wanted to do his best to facilitate a partnership between the two of them. Although he didn't know what kind of power backed Junqing, he could see the refined and elegant aura Junqing exuded, alongside a detachment that felt as high and unreachable as the heavens. Yet, it didn't make people feel uncomfortable, as if he was simply born to be that way. Anyone who could cultivate such a temperament must be supported by a great aristocratic family. Furthermore, this power would definitely be something that made Tianyan wary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tianyan not to have struck in secret. I see. Then why are you warning me? Junqing nodded and asked, looking puzzled. Because I want to work with you to deal with Tianyan. Chen said decisively, his voice filled with a hint of fanaticism. If they could form a partnership, he could manipulate the influence behind Junqing to confront Tianyan head-on, and he would remain hidden behind the scenes. Even if they couldn't defeat Tianyan, he could retreat safely and stay out of harm's way. He could even take the opportunity while they were fighting to make a move on the various sisters and strengthen himself. Let the snipe and the clam struggle, and the fisherman will profit. Teacher So, you should know that cooperation requires capital. Gu Junqing curled his lips slightly and spoke leisurely. What qualifications do you have to work with me? Although there was no hint of disdain in his words, his attitude and eyes were enough to explain everything. So Chen realized then that he had been viewing himself from a god's perspective all along. In other words, he had taken himself too seriously. This was a real world, not a book anymore. Now, he was just an ordinary teacher, and there was no way he could make others look up to him. This was true for both the disdainful attitude of Dao Tianyan, just now, and the aloof attitude of Gu Junqing at this moment. He currently had no qualifications to make them take a second look. How could they talk about cooperation when their status was unequal? So Chen gradually calmed down from his fervor, a shiver running through his heart. Indeed, what qualifications did he have to negotiate with Gu Junqing? He had actually been treating everyone else like a fool. It was no wonder this world had so many variables. It was no longer a state where everything followed the progression of a novel. He had certainly been impulsive to rush into seeking cooperation with Gu Junqing this time. He couldn't be so eager for quick success next time. However, he was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he had to continue. I know a lot of information about Dao Tianyan, and I can tell you these things. So Chen fell silent for a moment before answering calmly. Gu Junqing did not speak and remained smiling as before. Seeing Gu Junqing like this, So Chen knew exactly what he meant. If he didn't reveal some information, the other party wouldn't believe him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and began to recall some plot points about Dao Tianyan from the original work. Dao Tianyan has a sworn brother named Zhang Tian, who helped him build his empire. Dao Tianyan trusts him deeply, and this subordinate is fiercely loyal to him, even managing the Azura society meticulously when Dao Tianyan is away. He has a wife named Luo Qunran. Zhang Tian loves her very much, but he doesn't know that his wife is actually having an affair with Dao Tianyan. So Chen said slowly. Oh, Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of interest. You could perhaps find some dirt on Dao Tianyan and her to make Zhang Tian betray Dao Tianyan and reduce his influence. So Chen laid out his strategy step by step. However, in the original ending, Zhang Tian went to complete a dangerous mission and died in the process. Eventually, Dao Tianyan took the widowed and tragic Luo Qunran into his harem. At the time, he was looking from Dao Tianyan's perspective and didn't find anything wrong with it. But after transmigrating here and looking at the problem from the perspective of Dao Tianyan's enemy, he realized what was wrong. This was definitely because Dao Tianyan wanted to cover up this relationship and deliberately sent Zhang Tian on that dangerous mission with the intention of killing him. This way, he could justify taking the widow Luo Qunran into his harem without damaging his reputation. The only pity was Zhang Tian, who died, and his beloved wife was snatched by his boss. That is good information. Gu Junqing nodded with satisfaction. I will verify the accuracy of this information, Teacher So. However, I have one more question for you. How exactly do you know this? In So Chen's perception, Gu Junqing's eyes grew deep, as if he was suspicious of the source of his information. I naturally have my own channels, Student Gu. Otherwise, how would I dare to work with you? Then why does Teacher So want to deal with Dao Tianyan? Is it just because of the attitude he showed you earlier? Because the forces behind me have a grievance with Dao Tianyan's forces, but I cannot handle him alone, which is why I wanted to seek cooperation with Student Gu. So Chen showed a mysterious smile. Inside, he cursed Gu Junqing for being such a sly fox. However, he gradually felt relieved. At least it seemed that Gu Junqing had the intention to cooperate with him. I see. Gu Junqing nodded in sudden realization, then smiled. Then I will give Teacher So an answer when the time comes. Goodbye. Good, I will wait for your news. So Chen watched Gu Junqing's retreating figure. As soon as he was out of sight, he leaned against the wall, deflating like a punctured tire. He had been able to feel the powerful aura radiating from Gu Junqing, which felt like a crushing pressure that made the air around him seem to freeze. In his past life, he was nothing but a loser. He had never talked to such a person. If not for the bit of confidence the system gave him, he would have already shown weakness in front of Gu Junqing. I just hope he makes the right decision. This way, maybe I can deal with Dao Tianyan. Teacher Mu, you will definitely be mine. So Chen pumped himself up before supporting himself against the wall and dragging his weak-kneed body back to his office. Chapter 713. After walking a distance away, the expression on Gu Junqing's face shifted entirely. Everything from moments ago had been a performance. That country bumpkin truly took everyone for a fool. He thought not only Dao Tianyan, but also the heroines were idiots. It was amusing to think of a protagonist collaborating with a villain to take down another protagonist. Gu Junqing mused, finding it quite humorous. He could certainly put this to use. He could shear the wool off both of them simultaneously. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin, pondering the situation. Everything So Chen knew interested him greatly. Of course, he saw through So Chen's every goal. It was nothing more than wanting him to fight Dao Tianyan, then sitting back to watch the tigers fight, while relying on the system to grow stronger. Once he and Dao Tianyan were both exhausted from fighting, a powered-up So Chen would simply swallow them both whole. So Chen was not worried that Gu Junqing would refuse to cooperate. After all, since Gu Junqing was Shi Yushan's boyfriend, his relationship with Dao Tianyan was guaranteed to be adversarial. Dao Tianyan's Achilles heel was his sister's, after all. So Chen's logic was sound enough. It was a shame he had encountered Gu Junqing. From the very beginning, So Chen had been his target. Gu Junqing's gaze rippled with complexity, flashing with a strange light that seemed to condense the most powerful malice in the world. He suppressed the light in his eyes and headed back to his happy little house. Mu Peining and Chu Yechen should be arriving soon, so he needed to catch up. So it is a villa in this community. Chu Yechen stood in front of the luxury villa Gu Junqing had provided for Mu Peining and the others, expressing her surprise. She had expected a small house. She never imagined this villa would be so massive. The exterior was picturesque with sculpted beams, jade columns, and lush greenery. Entering the grounds gave one a feeling of relaxation and tranquility, which was rare in the bustling capital. By the way, did you pay rent to Gu Junqing? Chu Yechen turned her head to ask curiously. I forgot. Mu Peining replied, feeling a bit awkward. You really are something, accepting such a huge favor from him. If he asks you to repay it and you cannot, you will have to sell your body. Chu Yechen sighed helplessly. Her sister was clever, but her emotional intelligence seemed lacking. This was a massive villa in the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The value of this house was calculated in the hundreds of millions. Mu Peining, who was feeling embarrassed, blinked after hearing Chu Yechen's words. Fifth sister, you are too late. I have already sold my body. Forget it. My company has already let him take enough advantage of me, so we will consider that as rent. Chu Yechen waved her hand and walked into the villa with Mu Peining. Even Chu Yechen, who had seen much of the world, was somewhat amazed by the luxury of Gu Junqing's villa. It left her looking forward to moving in. 7 rooms in a row. Gu Junqing clearly intended to catch our sisters all at once. When Chu Yechen discovered her room was next to Mu Peining's, she said with a mocking smile. Gu Junqing said he was not the one who designed the room layout. Mu Peining coughed lightly. Do you believe him? Regardless, I advise you to only believe half of what that little bastard says, and that half only refers to the punctuation. The well-traveled Chu Yechen began to caution her sister. Having dominated the business world for so long, she would not easily be blinded by a man. I think the same way. As someone who had been deceived many times, Mu Peining nodded deeply in agreement. Initially, Gu Junqing had deceived her with the appearance of a pure, studious student. As a result, she gradually fell into his trap. Of the 3 people currently moving in, Shi Yushin was likely the only one who believed in Gu Junqing wholeheartedly. Chapter 714. Fifth sister, why are you here? Hearing the commotion, Shi Yushin assumed it was Mu Peining and Gu Junqing returning. When she went out to look, she discovered it was actually her 5th sister, Chu Yechen. She excitedly threw herself into Chu Yechen's arms. Chu Yechen caught the flying figure with a smile. It had been quite a while since she last saw Shi Yushin. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yechen recalled that Shi Yushin had been deceived by Gu Junqing. You're not a child anymore, so why do you always let yourself be tricked? Chu Yechen looked at Shi Yushin and rubbed her head in annoyance. I'm certainly not a child anymore. Shi Yushin lowered her head, glanced at her own chest, and muttered softly. Is that what I am talking about? Chu Yechen said with a look of frustration. Outside, she was the cold and arrogant beautiful CEO who managed the Tianyan group. She was a renowned beauty in the business circles of the capital, and even the world. At home, she was just one of the sisters. She naturally poured all her affection onto Shi Yushin, the youngest of the sisters. Shi Yushin, I do not even know what to say to you. Chu Yechen pulled Shi Yushin away and carefully scrutinized the young girl's face, which was beginning to radiate extreme charm. She easily detected the faint aura of spring in Shi Yushin's brow. Her eyes were shimmering, and her complexion was rosy. She knew this was undoubtedly the result of that bastard watering her often. Her heart was filled with both anger and worry. She had mixed feelings. She never expected that the 7th sister, whom all the other sisters adored, would end up benefiting that bastard Gu Junqing. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Chu Yechen pinched Shi Yushin's small nose in irritation. Tell you what. Shi Yushin blinked her eyes, pretending to be ignorant. Cough, I have already told 5th sister everything. Mu Peining stood to the side, coughing lightly with a smile in her eyes. 6th sister, you said you would not tell. Shi Yushin wailed upon hearing this, then turned to look at Chu Yechen with a fawning expression. 5th sister, it is not that I did not want to tell you. I was just afraid that if the news got out, you would make things difficult for Gu Junqing. Is that so? You also know that he is not honorable in this matter. And as for you, getting that drunk, you were really too trusting. Chu Yechen became angrier the more she thought about it. She wanted to slap a flower pattern onto Shi Yushin's bottom. Come here. Since eldest sister is not here, I will administer the family discipline myself. Chu Yechen cleared her throat and walked over to the sofa. After sitting down elegantly, she patted her lap. 6th sister, save me. Shi Yushin looked toward Mu Peining for help. Mu Peining shrugged, indicating that she was powerless to help. They were as close as one body, but it was only right and proper for a sister to discipline a younger sister. Age dictates hierarchy, and it is an absolute truth. Furthermore, she also felt that Shi Yushin needed to be reined in. Otherwise, she was too mischievous and impossible to control. Shi Yushin could only walk over with a mournful face and lie across Chu Yechen's lap. With her back to Chu Yechen, Shi Yushin spoke with a trembling voice. 5th sister, please go easy. Smack. Chu Yechen slapped Shi Yushin's bottom with moderate force. The blow was not very heavy, but it was not light either. You are not allowed to hide anything from me in the future, do you understand? Chu Yechen gave a light huff. I understand, 5th sister, go easy, it hurts. Shi Yushin knew her sister could not bear to truly hit her, but she still had to pretend it was painful. She did not want Chu Yuchen to actually punish her for real. Then I will hit you a few more times, just so you do not forget. Chu Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly and slapped her twice more. She felt a bit sentimental about the feeling of slapping her seventh sister's rear. It was so soft and tender that even our CEO Chu could not help but be captivated. Fifth sister, you are just seeking revenge. You must be doing this to pay me back for laughing when eldest sister hit you before. Shi Yushin said indignantly. Chu Yuchen's expression stiffened for a brief moment upon hearing this. The most humiliating moment of her life was when she lay in the same position as Shi Yushin, across her eldest sister's lap, being spanked. The crucial part was that all the other sisters were watching. Even though it did not hurt, it was a matter of dignity. Fine, Shi Yushin, I had almost forgotten. You just reminded me. Watch how I deal with you. Chu Yuchen's face darkened, and she began to increase the strength of her hand. Mu Peining, standing to the side, watched her sister courting death and shook her head while covering her face. When Gu Junqing arrived home, he happened to see the scene of Chu Yuchen executing the family discipline. At first, he thought they were playing some kind of game. After all, the strength of this spanking was not even as intense as a single thrust when he was attacking from behind. However, it did not quite look like that. Sister Mu, what are they doing? Gu Junqing asked curiously. This is our family rule. If any sister makes a mistake, she will be subjected to this discipline. Mu Peining explained with a hint of shame. Family rule. That makes sense, they are sisters, so how could they possibly use too much force? Gu Junqing realized with a sudden understanding. By the way, Sister Mu, how long has it been since you were disciplined? Gu Junqing asked softly in Mu Peining's ear. Me. I have naturally never been subjected to it. Mu Peining said confidently. She was not like Chu Yuchen and Shi Yushin, who loved to cause trouble. Then, why don't we try it tonight? Gu Junqing secretly lifted a strand of Mu Peining's hair and sniffed the elegant fragrance on her body before whispering. Get lost. Chapter 715. In the end, it was Gu Junqing who stopped Chu Yuchen, whose anger was rising and whose intentions had turned malicious. He was worried she might actually hurt Shi Yushin. Shi Yushin, will you dare to hide things from me in the future? Chu Yuchen shot a mesmerizing, intense glare, and Shi Yushin shrank into Gu Junqing's embrace in fear. She even snuck a funny face at Chu Yuchen. Chu Yuchen was so angry, she almost wanted to give her a lecture on family law again. All right, stop messing around. I can't control your sister. Gu Junqing rubbed Shi Yushin's head helplessly. Hee hee. Shi Yushin lifted her head from Gu Junqing's arms with a silly laugh. Seeing her foolish look, both Mu Peining and Chu Yuchen turned their heads away, unable to bear looking at their silly little sister. Master Gu, I won't let the news about you and Yushin out for now. As for the future, that depends on how you perform during your time while I'm living here. Chu Yuchen had no intention of continuing the quarrel, so she leaned her slender waist against the sofa and spoke lazily to Gu Junqing. Fifth sister, you are going to live here too? Shi Yushin asked in surprise. What, is that not allowed? Chu Yuchen's voice rose slightly. How could that not be allowed? It's perfect. Fifth sister, I can finally live with you again. Shi Yushin said happily. She had spent the most time playing with Chu Yuchen when she was little. Despite Chu Yuchen's cold and arrogant demeanor as a CEO in public, she and Shi Yushin were the ones who caused the most mischief during their childhood. One could say that Shi Yushin had been led astray by Chu Yuchen. That's right, this way I can beat you up every day. Chu Yuchen curled her lips. Fifth sister, Master Gu, dinner is ready. Just then, a maid in a maid outfit walked out and spoke respectfully to everyone. However, there was a hint of resentment in the eyes she cast at Gu Junqing. This maid was Yaya, the auctioneer whom Gu Junqing had brought from Lodu, the master of the Red Sleeve Society. In simple terms, she was the mother of fallen women and ladies. To gather information from the underground world, Gu Junqing naturally needed some manpower. He had called Yaya back from Lodu. Yaya had not expected this at all. She thought she had come to the capital to show off her talents, not to be a maid and housekeeper for Gu Junqing. Sometimes, she even had to endure the rain and dew poured by this scoundrel. Of course, she did not dare to say these words to Gu Junqing. Otherwise, she would be punished by him again. Good. Gu Junqing nodded and dismissed Yaya. Sister Chu, Sister Mu, let's go eat first. Gu Junqing smiled slightly at Mu Peining and Chu Yuchen. Master Gu, the maids here are all beauties. Have you laid a hand on any of them? Chu Yuchen asked suspiciously. Shi Yushin and Mu Peining did not care about such things. But Chu Yuchen was different. She could clearly sense the trace of resentment in the maid's eyes when she looked at Gu Junqing. Sister Chu, what is that supposed to mean? This is a housekeeper sent by my family. Besides, I have always kept myself clean and disciplined. How could I do such messy things? Gu Junqing said with some helplessness. It was truly unreasonable that someone as pure and upright as him would be suspected. From childhood to adulthood, except for being deceived by girls once, twice, 3 times, 6, 7, 8 times, he had always kept himself clean. The 3 women looked at each other upon hearing this. Fifth sister, I find that your statement is somewhat imprecise. Mu Peining said to Chu Yuchen with a serious expression. Which sentence? You said that one can only believe half of what Gu Junqing says, and nothing except the punctuation marks. But it seems now that even the punctuation marks cannot be believed. Slander, I am going to sue you for slander, Gu Junqing muttered in his heart. The meal proceeded quite harmoniously, and the 4 of them ate with relative joy. That was only because they relied on feeding Shi Yushin to gain a moment of peace. Yushin, eat more. Look at how thin and listless you are. Gu Junqing put a piece of meat into Shi Yushin's bowl, his tone vague. Shi Yushin rolled her eyes slightly. With the amount of exercise she was getting every day, how could she not lose weight? It was so bad that she did not even have the energy to attend class lately. She had never been this tired when she went out to punish evil and promote good. Come, little sister, eat more. Otherwise, there won't be any meat on your but when I spank you. Chu Yuchen refused to be outdone and placed a piece of fatty pork into her bowl. She was still feeling resentful toward this bastard who had stolen her sister. Eating a meal and he was still competing for her sister. Mu Peining blinked. Everyone was feeding Shi Yushin, so she could not fall behind. You need to eat more vegetables to meet your nutritional needs for the day. That's enough, enough. Shi Yushin said with a mournful face. Her bowl was almost full. Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Are they trying to compete with him? He did not care too much though. Suddenly, he felt his foot touched by a soft, tender foot, which then retracted. The four of them were sitting down, and Gu Junqing had specifically arranged the food on a small round table with a tablecloth, making the situation underneath invisible. Because they were close together, if they stretched their legs, all four of them could touch one another. Gu Junqing guessed that Shi Yushin could not eat any more, so she kicked him to signal him to stop adding food. Gu Junqing, feeling somewhat amused, stretched his leg forward. This time, he touched a pair of legs. There was a soft sensation near the calf, and the leg was covered in a slippery silk stocking, a delicate and wonderful feeling. Gu Junqing's heart warmed up. He guessed whose legs these were. They were teacher Mu Peining's. Because Gu Junqing was treating her illness, Mu Peining now wore silk stockings on her legs to prevent varicose veins. Gu Junqing's wicked mind stirred. He clamped her calf between his two legs. Feeling the smoothness between his legs, Gu Junqing felt a stir in his heart. With his legs crossing and rubbing, he made Mu Peining's legs slowly move upward, quickly causing her silk stocking calf to touch a certain part of him. Next to him, Mu Peining's expression shifted slightly. A sunset-like blush bloomed and spread across her skin, and her entire body glowed with a faint flush, exuding a charming allure. This scoundrel, why did he start rubbing my leg while we are eating properly? Mu Peining felt a secret hatred in her heart. Peining? What's wrong? Are you jealous that I didn't feed you? Chu Yuchen looked at Mu Peining's flushed face and said with a laugh. At the same time, she put a piece of meat into Mu Peining's bowl. Stimulated by this, Mu Peining seized the moment when Gu Junqing relaxed and pulled her silk-clad leg back. She did not let this scoundrel continue with such wicked acts. But after that brief contact, she felt she was already covered in a light sweat. This scoundrel is truly lawless. He dares to make me do such things in front of my fifth sister and seventh sister, Mu Peining thought speechlessly. She tilted her eyes slightly and shot a glare at the smiling Gu Junqing beside her. Chapter 716. Fifth, you should eat more yourself. Don't worry about serving us, Mu Peining said. She pulled back her foot and exhaled in relief. The blush on her face faded slightly, and her voice sounded a bit raspy as she spoke to Chu Yuchen. Fine, Chu Yuchen nodded. Gu Junqing sat beside her and felt a pang of regret as Mu Peining pulled her legs away. He extended his legs forward again, hoping to catch hers once more. As soon as he stretched out, he touched a pair of smooth, delicate calves. Given the positioning, it could have been either Shi Yushin or Chu Yuchen. Gu Junqing hesitated. His relationship with Chu Yuchen was not that deep yet, and he did not want to be too presumptuous. Cough, cough. Shi Yushin suddenly choked and coughed twice. Don't eat so fast, Mu Peining said helplessly. Got it, Shi Yushin nodded dismissively. Her bowl was almost full, so she had to eat quickly. If she did not finish fast, the last person left would have to do the dishes. However, Gu Junqing understood the signal immediately. Since Shi Yushin coughed right when he made contact, it must have been her legs. He boldly touched the legs with his feet, and even hooked them onto his own. While everyone was focused on eating, he lowered his head and peered under the table, seeing a pair of smooth, white, and perfectly sculpted calves. Gu Junqing reached out and rested the small foot against his thigh. Between bites, he teased the foot, exploring the sole, toes, and calves, savoring the delicate sensation. He glanced at Shi Yushin and noticed her expression remained unchanged as she continued to eat. He silently praised her, thinking that she had truly grown up. Despite his actions, she showed no reaction. Since she did not seem to object, he had no intention of stopping. He clamped his legs around her perfectly shaped feet and held her ankle with one hand, enjoying the moment. Gu Junqing was so focused on Shi Yushin that he failed to notice Chu Yuchen, who was sitting next to her with a face flushed bright red and eyes burning with rage. That bastard, what was he doing with her legs? Through her pants, she could feel the burning heat against her foot, and her body felt weak as the sensation spread through her, raising her temperature. She wanted to pull her foot back, but feared the movement would be too obvious to her sisters. She forced herself to sit still, struggling to hide the trembling of her body. Fifth, eat something too. You keep serving us, Mu Peining said, noticing that Chu Yuchen had not touched her chopsticks for a while and was keeping her head lowered. Yes, I am eating. Chu Yuchen's voice came out with an astonishingly seductive tone, and she licked her lips to suppress a moan rising in her throat. She had never felt anything like this before. It was as if her entire being was on fire. Hiss. Gu Junqing paid no attention to the sisters' conversation, fully focused on enjoying the service. He found the thrill of being serviced by their sister right in front of them to be exhilarating. Haha, you are both eating too slowly. Usually, I am the one who washes the dishes, so this time it is your turn, Shi Yushin said with a smile. She stood up, placed her bowl in the sink, and left the dining room. Gu Junqing smiled as he watched Shi Yushin leave. However, when he felt the sensation on his legs, his smile froze, and his hands stopped moving. Shi Yushin was already gone, so whose legs were these? It could not have been Mu Peining, as she was wearing silk stockings. There was only one possibility. Fifth, you usually eat quickly. Why are you so slow today? Is the food not good? Mu Peining asked with a hint of concern. It is delicious. If you are done, you can go out first, Chu Yuchen replied, forcing a smile as she felt the movement against her foot cease. Oh, okay. Mu Peining turned her gaze toward Gu Junqing. Sister Mu, I will be done in a moment, Gu Junqing replied with a slightly stiff smile. Mu Peining nodded and left the room. When only Gu Junqing and Chu Yuchen were left, she no longer felt the need to restrain herself. Young Master Gu, can you let go now? Chu Yuchen's usually sharp eyes showed a rare trace of shyness. She tried to pull her leg back, but Gu Junqing's hand held her ankle like an iron clamp. Sister Chu, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Gu Junqing said, gritting his teeth and shamelessly playing dumb. The situation was awkward and uncomfortable. The young master, who never liked to make himself suffer, continued to pretend he knew nothing. You stop. Chu Yuchen was about to retort, but Gu Junqing's hand began to move again. He became even more active, and Gu Junqing even loosened his belt slightly. This made the sensation even more intense for Chu Yuchen. Shocked, Chu Yuchen dropped her chopsticks to the floor, her heart filled with overwhelming anger and surprise. She wanted nothing more than to slap him. That lecherous bastard, how dared he toy with her like this? Did he still want to become her brother-in-law? Chapter 717. Mu Peining and Shi Yushin were watching television when Gu Junqing walked out, looking utterly zen. I am going upstairs to lie down for a bit. I will come find you two to play later. Gu Junqing spoke with complete composure. Even though Mu Peining was wearing black stockings that hugged her delicate, long legs, his heart remained undisturbed, completely unmoved by her. Shi Yushin and Mu Peining watched the television and nodded in confusion. Usually, Gu Junqing would be dying to squeeze right between them, glued to them even while watching TV. Now, Gu Junqing was acting unexpectedly normal about returning to his room. After Gu Junqing went upstairs, Chu Yuchen emerged from the dining area shortly after. Her refined features were heavy with a solemn, thunderous expression, and a closer look revealed her face was twitching slightly, as if she were enduring something intolerable. Fifth sister, do you want to come watch television and chat with us? Shi Yushin asked with enthusiasm. In the past, the sisters always had various activities when they were together, and chatting while watching TV was a great joy. No, I am quite tired today. I am going back to my room to wash up. We can talk next time. Chu Yuchen gave her younger sisters a strained smile and spoke in a flat tone. Then, she rushed upstairs in a hurry. Sensing that warm, lingering sensation on the sole of her foot, she felt like she wanted to chop her foot off and replace it with a new one. That bastard. She felt certain that her sisters had been put under a spell by Gu Junqing. Every one of them had nothing but good things to say about him. But look at what had happened the moment she moved in for a single day. Gu Junqing was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing, a lecherous wolf hidden behind the guise of a gentleman. The encounter today had truly caught Chu Yuchen off guard, despite her reputation for being cold, arrogant, and authoritative. A woman who stunned the business circle of the capital with her iron-fisted, shrewd methods. It had nearly driven her crazy. Oh, Shi Yushin blinked, looking in confusion at Chu Yuchen's back as she hurried upstairs. Sixth sister, what did fifth sister do today that would make her so tired? I do not know. Mu Peining shook her head in confusion as well. However, the two sisters did not dwell on it too much. The fact that Chu Yuchen had moved in today made them both very excited. This was equivalent to gathering the three of them together again. They were certain that in the future, all seven sisters would be able to reunite. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and lights were shining in the rooms of the three sisters. They had originally planned a small gathering, but due to Chu Yuchen's exhaustion, the gathering was pushed to the following night. Gu Junqing slipped into Mu Peining's room like a giant mouse. Upon entering, he saw that Mu Peining was wearing a shirt on her upper body and a tight-fitting skirt on her lower body, wrapping her rounded, perky hips in a way that accentuated her silhouette, while her two slim, straight legs were pressed tightly together. She wore a pair of soft, black stockings, and since she was not wearing shoes, her feet had a unique sensation as they stepped on the fluffy carpet. Her legs had a beautiful and seductive curve, with thin thighs and slender calves, revealing a graceful posture without a single ounce of excess fat. Why are you here again? Mu Peining was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, looking at the documents in her hands, and looked at Gu Junqing with some helplessness. She felt that Gu Junqing was more familiar with entering her room than his own. The stockings, long legs, and uniform, combined with Mu Peining's cold and ascetic face, could only be described as perfect. Mu Peining only dressed like this when she was at home. Yet, did she not realize that dressing like this at home would attract wolves? A smile flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. Having recovered his energy, Gu Junqing did not stand on ceremony. He sat elegantly next to Mu Peining and naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. In any case, there was only one final step left between the two of them. With no one else around, Mu Peining did not have a strong reaction. She let Gu Junking's hand hold her slender waist, which so many others dreamed of possessing. Mu Peining knew that Gu Junqing was not going to be well behaved, as his hand began to wander all over her body the moment he held her. I am handling work matters, I do not have time for you. Mu Peining grabbed Gu Junking's hand and spoke with some helplessness. Big sister Mu, if fifth sister knew about our business, do you think she would support or oppose it? Gu Junqing blew a breath near Mu Peining's ear. Fifth sister does not actually mind these things, as long as you do not play so many tricks, she is actually a very good person. Mu Peining said, while pushing Gu Junking's head away from her shoulder. She then deliberately sat a little further away. If things continued like this, she would have no heart to process the documents. She is worried that we will lose out and fall for your traps, just like when she moved in this time. It is just because she is afraid that you, bad guy, will bully us. Mu Peining glanced at Gu Junqing and said calmly, so that is how it is. No wonder she did not make a sound. Gu Junqing stroked his chin. He had been wondering why Chu Yuchen did not make a sound when he had just grabbed her foot. It turned out that the things she cared about most were her two younger sisters. Should he be a bad guy for once, and use the two sisters to threaten Chu Yuchen into submission? Gu Junqing thought quite wickedly. One could only say that it is difficult for a person to escape their own nature. He was indeed a bad guy by nature. What did you say about not making a sound? Mu Peining tilted her head and asked in confusion. Nothing. Gu Junqing kissed the corner of Mu Peining's bright red lips and answered tenderly. Feeling Gu Junking's actions, Mu Peining's typically calm, composed, and wise expression softened significantly, and her face began to turn a deep shade of crimson. One could only say that emotion is indeed a poison. It can make people lose their heads and even cause their intelligence to drop quite a bit. Chapter 718. Sister Mu, it is late, let us retire for the night. Gu Junqing wrapped his arms around Mu Peining's slender, soft waist, licking her delicate, glistening earlobe as he spoke softly. Stop messing around. If you want to sleep, go sleep somewhere else. Mu Peining found him deeply irritating, her cheeks flushing as she pointed a finger toward the door. I cannot do that, I am afraid of sleeping alone. Gu Junqing caught her hand, placed it against his neck, and then scooped her up into his arms, carrying her toward the large bed as she gasped in surprise. They sat on the large bed. Gu Junqing did not act immediately, and Mu Peining took the opportunity to change into pajamas, allowing them to start chatting. Sister Mu, I still remember the first time I saw you. You were standing in class, elegant and refined, like a fairy, making it impossible for anyone to harbor a single impure thought. Gu Junqing said this with a smile. It was not just to flatter her, but primarily to lower her defenses. Indeed, after hearing his words, even Mu Peining curled the corners of her eyes, clearly pleased by his praise. I never expected that the guy who sat in my class listening to lectures would one day be sitting on my bed talking to me face to face. Mu Peining hummed softly, though the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. She was clearly just teasing him. Then I really must thank Sister Mu for giving me this opportunity. Gu Junqing said in a low voice with a smile. Who gave you an opportunity? You forced it, you bastard. Mu Peining pouted, remembering how Gu Junqing had cornered her in the office and insisted she kiss him under the guise of conducting an experiment. If it were not for that incident, it would not have been so easy to reach our current relationship with Sister Mu. Gu Junqing looked slightly distressed. Their atmosphere grew more relaxed with each passing sentence. Gu Junqing continued to lead the conversation, discussing various interesting topics, and their physical distance grew smaller. His hand slowly climbed onto her soft, white skin, which felt smooth and supple. Even the typically knowledgeable and generous Mu Peining could not help but tense her body. Compared to his forceful attitude last time, his gentle advances tonight were even harder for her to handle. Their lips gradually moved closer, and Mu Peining's gaze began to grow unfocused. Suddenly, one of Mu Peining's slender hands pressed against his chest, and she said with a trembling voice, my period has not ended yet. Sister Mu, your period is already over. Do not forget my reputation as Dr. Gu. Gu Junqing said with a smile. Mu Peining was momentarily at a loss for words. Her initial desire to have him leave was simply because her period had actually ended just then. She had no more excuses. However, she was still unwilling to sleep with him just like that. It would be too much of a loss for her and her sister to fall to him so easily. As Gu Junqing's hand slowly untied the ribbon of her pajamas, Mu Peining stiffened her expression, suppressing the rising shame in her heart. The silk robe slipped open, revealing her snowy, voluptuous body, which resembled fine jade. A fiery look flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. Like a big bad wolf, he pounced on Mu Peining, pinning her to the large bed and covering her soft, contoured body. Meeting her shy gaze, he bit down on the teacher's lips while his large hands began to explore her body. Mu Peining struggled, trying to say something, but with her mouth captured by his, she could not utter a word. Her eyes slowly began to blur. Soon, Gu Junqing was also stripped bare. Mu Peining shyly closed her eyes, not daring to look at him. But a moment later, she realized she was still his teacher. Why should she always be the one under his control? A sudden sense of courage rose in her heart, and she opened her clear, moist eyes to stare at his strong body, while suppressing her shyness. Seeing that she was quietly watching him undress, Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly. A teacher is always a teacher, and even at this moment, he could feel her academic spirit of investigation. It seemed he would be able to explore the depths of Teacher Mu tonight. He intended to compare their depth and length. Bang bang. Just then, the door to Mu Peining's room was knocked, and Chu Yuchen's voice rang out from outside. Peining, are you there? The two entangled on the bed immediately stiffened, quickly separating. A rare look of panic appeared on Mu Peining's face. She quickly snatched up the robe that had fallen to the floor and whispered anxiously to Gu Junqing, "Find a place to hide quickly. Fifth sister is here." Peining, why haven't you come yet? Seeming to hear some movement inside, Chu Yuchen's voice rose in surprise. Coming, I am just getting dressed. Mu Peining sounded uncharacteristically anxious. Chu Yuchen had been furious when she found out about Shi Yushin and Gu Junqing earlier today. If she found out she was having an illicit affair with him under her nose, there was no telling how angry she would be. There is nowhere to hide here. I cannot hide under the bed, as fifth sister will see me the moment she enters. Gu Junqing sighed. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt about seeing Chu Yuchen, especially since their accidental foot-touching at dinner. If she found out he was sneaking into Mu Peining's room, it would be a disaster. Since his clothes were already off and Chu Yuchen was knocking firmly, he clearly did not have time to put them back on. He did not want to be like a man caught with another man's wife, crawling naked out the window after the husband returns. That was too shameful. Mu Peining used her high IQ to come up with a makeshift plan. Hide in the bed and cover yourself with the quilt. Gu Junqing nodded. He knew the quilt would hardly hide him, but even if he were discovered, it would not be a disaster. He thought to himself that if caught, he would just claim he had entered the wrong room and thought it was Shi Yushin's. Mu Peining calmed down for a moment and opened the door a crack. Fifth sister, it is so late. Are you not asleep yet? I came to look for you to talk. It has been a long time since we chatted. Chu Yuchen's exquisite face looked somewhat distracted. She had just washed her feet in her room several times, almost scrubbing the skin raw. Being greeted so enthusiastically by that bastard Gu Junqing on her first day was more than even Chu Yuchen could handle. She just wanted to ask her sister if she had been subjected to any inhumane treatment. Could we do this tomorrow? Mu Peining said with a bitter face. Normally, she would love to talk to Chu Yuchen all night, but Gu Junqing was still inside. If discovered, she would not know how to explain the situation. A man and a woman, disheveled in the same room. It would look suspicious even if they were innocent, and they were certainly not innocent. Can't fifth sister talk to you for a while? Chu Yuchen raised her exquisite willow eyebrows, her tone suspicious. Fine. Mu Peining opened the door, walked back to her large bed, and glanced at the large hump under the covers, her mouth twitching slightly. She quickly climbed onto the bed before Chu Yuchen could see. Gu Junqing had been hiding under the quilt listening to the movement, when suddenly a fragrant, snowy body dove in. He was enveloped by her presence, his nose filled with the scent of Mu Peining. To mask the bulge created by an extra person, Mu Peining leaned against the headboard with her legs raised, creating a large space under the quilt so that Chu Yuchen would not notice an extra person inside. She also stuffed a pillow into the quilt to further reduce suspicion. The method was successful. An absent-minded Chu Yuchen sat on the edge of the bed, back turned to the large bulge, and failed to notice the extra person in the bed. Chu Yuchen sat on the edge of the bed and started chatting about domestic matters with Mu Peining. Peining, when do you think the eldest sister and the others will return? Eldest sister was once as famous as Fairy Zuyu of the Tianyan sect. She challenged her to a duel, but she did not expect that even our talented eldest sister could only fight to a draw. After that, she began to focus on cultivation, and as we grew up, she paid less attention to us. Mu Peining slowly answered. Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was beating wildly with tension. Gu Junqing, breathing in her scent under the covers, raised an eyebrow. Fairy Zuyu. Suantian sect, could it be his master? On second thought, Ji Zuyu was the only option. Gu Junqing was surprised that the eldest of the seven sisters had actually fought his master. However, he had no time to think about it. Mu Peining's silk pajamas were extremely thin. With the two of them in close contact, his body heat radiated onto her, quickly raising the temperature of both their bodies. Gu Junqing was fine as he could control his pores, but Mu Peining lacked that ability. Soon, her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her skin. Her perfect figure was laid bare before Gu Junqing. The scent of hormones filled the air, and the atmosphere was enchanting. Gu Junqing's eyes grew hot as he wanted to take a bite of her snowy, tender flesh. He prayed that Chu Yuchen would leave quickly so he could take a bite. Yes, I have not seen eldest sister in a long time. I miss her. Let us stop thinking about that and talk about you living with Gu Junqing recently. Chu Yuchen shook her head with a sigh, then looked at Mu Peining's face. However, the fine beads of sweat covering Mu Peining's forehead caught her attention. Chu Yuchen stood up, picked up the air conditioner remote, turned the temperature down, and looked at Mu Peining with blame. Why are you covering yourself with a quilt when it is so hot? It is fine, fifth sister, please continue. Mu Peining smiled stiffly. She squeezed her legs against Gu Junqing, signaling him to hold his breath and stop exhaling. But then, she felt something slippery and moist lick the inside of her thigh. She felt goosebumps across her entire body, and a flush immediately covered her beautiful face. Chapter 719. Mu Peining's gaze grew hazy, but Chu Yuchen was lost in her own thoughts, and did not notice. I have a question. Has Gu Junqing ever taken advantage of you? Chu Yuchen asked slowly after a moment of hesitation. He was no longer just taking advantage of her, he had practically devoured her. Mu Peining smiled bitterly to herself. What is it, fifth sister? Did he touch you inappropriately? Mu Peining asked, sweat beading on her forehead as her breathing grew ragged. She wished she could strangle that bastard Gu Junqing with her legs. Even now, he was still bullying her. But just now at the dining table Chu Yuchen hesitated. She did not know how to bring it up. Was she supposed to say that Gu Junqing had molested her foot? Gu Junqing, hiding under the covers, felt a jolt of alarm. Was Chu Yechen actually planning to reveal what happened in the dining room? If she did, his cover would be blown. Even if Mu Peining loved him, she would not let him go if she heard he had molested her sister. He knew well the depth of the bond between these sisters. Mu Peining was also startled. Had fifth sister seen Gu Junqing touching her? That explained why fifth sister was asking if Gu Junqing would touch her inappropriately. Cough, fifth sister, it was not intentional, Mu Peining said quickly. Not intentional? Wait, do you know what I am talking about? Chu Yechen raised her head in surprise. Had Mu Peining seen Gu Junqing do something bad with her foot? I know, Mu Peining replied, feeling puzzled. Gu Junqing had grabbed her foot, so how could she not know? If you knew, why did you not stop him? Chu Yechen glared at her clever sixth sister. If Mu Peining had stopped him, she could have rejected him firmly at the time. She had been worried about her sixth and seventh sisters seeing Gu Junqing molest her. She knew how deeply her seventh sister felt for Gu Junqing. Even so, if Shi Yushin knew he had molested her sister, she would certainly break up with him. She did not want to hurt Shi Yushin. She just had not expected her sixth sister to see it and do nothing to stop him. Fifth sister had indeed seen Gu Junqing flirting with her foot. Mu Peining felt anxious. Seventh sister often plays with him when they are together. Gu Junqing even came to apologize to me just now, saying he thought that foot was seventh sister's, Mu Peining said, attempting to resolve the misunderstanding so her sister would leave. Apologize to you? Should he not be apologizing to me? Chu Yechen wondered, though she assumed he was too embarrassed to face her directly. Gu Junqing, who had been worried about being exposed, almost laughed out loud. At the time, he had been flirting with Mu Peining's foot, but when he got heated and tried to flirt with Shi Yushin's foot, he had grabbed Chu Yechen's instead. Both sisters thought only they had been molested. This had caused them to be completely out of sync. Mu Peining thought Chu Yechen had seen him flirting with her foot. Chu Yechen thought the opposite. They were too clever for their own good, assuming the other knew what they meant, so they never explicitly stated their cases. They had perfectly misunderstood each other. Don't worry, fifth sister. Although Gu Junqing can be a smooth talker, his character is trustworthy, Mu Peining promised, wanting to dispel Chu Yechen's concerns so she would leave. She mentally retorted that since he had no character, his character was indeed reliably non-existent. So that is how it is, Chu Yechen murmured, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She was usually decisive, but when it came to Gu Junqing, she was incredibly hesitant. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to talk to Gu Junqing properly next time. Whether it was a misunderstanding or intentional, she could not let it slide so easily. However, she did not want to drag her sister into it. Fifth, sister, is there anything else? Mu Peining asked, her body itching and stimulated. She panted softly, forced to endure the intense friction of their bodies pressed together, hoping Chu Yechen would not notice. There is nothing else. But you look very hot. You are not running a fever, are you? I already turned the air conditioning down, Chu Yechen said, looking confused at the beads of sweat on Mu Peining's forehead and her flushed face. I am just sleepy, Mu Peining said with a forced smile. She even opened her mouth to fake a yawn, but a soft, seductive moan escaped her throat. So you are missing a man. Chu Yechen's expression became meaningful, and her lips curled into a beautiful arc. Once they had cleared the air, Chu Yechen stopped dwelling on Gu Junqing. Naturally, she wanted to tease her sister. In the outside world, she was a decisive and composed CEO. Here, with Mu Peining, she was just an older sister who loved to tease. Fifth sister, I am not. Mu Peining cried out in her heart, feeling a mix of frustration and anger, wishing she could kill the scoundrel currently licking her. Her sensitive inner thigh had suddenly been licked by Gu Junqing again, which was why she could not suppress the moan in her throat. You are 25, not young anymore. You really should find a man to comfort your heart, Chu Yechen chuckled. Fifth sister, Mu Peining said, feeling shy and angry. There was still someone else in the room. That man was going to hear everything. Why are you angry? I will not disturb you anymore. I understand, Chu Yechen teased with a wink and walked away gracefully. Once she returned to her room and lay on her bed, she let out a long sigh. Mu Peining was 25, and she was a year or two older, pushing 30. 30 is often called the age of the tigress. How could she have no desires at all? It was just that no man had caught her eye. She found most men repulsive at a single glance. Currently, the only man she respected was Gu Junqing. Leaving aside his character, his appearance was top tier. Those handsome, exquisitely carved features made even her feel a twinge of jealousy. His temperament was like that of an ancient gentleman. A single smile seemed to part the clouds and let the sun shine through, gentle and self-assured. Although she knew his gentlemanly air was just a facade, it was impossible to feel any aversion toward him. His abilities were also extraordinary. Combined with the image of him often painted by Mu Peining and Shi Yushin, she had developed a faint affection for him. Perhaps this was the psychic connection and shared aesthetic between sisters. It was just like how a sister-in-law often falls for her brother-in-law because she shares her sister's tastes. Chu Yechen's physical desires had been building up without a proper outlet. The incident at the restaurant and Gu Junqing's behavior had hit her with tremendous force. She had not firmly refused him for two reasons. The first was her concern for her sister's feelings. The second was that the moment he touched her, her long-repressed desires had erupted like a landslide, impossible to stop. It was as if a dam had been breached by Gu Junqing. The river of desire had poured out. Her whole body had grown hot and her limbs had turned soft, making it impossible to utter a word of refusal. As the saying goes, it is better to guide the water than to block it. The CEO, who never knew how to release her tension, had finally been tested by a sufficiently excellent man. The more Chu Yuchen thought about the soul deep heat on her foot, the hazier her eyes became. It was as if Gu Junqing were standing in front of her, embracing her. Her perfect, jade-like hands slowly traced over her own snake-like body. Her appearance was charming and seductive. After Chu Yuchen left, Mu Peining let out a sigh of relief and kicked the scoundrel still clinging to her feet. Do you know how close you came to being discovered by Fifth Sister? Mu Peining said irritably. I know, Gu Junqing blinked, looking innocent. You knew, yet you still messed around? Can you not be quiet for a single moment? Mu Peining laughed out of pure frustration at his attitude. Rest assured, Fifth Sister will not find out. I am very careful, Gu Junqing said with a soft laugh. You might be careful, but did you think about me? Mu Peining held her smooth forehead, feeling helpless. The worst part was that Chu Yuchen misunderstood and thought she was longing for a man. Although Chu Yuchen would not tell outsiders, knowing her sister, she would definitely mention it to the other sisters later. You cannot blame me. Who told you to be so fragrant and tender? It makes one want to take a bite, Gu Junqing said with a laugh, deliberately feigning a look of lust. He knew women liked it when the men they loved were obsessed with their bodies. If a man no longer craved his woman, their relationship was practically over. A man only becomes serious when he is dead, so it was easy to see what it meant if he had no interest before that. As Gu Junqing expected, Mu Peining only snorted, and was not as angry as before. She had clearly been pleased by his words. Then, Mu sister, let us continue with what we were doing, Gu Junqing said. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and pounced on Mu Peining on the couch. He ran his hands through her hair, bit her earlobe, and whispered tenderly, his voice full of temptation. Chapter 720. Mu Peining wanted to refuse, but the pity in Gu Junqing's eyes forced her to swallow her words. She felt helpless and could not bring herself to turn him away. Seeing her expression soften, Gu Junqing began to explore her warm, firm body with his hands. The sensation of her soft, smooth skin set their nerves on fire. Mu Peining's stiff body melted under his touch, showcasing her feminine grace. Her head tilted back, brows knit, while delicate breaths escaped her red lips. Lying on the bed, she looked like a lotus flower emerging from water, breathtakingly beautiful, like a painting come to life. Gu Junqing unfastened her silk nightgown, tossing it aside. Mu Peining shyly pressed her long, shapely legs together, her toes curling in embarrassment. Gu Junqing inwardly marveled at her beauty. Every one of these older sister-type heroines was not only exceptionally talented, but also stunningly gorgeous. She was the dream lover of countless men. Watching Mu Peining, Huaqing University's most beautiful professor, in such a dazed state, Gu Junqing felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It was especially gratifying knowing she was the white moonlight for two other male leads. She was the woman they were willing to debase themselves to win. Stop teasing me, Mu Peining gasped. Her breathing was fractured like a broken spur, her brows trembling. Her snow-white arms reached up to wrap around Gu Junqing's neck. She shyly averted her gaze, not wanting him to see her face. She knew all too well how dazed and flushed she must look. Gu Junqing chuckled. He was only trying to make things easier for her later. But since the beauty had invited him, he did not hesitate, pulling the quilt back over them. Her delicate, round feet poked out from the end of the bed, toes curled in tension. Suddenly, a sobbing, mournful cry echoed throughout the luxurious room. Her toes immediately relaxed, then disappeared back under the quilt. Soon, the creaking of the luxurious bed filled the air. Sister Mu, should we conduct another experiment to study the limits of the human body? Gu Junqing teased. Like, seeing how far your legs can reach toward your shoulders? Get lost, she snapped. On the other side of the city, Chen looked happily at the text message on his phone. He had just tried to withdraw the money he had accumulated in his system over the past few days. The confirmation of the transfer arrived shortly after. With this money, I have enough for the down payment on a big villa, Chen thought happily. Then I can bring my mother here to live with me. His predecessor had grown up in an orphanage. If his mother had not taken him out and frequently sent him allowance money, he would not be where he was today. Unfortunately, his predecessor had not seen this mother figure many times. In his memories, her face was extremely blurry. He only knew that she was incredibly beautiful. Still, he could feel his predecessor's gratitude toward her, so he wanted to repay her. Right, and teacher Mu. I will invite her to see my villa. She will definitely be shocked, Chen mused. The thought of Mu Peining made his heart burn with desire. Since transmigrating, his two main goals were to get ahead and to marry Mu Peining. Her stunning beauty and graceful figure intoxicated him, while her vast knowledge and poised demeanor drew him in even further. For Mu Peining, he was even willing to offend Tianyan, the original protagonist of this book. That was the only reason he chose to cooperate with Gu Junqing. I can also have Gu Junqing visit to show off my strength. That way, he might believe I have powerful backers. A series of calculations flashed in Chen's eyes. He was just bluffing to Gu Junqing, pretending to have massive influence behind him. Otherwise, he would not even qualify to work with the man. If he could leverage Gu Junqing's power effectively, he might surpass Dao Tianyan. After all, he was in the light, while Dao Tianyan was in the dark. He would let Gu Junqing and Dao Tianyan fight to the death and take each other out. Perhaps then, he could even get a chance with the other heroines, like Shiyushin. Just as Chen was envisioning his future, a sudden pain pierced his heart. It felt as if something was slipping away, an ethereal yet palpable sensation. It was as if the world's favor toward him had suddenly diminished. Chen broke into a cold sweat and screamed, no. He did not even know why he was screaming. It took him a long time to recover. Unable to find the cause, he attributed it to lingering consciousness from his predecessor. He had no idea that Mu Peining, the teacher he loved and vowed to marry, was currently lying next to another man. On the other side, Tianyan experienced the exact same thing. His mind suddenly trembled. However, being a man of great destiny, the feeling of his fortune slipping away was not very strong. Instead, it was more of an agonizing heartache. It felt as if something that belonged to him had been possessed by someone else. Panic set in, followed by even deeper pain. Tianyan shook his head in confusion, having no idea what this feeling was. The sensation came and went quickly, so he did not dwell on it. He had other things to attend to. Azura King? It's nothing. Continue, Tianyan said. He was wearing a strange, ugly mask that looked like the Azura from mythology. With its green face, fangs, and blood-red eyes, an aura of killing intent surrounded him. Why does the Azura King want to investigate Junqing? Asked the man in front of him. He was also wearing a Azura mask, though the colors were less vibrant than Tianyan's. He was a member of the Azura Society, dispatched by Tianyan to handle matters in the Xia Kingdom. Members of the Azura Society generally did not know each other's identities, relying almost entirely on the specific design of their masks. When he saw Tianyan, he immediately recognized his status. You do not need to worry about that. Just tell me everything you know, Tianyan said flatly. He is the eldest grandson of the Gu family in Luodu, and the maternal grandson of the Xia family in the capital, the subordinate said earnestly. The Gu family is manageable, but the Xia family's power stands at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, the elders of the Xia family seem to adore him. So, King, please think carefully if you intend to deal with him. Don't worry about my affairs. Just answer my question. Have you uncovered any dirt on him recently? Like bullying the elderly, forcing women, or oppressing the locals? Tianyan asked coldly. He was feeling agitated. He felt a sense of unreality regarding Junqing's outward gentleness, as if the Junqing he saw was not the real one. Bullying the elderly? The subordinate blinked, shaking his head hesitantly. His reputation in Luodu is quite good. I haven't found any concrete dirt, only some rumors that seem fabricated by others. Keep investigating. Find me something real. Send more people, and don't worry about the cost. I will give a reward of 1 million to whoever finds even a shred of dirt on him, Tianyan said, his eyes darkening. With the special mask on his face, he looked utterly menacing. It had been so long, and they still had not found anything. What was the point of him keeping all these people? Understood. By the way, are you sure that Chen is just a simple teacher? Tianyan asked calmly. Yes. His background is clean, with no signs of anything hidden. He is indeed just a teacher, the subordinate nodded. Fine, you may leave, Tianyan said, closing his eyes. The subordinate hurriedly nodded and retreated, knowing the terrifying nature of the Azura King before him, and daring not to disobey. Left alone in the quiet room, Tianyan muttered to himself, Junqing, you snatched my seventh sister. I will never let you get away with this. Chapter 721. The sky was beginning to show faint traces of light, though most of it remained shrouded in gray. Junqing's villa sat in a quiet corner of Luodu, appearing peaceful at first glance. If one listened closely, however, a series of suppressed, alluring sounds could be heard coming from one of the rooms. Mu Peining's voice had grown hoarse. She felt wave after wave of pleasure coursing through her body, yet she dared not cry out. Her position made such outbursts impossible. While deeply moved, she could not let go of her inherent reserve. Moreover, she was terrified that her sister next door might hear her. She had clearly heard the sounds during Xiuxin's encounters with Junqing. This version of Mu Peining provided Junqing with immense satisfaction, fueling his sense of achievement. He gently stroked her smooth, fair back before moving his hand to support her slender waist. After all, one had to keep a firm grip on the wheel while driving. He immediately began the next round of his conquest. Before long, Mu Peining was bathed in sweat, her cheeks flushed and her gaze unfocused. She felt like a small boat tossed in the midst of a violent storm. The storm showed no signs of stopping throughout the night. Teacher Mu, let's change positions. Your student would like to try something new, Junqing whispered, leaning over her shoulder to lick her earlobe with a grin. Mu Peining stammered, her face a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She was the teacher, yet tonight she had been tossed about by this scoundrel. Silence means you agree, Sister Mu, Junqing murmured, his mouth still teasing her earlobe. He gripped her shoulders and flipped her over, causing Mu Peining to cry out in surprise. She wrapped herself around him like an octopus, her smooth arms clinging to his neck, while her head rested on his shoulder. Don't, she whispered, her voice filled with pleading. Her stamina was impressive, yet she had been reduced to a state of helpless defeat by the man behind her. If anyone ever claimed that men were the ones who lost out in these encounters, she would fight them on it. Mu Peining had read about it, but the science seemed detached from reality. Was experimentation the only criterion for truth after all? She wondered this, right before her consciousness faded away once more. Moments later, her mind was beyond logical thought. She parted her lips, letting out soft, delicate moans like a white swan. Throughout the night, Junqing remained in the heat of battle, yet he felt no fatigue. A current of heat swirled within him, the Yellow Emperor's classic operating at high speed as it absorbed the energy from Mu Peining's body. Combined with his devouring demon arts, Even Mu Peining's heroine luck was being drained. Of course, her body received his energy in return, making her more delicate and refining her physique. It was a form of evolutionary leap. Eventually, Mu Peining succumbed to the exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Her stamina was far better than Xiao Shan's, and she had lasted much longer. However, compared to Gu Junqing, she still fell short. After all, Gu Junqing was no longer the empty vessel he once was. Since she held back due to her status, there were many positions left to unlock, which Gu Junqing found slightly regrettable. But this wasn't a one-time deal. He could unlock them later. A horse that had been ridden once was no longer as difficult to mount as it was the first time. Gu Junqing closed his eyes to feel the rich, solidified energy within him. A profound look appeared in his eyes. His strength had initially been inferior to Dao Tianyan's, and even with his master-level combat experience, he could only manage a draw. After all, Dao Tianyan also possessed master-level combat experience. But now, after possessing Mu Peining, his combat rating had surpassed Dao Tianyan's. Victory might be easy, but killing him was still a distant goal. He still needed to wear down his luck. Having made up his mind, Gu Junqing pulled Mu Peining into his arms and fell asleep, extremely satisfied. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, and the room seemed to linger with the scent of intimacy. Gu Junqing opened his eyes. Mu Peining lay curled beside him like a docile cat, a flush of lingering pleasure still coloring her face. She looked stunning. Teacher Mu, class time has arrived. It is time to wake up, Gu Junqing said, watching Mu Peining, who was usually shrewd, cold, and in control. In this state brought him a sense of pride. The saying that love lowers one's intelligence was indeed true. Help me ask for leave, Mu Peining muttered, lost in her dreams. She was always diligent, even though she knew her position was temporary. She had never asked for leave before. You said it yourself, Gu Junqing replied with a smirk. Mu Peining swiped at the air as if shooing away a fly. She rolled over, wrapped herself in the blanket, and drifted back to sleep. Since she had asked him to handle the leave, he would do so. Gu Junqing picked up her phone and searched through her contacts. He found the number quickly. With a mysterious smile, he dialed the number. The phone was answered on the first ring. Teacher Mu, calling me so early in the morning? Is there anything you need? As long as you say it, I will do it for you, the man on the other end said with excitement. It was the male protagonist, Chen. He had been eating breakfast when the ringtone, a special one he had set for Mu Peining, sounded. He immediately answered, afraid she would hang up. Could she want to chat with him? He felt elated, believing she must have some affection for him. Is this Teacher Su? Teacher Mu wants to ask for leave today, so she asked me to call you for her. A man's voice came from the other side. Chen was stunned. He pulled the phone away from his ear, wondering if he had dialed the wrong number. But the contact name was indeed the one Mu Peining had given him. His mind went blank. Who are you? Chen roared. Can you not recognize my voice, Teacher Su? Gu Junqing asked gently, an evil smile flashing across his face before disappearing. Student Gu? Chen's face darkened as he recognized the voice. Did this mysterious man, Gu Junqing, not only target Xiao Shan but also have designs on Mu Peining? If Mu Peining was taken by Gu Junqing, then his partnership with him was pointless. Yes, Gu Junqing replied. Chen grew anxious. Why do you have Teacher Mu's phone? Why does she need leave? Where are you right now? Teacher Su, please calm down. Can we take one question at a time? Gu Junqing's tone was relaxed. He sounded like a man enjoying a cigarette after a bout of passion, which made Chen even more furious. Fine, tell me, why do you have her phone? I don't know how to answer that, other than to say I didn't steal it. Ding. Host caused the male protagonist Chen to suffer mental damage, rewarding host with 5,000 villain points. Why does she need leave? Chen asked, dread pooling in his gut. Because I just finished exercising with her, and Teacher Mu is exhausted, so she decided to take some leave. Gu Junqing, you actually dared to touch Mu Peining. Aren't you afraid of Dao Tianyan? Chen shouted. Thinking of his goddess colleague being slept with by a mere student made him spiral. Ding. Host caused the male protagonist Chen to have a mental breakdown, rewarding host with 10,000 villain points. Touch. What do you mean? We just went for a morning run. Did you get the wrong idea, Teacher Su? Gu Junqing asked, sounding puzzled. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then why does she need leave? Because Teacher Mu is injured. If you don't believe me, listen. Don't mess around. It hurts, Mu Peining murmured in a soft, alluring tone. Chen believed him instantly. After all, the cold and reserved Mu Peining would never make such a sound unless she was truly injured. I see, Chen said, relieved. Then you must take good care of Teacher Mu, do you understand? Remember to apply medicine to her wounds. I will help her handle the leave. Forget it, I'll take care of your leave too. Just stay by Teacher Mu's side and take care of her, you hear me? Chen acted the part of a warm man, giving instructions in a deep voice. Mu Peining was listening right there, so he had to perform well. As for why they were running together, he found a perfect reason. Since Gu Junqing was Xiao Shan's boyfriend, and Xiao Shan and Mu Peining were as close as sisters, it made sense. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will certainly take good care of Teacher Mu, Gu Junqing replied, his voice slightly awed. Chen finally set his mind at ease. Chapter 722. Gu Junqing hung up the phone with a strange expression. It was the first time he had ever heard of a protagonist asking the villain to take good care of his heroine. What could he do? Naturally, he had to fulfill Chen's wish. He decided that today he would properly pamper the heroines, or else it would be an insult to Chen's good intentions. However, it seemed Mu Peining could not take it anymore. Gu Junqing amusedly pressed his palm against Mu Peining's curves. His fingers felt as if they were sinking into something soft, pale, and milky, with a texture as smooth as fine jade. The saying that women are made of water was truly correct. However, no matter how much Gu Junqing poked her, Mu Peining showed no reaction. When she was annoyed, she simply swatted his hand away. Clearly, she was too exhausted to even move. With a hint of regret, Gu Junqing covered Mu Peining with the blanket before sneaking over to Shi Yushin's room. "Why did you come in?" Shi Yushin was already wearing a form-fitting white dress. The hem fluttered, highlighting her slender waist and elegant figure, while her skin remained fair and tender. Beneath the dress, a pair of white silk stockings outlined her long, straight legs. Every movement was filled with a graceful, spirited beauty. Gu Junqing did not answer. He stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around Shi Yushin's waist and pulling her into his embrace, breathing in the scent of her hair. Even though much had happened between them, this intimate contact still made Shi Yushin shy. She pushed against him, but when she could not move him, she spoke helplessly. "Stop it. We will get caught by my sister in the morning." "Don't worry, it is fine. Your sister has already been defeated." Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. Looking at how limp Mu Peining was, she definitely had no energy left to care about Shi Yushin. "Hey, stop groping around there." Shi Yushin had thought Gu Junqing just wanted a moment of intimacy. She had not expected his hand to creep toward her collar again. She hurriedly dodged his advances, caught between laughter and tears. "We have class soon. If the sixth sister finds out we were both staying with her and still arrived late, she will scold us." "You actually care about being late for class? Is this really the same little Yushin who has been late every day lately?" Gu Junqing looked slightly surprised. "You idiot, isn't it all your fault?" Shi Yushin gritted her teeth, itching to bite his fair neck. If Gu Junqing was not so vigorous like a wild bull every day, she would not be late all the time. She barely managed to control that tempting urge. After all, while Gu Junqing's skin looked fair and delicate, it was incredibly tough. She could barely cause him any pain. Instead, it only gave him a pleasant sensation, making him enjoy it more. Then he would use all sorts of methods to punish her. Having suffered enough, Shi Yushin naturally would not do that again. "Don't worry, I asked for leave for you. I won't let big sister Mu get angry." Gu Junqing chuckled, patting Shi Yushin's head. He had also just sent a message to Chen, asking him to help request leave for Shi Yushin as well. The reason for the leave, of course, was to take care of Mu Peining. Chen, eager to impress Mu Peining, had readily agreed without hesitation. "You actually took leave for me just for this?" Shi Yushin's watery eyes widened as she looked at Gu Junqing in disbelief. "What does that matter?" Gu Junqing said dismissively. "If my sister finds out, she will definitely spank me." Shi Yushin said with a crying face. "Don't worry, I promise to get you back." Gu Junqing's lips curled slightly. Recalling last night's experience, he licked his dry lips. "You will get me back?" Shi Yushin rolled her eyes, clearly not believing him. "You don't believe me?" Gu Junqing leaned down and whispered a secret into Shi Yushin's ear. "What? You actually succeeded?" Shi Yushin was stunned, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. "I will tell you the details later." While the extremely shocked Shi Yushin wanted to ask more, Gu Junqing lifted her up and tossed her onto the bed. He leaned down, indulgently tasting her fragrant, sweet lips while his hands roamed over the young girl's body. Before long, a captivating flush rose on Shi Yushin's face as she began to clumsily respond to her lover's affection. Even though she had been with Gu Junqing many times, her body remained like that of a pure maiden, tight, fair, and resilient. Gu Junqing found her absolutely irresistible. Having just finished enjoying the sister, he was now enjoying the service of the younger sister. It must be said, Gu Junqing's life was becoming more and more delightful. Yawn. Chu Yuchen stretched, wearing a silk pajama, and walked out of the room. Clearly, she had not slept well last night. She had not expected that on her first night in Gu Junqing's room, she would end up secretly soothing herself. It was all that dog of a man, Gu Junqing, for using her feet to do bad things. "Have they gotten up and gone to school yet?" Chu Yuchen first walked to Mu Peining's room next door, turned the knob, and went inside. "What is this smell?" Once inside, Chu Yuchen wrinkled her delicate nose, catching the faint scent that had not completely dissipated after Gu Junqing and Mu Peining's battle. It was the scent of life. However, since it was not very strong, she did not pay it much mind. "Still sleeping?" Chu Yuchen looked at the bump under the blanket in surprise. She found it unbelievable. Mu Peining had always been extremely disciplined. When they were studying, she was almost like a robot, always getting up right on time. But now, it was clearly time for class, yet she did not expect Mu Peining to still be asleep. Could it be that Peining did something at night too? Chu Yuchen stroked her smooth chin, thinking of something, and chuckled to herself. Chu Yuchen walked up and found Mu Peining still sleeping soundly, wrapped in her blanket without any reaction, revealing only a face as pale and white as snow. The peaceful sleeping expression stirred a touch of tenderness in Chu Yuchen. The sixth sister always acted as if she had everything under control. Even she rarely saw Mu Peining like this. Chu Yuchen watched for a few moments, then without disturbing her sleep, closed the door to let her continue resting. If she had pulled back the blanket, she would have certainly discovered Mu Peining's tender, fair body covered in little red marks. Unfortunately, she failed to discover in time that her younger sister had already been ravished by that bastard. "Peining is sleeping, so what about Yushin?" Chu Yuchen walked to Shi Yushin's door, intending to open it and take a look. But before she could, she faintly heard the sound of collision from inside. Curious, she immediately pressed her ear against the door, but the fragments of words and noises from within immediately froze her in place. This bastard. Bullying Yushin in broad daylight. Does he think Mu Peining and I are dead? Chu Yuchen thought, her cheeks flushing red. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yuchen chose not to enter Shi Yushin's room, instead turning around silently, and returning to her own room. Chu Yuchen returned to her room in a bit of a daze. Although Shi Yushin was usually irresponsible, careless, and full of bouncing energy, she had emitted such sweet, coquettish sounds in that situation. To others Shi Yushin was always a little devil, but she doubted those sweet, delicate sounds came from her own sister's mouth. Just by hearing the sounds inside, she already imagined the scene of Gu Junqing pinning down Shi Yushin and bullying her. It was like a big bad wolf devouring her little white rabbit of a sister. But she could not really blame him for anything. Shi Yushin's reaction showed that she was completely willing and immersed in it. What a horny bastard, doing that kind of thing in broad daylight. Chu Yuchen spat under her breath, cursing Gu Junqing in her heart. And there was last night too. After hearing Mu Peining's explanation, she thought about it and felt Gu Junqing did not intentionally use her feet for bad things. After all, she did not think Gu Junqing would really dare to use her feet for that. Even after thinking that, Chu Yuchen continued to condemn Gu Junqing in her heart. She let out a long, quiet sigh. She began to wonder if moving in here had been a wise choice. If she had to encounter this kind of thing every day, she would rather move out. Chapter 723. Gu Junqing walked out of Shi Yushin's room feeling refreshed. Breakfast had been absolutely perfect. He had just tasted the older sister, and then the younger sister. Each of them had their own unique charm and flavor. The delightful experience was something only he could fully savor. He adjusted his clothes, a gentle smile remaining on his face. Morning, Sister Chu. He caught sight of Chu Yuchen eating alone with her elegant posture, and felt a twinge of guilt, but he approached her to say hello regardless. Chu Yuchen glanced at him with clear, generous eyes before turning her head away with a cold expression, as if she had just seen something filthy. Gu Junqing coughed lightly. So this was the look people often described as staring at trash. However, given Chu Yuchen's beauty, this reaction was not off-putting at all. In fact, it only added a unique, captivating charm to her demeanor. Gu Junqing sat gracefully across from her to begin his meal. The only sound at the table was the clinking of knives and forks against the plates, and an indescribable atmosphere settled between them. Sister Chu, what happened last night was a misunderstanding. Please stop being angry. Gu Junqing spoke with sincere conviction. Truth be told, his actions yesterday were rash. Chu Yuchen's affection levels were not high enough yet, and making impulsive moves so early was a surefire way to drive her away. A misunderstanding? Chu Yuchen parted her red lips and offered a cold laugh. Isn't it just that? During dinner yesterday, Yushin kept provoking me. I lost my temper and wanted to retaliate, but I ended up approaching the wrong person. He had been hiding under Mu Peining's quilt the previous night, and since she had helped explain things for him, he naturally used that as an excuse. Then, after Yushin and the others finished and left, you knew you had made a mistake. Why did you keep going? Chu Yuchen recalled the events of yesterday, with a tone of mockery. It was too uncomfortable to stop halfway through. Since I had already crossed the line, I had no choice but to see it through. Gu Junqing raised his head and blinked, feigning a shameless sense of righteousness. Chu Yuchen's chest heaved violently at his words, clearly infuriated by his attitude. She rarely lost her temper in daily life, but she had been here for only 2 days and Gu Junqing had already agitated her significantly. You bastard, aren't you afraid that I will tell the eldest sister and the others about this? If the sisters find out, even if Yushin is close to you, she will choose to listen to them instead. Chu Yuchen gritted her teeth, glaring at him with bitter resentment. Never in her life had a man dared to touch her. Even worse, he had used her own feet for those vile acts, leaving them covered in his corrupting touch. Her pure, unsullied body had been tainted by this scoundrel, Gu Junqing. Of course I am not afraid. In fact, I hope you invite all the other sisters to come and live here too. Gu Junqing wore a standard, beaming smile, revealing his white teeth and appearing entirely harmless. He had no intention of hiding his true nature from a cunning person like Chu Yuchen. He could pretend to share the same ambitions and righteous crusade against crime for the young heroine, Shi Yushin. He could leverage teacher Mu Peining's natural sense of compassion to win her over. Even the subsequent forceful approach he had planned for Mu Peining was already calculated. But Chu Yuchen was different. She had spent years navigating the corporate world, and had seen every type of person imaginable. The business world was defined by deceit and hidden daggers. One constantly had to analyze everything others said. That was why Gu Junqing had no intention of acting around her. He told her directly about his interest in all of them. Regardless, she would not have believed him even if he had put on an act. In your dreams. Chu Yuchen rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Looking at him like this, how could she not know what he was plotting? Given the beauty of her sisters, she did not believe for a second that any man could truly remain unmoved. Gu Junqing had quietly enticed her 2 younger sisters into this house. No matter how righteous he pretended to be, how could he not have designs on possessing them all? Rationally speaking, Chu Yuchen understood exactly how men's minds worked. Based on his behavior over the last 2 days, she felt she had thoroughly seen through him. Human nature is greedy and selfish. Whether it is Yushin, teacher Mu, or you, sister Chu, you are all ethereal beauties. Possessing just one of you would be enough to make any outsider envious. But if I claimed that I did not have the selfish desire to possess you all, Sister Chu, you would not believe me either. Gu Junqing smiled slightly and spoke with sincerity. This personality felt remarkably similar to the one predicted for them in their master's prophecy. Chu Yuchen thought to herself with a gloomy heart. 7 sisters sharing one husband was an outrageous concept. Even if the values of this world were not exactly like those of Gu Junqing's previous life, it was still an unbelievable thing to utter out loud. Furthermore, they were all exceptionally talented women in their respective fields. Throughout their lives, they had received the admiration of countless men. Yet, not a single one had ever truly won their hearts. How could a man possibly be capable of making all 7 of them fall in love with him? She found it impossible to imagine a man in this world who could make them all fall in love simultaneously. Of course, that was before she had met Gu Junqing. Fine, let's consider this as the favor I owed you being paid off. Chu Yuchen's eyes remained downcast, and she decided to let this incident pass for now. There were 2 primary reasons why she was so furious with him. First, her pure body had been stained by Gu Junqing. Second, he had managed to easily trigger the long-buried desires within her. Whether it was last night or this morning, he had broken through her formidable self-control with alarming ease. It filled her with nothing but frustration. She was just glad that she was the only one who knew about this, otherwise, she would never hear the end of the embarrassment. It seems I really am lacking a man, Chu Yuchen muttered to herself in her heart. Chapter 724. Gu Junqing was practically one of the family now, so Chu Yuchen didn't intend to keep dwelling on the incident with her feet. As long as Gu Junqing and she Yushin avoided a repeat of this morning's events, she felt she could continue living here. What do you plan to do in the future? After finishing her meal, Chu Yuchen elegantly wiped her lips with a napkin and changed the subject. This was the first time the 2 of them had spent time alone, and she wanted to understand Gu Junqing better. Although she knew he wasn't as straight-laced as he appeared on the surface, she still needed to grasp other aspects of his personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't be comfortable with Shi Yushin and Mu Peining spending their days with this wolf in sheep's clothing. What do I plan to do? Gu Junqing looked surprised. Few people ever asked him that. After all, he had practically been born into top-tier families like the Gu and Xie clans. To others, his future seemed already set in stone. I have investigated your background. Both your father's and mother's families are powerful, but their paths are different. Which one do you intend to inherit? Chu Yuchen asked bluntly, without avoidance. Since Gu Junqing had spoken honestly with her, she didn't want to beat around the bush. The Gu and Xie families were on 2 completely different trajectories. The Gu family focused on commerce and held a monopoly in Luodu. No other family could contend with them in that sector. Based on their current growth trajectory, they might soon have no rivals in the business world across the entire country. However, the Xie family was different. That was a family perched at the pinnacle of political power. It was a vortex of power, filled with complex and treacherous exchanges, where a single misstep could lead to complete ruin. Only by standing high enough could one see the dangers involved. The Xie family was not without enemies. She was somewhat worried about her younger sister being with Gu Junqing. Are you worried about this, Sister Chu? Gu Junqing asked, unable to help but laugh. He wasn't surprised that Chu Yuchen had investigated him. In this information age, researching someone's life history was too easy. Only he knew how much of that information was accurate and how much was erroneous. A sister's love for her younger sibling is profound and far-reaching, Chu Yuchen said calmly. Don't worry, Sister Chu. You have absolutely no need to worry. Gu Junqing's eyes deepened as he spoke with a faint smile. Strength was the key to deciding everything. Apart from stealing the protagonist's heroines, his high-level strength was his ultimate support when dealing with them. Furthermore, once his various plans were completed, the tech sector would pose no threat to him. The entire planet would crawl at his feet. However, he couldn't explain this clearly to Chu Yuchen. Suit yourself, Chu Yuchen nodded. The 2 began to chat, moving from finance to international affairs. They discussed everything under the sun, and with every topic, Chu Yuchen was secretly surprised by Gu Junqing's breadth of knowledge. No wonder Peining said he is a genius, Chu Yuchen thought with surprise. Gu Junqing was not even 20 years old yet, so she hadn't expected him to possess such a rich knowledge system. Even she benefited greatly from many of Gu Junqing's insights. Throughout their conversation, they gained a deeper understanding of one another. Gu Junqing was also quite impressed by Chu Yuchen's personal history. During her university years, she had started her own business, balancing investment ventures with her studies. At the age of 20, she had obtained angel investment to establish Chenyu. A few years later, at 23, her assets exceeded 10 billion, and by 25, she cracked the top wealth list, being elected as the premier female entrepreneur in the Xia Kingdom. Her talent in investments, stocks, and corporate management was astonishing. In just a few short years, her assets had multiplied hundreds of times over. Gu Junqing was filled with admiration. These 7 sister-obsessed female protagonists were each the elite of the elite. They not only possessed stunning beauty, but also lacked nothing in terms of capability. He already found Mu Peining, a professor and academician in her early 20s, to be outrageous. But Chu Yuchen, the 20-something top female entrepreneur of the Xia Kingdom, was just as unbelievable. It was no wonder that Mu Peining and Shi Yushin hadn't panicked when they learned Chu Yechen was about to go bankrupt. They trusted that with Chu Yechen's ability, she would absolutely be able to handle the Ocean Anthem shipwreck incident. During their conversation, Chu Yechen gradually let her guard down. At the very least, she realized that Gu Junqing was a man of cultivation and knowledge. She had met young masters from other great families before who were rumored to be very talented and graduates of prestigious schools. Yet, whenever she asked them a few simple questions, they would mumble and fail to answer. Young Master Gu knows so much. I admire you. Chu Yechen leaned back lazily in her chair and looked at Gu Junqing with appreciation. Talented people would always be appreciated wherever they went. Gu Junqing noticed this lazy posture and knew she had lowered her guard. Chu Yechen was certainly not this serious in front of Shi Yushin and the others. He felt that Chu Yechen was the type of woman who hid her true nature. There were hints of this even in her childhood, otherwise, how would she have conspired with Shi Yushin to feed Dao Tianyan excrement? Perhaps it was Gu Junqing's sincere and unmasked demeanor, combined with his earnest and handsome face, that allowed such a calculating person to drop her guard. Sister Chu is equally wise and brilliant. Gu Junqing smiled slightly, feeling relieved internally. It was much easier to scheme against someone when they had no guard up. If she had just kept a stiff face, he would have had to consider other forceful means. From now on, follow Yushin and call me fifth sister. Calling me Sister Chu feels distant. A slight curve appeared on Chu Yechen's exquisite lips as she spoke casually. Wouldn't it be better if, when we are alone, I call you Sister Yechen, and when Yushin and the others are around, I call you fifth sister? Gu Junqing's eyes flickered as he tested the waters. Is Yechen a name you can call? Give you an inch and you take a mile. Chu Yechen glanced at Gu Junqing, clearly seeing through his intentions. Wait until I show you what it really means to take a mile. It will be an endless flood, Gu Junqing thought to himself, while maintaining a smile. However, I can give you that opportunity, depending on your performance. If it weren't for the fact that he had done bad things with her feet last night, Chu Yechen would not actually dislike Gu Junqing. In fact, she was full of appreciation for him. This was the first time she had appreciated a man so much. Just as men liked women because they were beautiful, women were full of affection for handsome men. When it came to liking the appearance of the opposite sex, women were even crazier than men. Otherwise, how could so many girls chase after celebrities, spending their parents' hard-earned money to buy milk for voting, pouring the excess down the drain? The logic of appearance was universal for both men and women. Chapter 725. Sister Yechen, where I come from, there's a custom. When a big sister acknowledges a younger brother, she has to pay a change of address fee. Shouldn't you pay me one, Sister Yechen? A faint smile appeared on Gu Junqing's face as he spoke with playful nonsense. He knew Chu Yechen had already completely forgiven him, so cracking a few jokes was harmless. A change of address fee? You actually have customs like that? Letting you call me sister is already you taking advantage of me, yet you still want a fee from me. Chu Yechen lightly punched Gu Junqing, speaking with a huff. Even Chu Yechen didn't notice that after chatting with Gu Junqing, she had almost completely lowered her guard against him. Perhaps it wasn't fully letting go, but rather accepting that Gu Junqing had intentions toward her. She simply didn't mind. If he could truly move her, she wouldn't mind giving him a chance. In truth, the reason she was willing to give him a chance wasn't just because Gu Junqing's excellence was virtually unmatched. There was another crucial factor: Shi Yushin. As the youngest of their 7 sisters, Shi Yushin was the first to have a boyfriend, and the first to experience that kind of intimacy. Chu Yechen was a few years older, yet she hadn't met anyone she liked. Though she was a famous, cold, and aloof female CEO to the outside world, she was still a woman after all. Now that she had met a little puppy wolf in sheep's clothing, it was impossible for her to have no thoughts at all. In a while, our company is holding a new product launch. How about you come with me? Chu Yechen glanced at Gu Junqing with shimmering eyes, suggesting. Sister Yechen, you're using this as the change of address fee? You want me to work but won't feed me? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. The launch might be in the Eagle Kingdom. We might have to stay in a hotel, right? Perhaps I might let you share a room with me. Chu Yechen pursed her red lips, a seductive glint in her eyes, making the enticing offer. Sister Yechen is truly a great CEO. You're great at painting pictures of the future, since you're already promising something months away. Gu Junqing gave a thumbs up, praising her enthusiastically. Giggle. Seeing Gu Junqing's expression, Chu Yechen laughed until she trembled, her styled hair falling down in some disarray. She tucked a stray lock behind her ear and looked at Gu Junqing with alluring, soft eyes. Then what do you want? Seeing Chu Yechen like this, Gu Junqing blinked shyly as if unable to withstand the teasing. Just kiss me once, Sister Yechen. That can count as a sister's love for her little brother. In your dreams. Suit yourself. Chu Yechen's expression suddenly turned extremely serious, and she rolled her eyes slightly. She felt she shouldn't have given him any slack, as he would just climb up the pole. She should have shut him down from the start. With a face-changing speed like that, shouldn't she apply to be recognized as a piece of intangible cultural heritage? Gu Junqing was speechless. Fine, I'll go. Gu Junqing nodded, feeling quite helpless. As it happened, he wanted to go abroad anyway, and he was quite interested in Dao Tianyan's Azura society. Perhaps he could also try the methods Chen provided. Should he bring Chen along? That would keep him from bothering Teacher Mu. Gu Junqing calculated silently for a moment. It's fine, no need to decide so quickly. The date hasn't been set yet. Chu Yechen yawned and nodded. She had spent too long soothing her own body last night, which left her lacking energy now. Are you sleepy, Sister Yechen? Should I give you a massage to improve your circulation and refresh your mind? Gu Junqing's eyes flickered, and he said with a slight smile, you really don't hide your intentions at all. Chu Yechen was a bit defeated by Gu Junqing. She knew he was afraid she would be on guard, so he deliberately acted in a way that even an idiot would know he wanted to take advantage. A gentleman is open and honest. I don't need to hide anything. Gu Junqing shook his head. Chu Yechen understood young masters like Gu Junqing well. They were usually unscrupulous, using drugs, force, and any means necessary to get a woman. So, she subconsciously categorized Gu Junqing in that group. But he was showing her that while he had the intention to flirt with her, he wouldn't use despicable means. This was the part that gave Chu Yechen peace of mind. She was afraid he would do something despicable to Mu Peining and the others. She didn't mind normal pursuit, because that was everyone's right, but using underhanded methods was forbidden. However, after understanding his character and learning, she began to trust him gradually. Then how is your massage skill? Chu Yechen smiled with satisfaction, feeling more at ease with Gu Junqing's presence. It's an ancestral traditional Chinese massage technique. Everyone who has tried it says it's good. Sister Yechen, you should trust my craftsmanship, Gu Junqing said seriously. The girls he had massaged all eventually became his lovers, so of course they would say he was good at it. Chapter 726. Chu Yechen shot Gu Junqing a glare. While she had no intention of letting him take advantage of her for free, she had learned a thing or two about his medical skills from Mu Peining. She hesitated for a moment, deciding that letting him massage her might be a good idea. Years of work had left her both physically and mentally exhausted. Fine, give it a go. Just remember, if you try anything funny, you can face the consequences yourself. Chu Yechen narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and serious. Naturally, Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Chu Yechen glanced at him suspiciously. Finding nothing amiss, she stood up and walked to the chaise lounge in the living room, lying face down. Just massage my back, she said lazily. To Gu Junqing, the scene felt like a painting. Even lying down, Chu Yechen was full of charm. His gaze traveled from the solace of her feet, noting her crystal clear, beautiful feet and smooth, delicate solace. They were incredibly soft, unlike anyone else's. After all, he had experienced something with those feet while dining last night, so he had an intimate understanding of them. He shifted his gaze upward and felt a pang of regret at seeing the wide-legged trousers, wishing they were black instead. He muttered this to himself. Still, her leg curves were perfect even without black stockings. Her fair, delicate calves were partially visible, enough to set his heart racing. Further up was a sight to behold, plump and fresh as a peach. From her slender waist to her jade-like back, her figure was curvy and exquisite. Is my figure pretty, little brother? Chu Yechen asked with a playful smile in her voice. Gu Junqing, who had been dazed by the view, coughed lightly to regain his composure. Of course. In my experience, your figure is easily in the top tier. Gu Junqing praised her sincerely. Chu Yechen felt a flicker of joy at his words. Having been complimented on her beauty countless times since she was a child, she had long become numb to ordinary praise. However, Gu Junqing's praise was different, given the status and caliber of women he was used to. There couldn't be many women who could make him stare in a daze. That was why she felt a faint sense of delight. Then hurry up and massage me before Peining and the others wake up. She masked her joy with feigned annoyance, acting aloof. Coming. Gu Junqing nodded with a smile. Sitting on the edge of the chaise lounge, Gu Junqing gripped her rounded shoulders and began to knead them. Under his hands, he felt a delicate softness, her skin smoother and cooler than silk. Was this what they called skin like ice and bones like jade? Feeling the texture beneath his hands, Gu Junqing felt a slight stir in his heart. Chu Yechen was equally nervous. It was the first time she had let a man massage her delicate skin, a sensation that left her feeling strange. The moment he touched her, she tensed, her body shuddering slightly as her breathing quickened. She eventually grew accustomed to his touch, relaxing her body to his rhythm. That feels good. Soon, Chu Yechen let out a soft moan of comfort. Given her position, her work was usually incredibly busy. She rarely had time for things like spa treatments. As a result, she did not know what a professional massage felt like. She only knew that his kneading felt incredibly good. Where did you learn this technique? Self-taught. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and answered with a smile. He had learned it from the figures of various heroines, he thought to himself. He knew every weak point and every comfortable zone of the heroines like the back of his hand. However, he would not dare tell Chu Yechen that. If he said he had practiced on other women, she would definitely give him the cold shoulder. How about I hire you as my personal masser? Use a little more pressure. Chu Yechen continued to moan comfortably. And what price are you planning to offer me, Yechen? Gu Junqing asked, the corners of his lips curling up. To be honest, while touching her skin was stimulating, it was also a form of torture. If his relationship with her had not been at this stage, he would have let his hands wander elsewhere by now. He regretted giving her a massage, as he was only making things harder for himself. As for the price, I will acknowledge your relationship with Yushin, and let you be my brother-in-law. If the other sisters ask later, I will take your side. Chu Yechen hummed comfortably as she spoke. Perhaps because she was pressed against the chaise lounge, her voice sounded hoarse and murmuring, quite different from her usual confident tone. Even a CEO like her could not resist such comfort, which showed just how skilled Gu Junqing was. She felt as if his hands had a magical quality, with ribbons of warmth pouring into her body. Brother-in-law? Do you really have a brother-in-law massage his sister? If someone saw this, they might think I was stealing the sister away. Gu Junking's tone carried a hint of teasing. Can you not use your words properly? What do you mean stealing the sister? This is an employment relationship. I give you the status, you give me a massage. It is only natural, Chu Yuchen said indignantly while directing him. Move lower, don't just focus on the shoulders. But it is hard to massage through your clothes. Gu Junqing blinked, his fingers hovering lightly. He could feel the perfect, delicate skin of her back even through the fabric. Gu Junqing, don't push your luck, Chu Yuchen warned. Although she admired him, she was not at the point of liking him yet. How could she possibly let him see her body? Yuchen, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, Gu Junqing explained with a hint of regret. He checked his system and saw that her affection for him had reached 37. This level of affection was already bordering on ambiguous. It was a pity this attempt had not succeeded. I hope so. Chu Yuchen turned her head slightly, wanting to laugh at the regretful expression on his face, but gave him another warning instead. She knew he had designs on her, but she had to keep those intentions within a certain limit. Perhaps it was because she had been a CEO for so long that she had a desire to control everything. She wanted to be in charge of their relationship. She knew exactly when to give him a taste of sweetness, and when to keep him in check. Gu Junqing naturally knew what she was thinking, but he did not mind. If a beautiful CEO did not have a temper, it would be too boring. Then surely I can massage your legs? Gu Junqing asked with a smile. Fine, you can. Chu Yuchen hesitated, nodding slightly while her head was buried in the soft sofa. Receiving permission, Gu Junqing began to move his hands slowly up and down her calves, making her breathing quicken slightly. She was afraid he would accidentally touch somewhere else. However, his hands only moved slowly to her ankles, massaging her tender little feet over and over. Chu Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief. But if any outsider were to see this, they would not think for a second that this was a massage. It was clearly Gu Junqing toying with her exquisite, white, jade-like feet. Her subordinates would be shocked if they saw this, witnessing their usually aloof CEO in such a state. Stop rubbing my feet. Chu Yuchen felt her little feet being held in his hands, and she could not help but feel shy. Don't worry, Yuchen. Frequent foot massage promotes blood circulation, speeds up cell metabolism, prevents aging, and helps the body detox, Gu Junqing said seriously, his face shining with the confident radiance of a veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Are you not lying to me? Chu Yuchen hesitated, being toyed with like that was more than she could handle. When have I ever lied to you? Gu Junqing promised. Chu Yuchen had been ready to agree, but his words made her hesitate again. Before she could process it, he pulled her feet into his embrace. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to let him do as he pleased. Her feet were flawless, plump, and crystalline without looking swollen, smooth, and delicate without losing their luster. They felt unique to need. The soft, delicate, and petite sensation in his hands made Gu Junqing marvel to himself. He had not felt them carefully while dining last night, but experiencing them now, they were truly top tier. As Gu Junqing thought this, a heat flared in his heart. Chu Yuchen, who had been squinting in comfort, suddenly felt her feet touch something familiar. Her beautiful eyes widened immediately. It was the same feeling as last night. She quickly pulled her feet back. Gu Junqing, are you shameless or what? Chu Yuchen stood up and glanced at a certain part of him, looking quite angry. It is only human nature. If I did not react when facing a great beauty like you, that would be the real problem, Gu Junqing said, looking aggrieved. Chu Yuchen was almost too angry to laugh. She scrutinized him with eyes like torches, enough to make anyone with a guilty conscience doubt themselves. Even Gu Junqing began to doubt himself under her gaze. Reflecting on his words, Chu Yuchen felt they seemed correct. Forget it, I am going upstairs. Entertain yourself. Chu Yuchen calmed herself and turned to walk upstairs, her pace hurried and slightly uneven. Gu Junqing blinked. He glanced at the spot where she had been sitting and understood everything. It was not just him who had been in an awkward situation. Chu Yuchen had been suppressing herself just as much. Chapter 727. Gu Junqing glanced at the damp patch on the sofa. He noticed Chu Yuchen's somewhat disheveled gait, and instantly understood what had transpired. Indeed, no woman can resist my craftsmanship, he muttered to himself. He headed upstairs, intent on checking whether teacher Mu had woken up yet. Inside Mu Peining's room, she pushed herself up with a heavy head. She sat on the messy bed, her hair disheveled and her mind struggling to grasp her location. Mu Peining suddenly felt the dampness of the sheets beneath her. The memories of the previous night came flooding back. She had actually engaged in that sort of relationship with her student and brother-in-law. Furthermore, he had positioned her in such humiliating ways. Remembering her legs being hoisted onto his shoulders made her feel a mix of frustration and shyness. She sighed, pushed herself off the bed, and her legs gave way as her soft feet touched the floor, nearly causing her to collapse. That brute had tormented her all night. He claimed to respect his teacher, but he certainly did not show it in his actions. Feeling her entire body ache, Mu Peining cursed him under her breath. What she did not know was that Gu Junqing had not spared his high school teacher either. Mu Peining turned to see the stained sheets, including the bright plum blossom mark in the center. A wave of red flushed across her face. Even a woman as elegant and intellectual as Mu Peining could not help but feel a sense of loss at the sight. It signified that she had given everything to that man. She pushed those thoughts aside, stripped the sheets, and gathered her messy clothes to take into the bathroom. Although she had flashes of Gu Junqing carrying her into the shower the previous night, she felt she needed to scrub the traces he left on her body again. She could not bear to look at the red marks where he had kneaded and sucked at her skin. If Chu Yuchen or Shi Yushin saw them, it would be a disaster. She had no intention of telling them so soon that she had been conquered by Gu Junqing. As Gu Junqing passed Chu Yuchen's room, he lingered for a moment to listen. Unfortunately, the room was silent, and there was absolutely no movement. He had assumed Chu Yuchen would handle her own needs, but he could only sigh with regret and head toward Mu Peining's room. He subscribed to the theory that after a woman loses her virginity, she experiences a period of insecurity. She enters a state of vulnerability. If the man who deflowered her stays by her side during this time, it significantly boosts his favorability. After all, every girl loves a responsible man. Upon entering Mu Peining's room, he saw the bed had been cleaned, and the sound of trickling water came from the bathroom. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, reasoning that as a responsible man, he should accompany her. He loosened the buttons on his shirt, discarded it, and walked bare-chested through the bathroom door without hesitation. "What are you doing here, you pervert? Do not be afraid, Sister Mu. I am here to comfort your insecure heart. It simply will not do to let it remain empty. I will comfort your NGH." The woman inside tried to speak, but her protest was muffled. Sounds of playful fighting and laughter drifted from within. Half an hour later, the bathroom door slowly opened. Mu Peining stepped out of the steam-filled room, wrapped in a white bath towel. Her soft hair hung damply down her back, and her pale face was flushed with a rosy hue. Even though she was only wrapped in a towel, her skin remained supple, fair as snow, and her elegant, graceful figure added a touch of temptation. Gu Junqing followed her out, wearing a bathrobe and looking thoroughly satisfied. "Teacher Mu, let me dry your hair for you." He smiled, took her delicate hand, and led her toward the sofa. Mu Peining was initially annoyed by his intrusion and his behavior of pinning her against the vanity, but she only huffed and allowed him to continue. She had already given herself to him, so she only hoped he would treat her and Yushin well. Gu Junqing sat behind her, running his fingers through her hair while slowly drying it with a hairdryer. "By the way, how did you ask for leave on my behalf this morning?" Mu Peining enjoyed his care, knitting her eyebrows together as she asked. She had been exhausted in the morning and had not paid attention to his actions. "I called teacher Chen and asked him to take your classes," Gu Junqing said with a slight, mysterious smile. Mu Peining nodded quietly, closing her eyes and leaning lazily against his chest as he dried her hair. She was already exhausted, and being tormented by him in the bathroom had drained her further. She was grateful for her physical stamina, or she would not have been able to sit up. "Did Chen offend you?" she asked out of curiosity. She was not stupid, so she could easily sense that Gu Junqing was deliberately targeting Chen. "Why would you think that, Sister Mu? We are good friends." Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. "Good, he dares to lie to me." Mu Peining pursed her lips. She had discovered a small habit of his. When he felt guilty, he would ingratiatingly call her Teacher Mu, but when he wanted to deceive her, he called her Sister Mu. Could it be that he has some special fetish? Mu Peining thought to herself, speechless. However, she did not intend to pursue the matter. In her heart, Gu Junqing weighed far more than Chen. Even if Gu Junqing wanted to deal with Chen, she would only assist him. Mu Peining cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no verbal confirmation of whether she believed him or not. That look made Gu Junqing feel a bit guilty. "Why are you looking at me like that, Teacher Mu?" Mu Peining suddenly burst into laughter, casting a charming and alluring look at him. Meanwhile, the son of fate, Chen, was busy handling the files left behind due to Mu Peining's absence, willing to bury himself in work to prove his worth. On the other hand, Gu Junqing was busy working hard on Mu Peining's smooth, supple body. Chapter 728. Inside Mu Peining's room, the expensive large bed was swaying rhythmically. A strong frame was pressing down on the intellectual, elegant, and aloof Teacher Mu, advancing relentlessly. A small incident occurred just before the final climax. Mu Peining and Gu Junqing had gone exploring in a cave and discovered a snake. Startled, Mu Peining screamed, "The snake is outside the cave." Gu Junqing murmured, "No, the snake is inside the cave." The storm subsided, and the rain cleared. Gu Junqing held Mu Paining's smooth, round shoulders, feeling her supple skin, while his eyes remained clear as he pondered something. Mu Peining kept her eyes slightly closed, the flush on her exquisite face slowly fading, before she glared chidingly at the man embracing her. "You bastard, I told you not to finish inside. What if I get pregnant? If you're bold enough, teacher, you can just take maternity leave." Gu Junqing teased, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Get lost." Eventually, Gu Junqing explained his process of refining essence into energy, which finally set Mu Peining completely at ease. "Why is your desire so intense?" Mu Peining asked, hesitating slightly. "By all logic, no man should be able to do that for a day and a night like Gu Junqing. Did he never get tired?" "Because your fifth sister turned me on," Gu Junqing muttered to himself, though he certainly couldn't say that out loud. "With a beauty like Sister Mu, I could die happy on your body." "I'm already restraining myself," Gu Junqing praised from a different angle. Mu Peining hissed, her face turning crimson. This bastard would say anything. Didn't he have any shame? The atmosphere between them grew quiet again. Mu Peining stared at the ceiling, her mind in a jumble. Months ago, if someone had told her she would sleep with her own student, she would have scoffed at the idea. Yet fate was strange. She had really ended up in the same bed with her student and brother-in-law. Aside from some faint moral condemnation, she found herself completely willing. At first, she only had a slight fondness for Gu Junqing, thinking he was talented and deep. The reason she gradually accepted this handsome man before her was simple. He was just too good at coaxing her. Even her calm heart was easily stirred into waves by his sweet talk. What are you thinking about, Sister Mu? Gu Junqing wrapped his strong arm around Mu Peining's slender waist and asked. I'm thinking about how you are such a smooth talker. Mu Peining shot him a coquettish glance. This coquettish charm was rare for Mu Peining. Usually, she was serious, intellectual, and graceful. It was like an iron tree blooming. Gu Junqing watched her with affectionate obsession, attributing her change to his own diligent efforts. They say women undergo strange changes after meeting their beloved. That certainly held true. Gu Junqing marveled at Mu Peining's allure in his heart. I don't use flowery language. I always treat others with a sincere heart. Gu Junqing naturally retorted to her unfounded accusation. Who would believe you? Get out quickly, or we'll get cornered in the room again. Mu Peining shot him a skeptical look before sitting up and stretching lazily, with a cool expression. She didn't want a repeat of last night. It would be disastrous if Chu Yechen or Shi Yushin cornered them in the room again. Mu Peining took a professional suit from the closet and put it on. Shortly after, she was dressed, and her aura shifted back to her usual elegant, intellectual demeanor. She turned around to find Gu Junqing already dressed, and watching her with a smiling expression. A brief moment of tenderness and shyness flashed in Mu Peining's heart, before it vanished. After all, she was a mature woman. She couldn't act coy like a little girl. She had frankly accepted her relationship with Gu Junqing. Moments later, the two of them checked the hallway like thieves, only slipping out once they realized no one was around. Although Gu Junqing knew Chu Yechen and Shi Yushin were in his room, he found this side of Teacher Mu particularly amusing, and was happy to play along. The villa was quiet once they stepped out, and Mu Peining finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they tiptoed into the living room, her stomach suddenly growled, sounding unusually loud in the quiet, empty space. I'm starving. It's all your fault for tossing me around for so long. Mu Peining's face flushed slightly, as she complained, and slapped Gu Junqing beside her. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Gu Junqing chose to take it as a compliment, and nodded in apology. Mu Peining grabbed some instant food for energy and sat in the living room with Gu Junqing, eating while watching TV. She was usually very busy at work and rarely had such leisurely moments, so she intended to relax properly now. Why is the sofa wet? Could it be leaking? Mu Peining, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt the dampness behind her and asked Gu Junqing suspiciously. She looked up at the ceiling, but found no signs of any leaks. Gu Junqing, who had been leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed, opened them at her words, his heart skipping a beat. The spot where Mu Peining was sitting was exactly where he had massaged Chu Yechen earlier. That fluid was clearly from Chu Yechen, and it hadn't dried yet. I'm not sure. Could it be water spilled by Sister Chu or Yushin while they were drinking? Gu Junqing said, maintaining a straight face. Water? Why does it feel a bit sticky? Mu Peining was not so easily fooled, and she frowned with suspicion. She couldn't help but feel that this strange liquid was a bit sticky, and it even felt somewhat familiar. If Chu Yechen knew that Mu Peining had discovered the suspicious traces she left on the sofa, she would likely die of shame and fight Gu Junqing to the death. Sister Mu, don't worry about it. Why not explore the changes in your body instead? There are still some positions we haven't experimented with yet. Seeing that Mu Peining still wanted to investigate the composition of the sticky liquid, Gu Junqing hurriedly stood up, moved to her side, and pulled her into his arms. Experiment? Mu Peining was now extremely sensitive to the words experiment. Her first kiss had been stolen by Gu Junqing under the guise of an experiment. Last night, he had even used that line to fold her in half, claiming that the position was better for researching the secrets of intimacy between men and women. Forget it, let's watch TV. We can experiment later. Thinking of some shameful details, Mu Peining quickly said, and walked toward the recreational gym on the third floor. She now finally understood Shi Yushin's predicament. No wonder she kept trying to push Gu Junqing onto her. Generally speaking, one or two women really couldn't withstand his onslaught. She didn't want her body to be contorted into such shameful poses by Gu Junqing again. Seeing that Mu Peining was no longer paying attention to the sticky liquid, Gu Junqing breathed a sigh of relief. He at least couldn't let Mu Peining know about him and Chu Yechen right now. Chapter 729. After class the next day, Gu Junqing sat in the classroom chatting with Shi Yushin. Dao Tianyan had originally wanted to go talk to his seventh sister, but he was forced to pay attention to the half-ton girl instead. He found her incredibly annoying now. Every time he tried to speak to his seventh sister, she would come to bother him. He had no way to deal with her, as she was completely impervious to both soft and hard tactics. If he tried to hit her, she would threaten to report him to Mu Peining. Mu Peining had already been very angry about him hitting someone in public before. He did not know how he would explain it if it happened again. He did not want his sisters to hate him. It was not impossible to secretly get rid of her, but at most, she was just disgusting him. She had not done anything that violated his principles. As the dignified Azura King, he would not kill someone randomly over such a minor matter. He could not fight her, she would not listen to reason, and there was no need to kill her. Therefore, Dao Tianyan was truly at a loss regarding the half-ton girl. A light breeze picked up, and the surrounding commotion faded away. Although the half-ton girl's eyes were squeezed into slits by her fat, she still struggled to open them wide, staring fixedly at Dao Tianyan's profile in the sunlight. Even though he did not glance at her, she still felt her heart flutter for him. Although she had originally accepted Gu Junking's $100,000 commission just to pester Dao Tianyan, it was different now. The more she spent time with him, the more obsessed she became with Dao Tianyan. Growing up, people and classmates always avoided her because of her appearance. Even her family was polite to her in a distant way, and she could feel that alienation. Therefore, she had lived a very lonely life since she was young. Dao Tianyan could be said to be the male she had interacted with the most in her entire life. Moreover, she felt there was a certain quality about Dao Tianyan that made her deeply attracted to him. Although she also really liked Gu Junking's looks, she felt that although she was beautiful in her own way, she was still far inferior compared to Gu Junqing. Because of this, she only dared to look at Gu Junqing from afar. Dao Tianyan was different. Although his appearance was not as good as Gu Junking's, he was still pleasant to look at. He was a good match for her. His figure lingered in her mind, and her obsession with him even surpassed the temptation of food. Halfdan felt that even the 500 pounds of flesh on her body had fallen in love with Dao Tianyan. Therefore, she just wanted to grab hold of him and never let him go. Why exactly do you have to pester me? Can't I just change? Dao Tianyan said, unable to tolerate her gaze any longer. I love everything about you. It doesn't matter how you change. Halfdan's eyes revealed obsession, which immediately made Dao Tianyan feel nauseated. By the way, do you know how much I love you? A full 500 grams. That is the entire weight of my heart, which is 200 grams more than a normal person. Now you know how much I love you. Halfdan said happily. Dao Tianyan looked despairing. The thing he regretted most in this life was hitting this half-ton girl during that class. Even the incident where he got his seventh sister, Shi Yushin, drunk and ended up benefiting Gu Junqing had to take a backseat. Gu Junqing stood behind Dao Tianyan, watching him and the half-ton girl with a strange expression. Why did it seem like there were pink bubbles between the two of them? Was this the charm of a male protagonist? Could someone fall in love with the protagonist even after being beaten severely by him in public? Sure enough, it was a wise choice not to let the protagonist make contact with the female leads. Although both Shi Yushin and Mu Peining were already shaped by Gu Junqing, and their affection for him had reached over 80, with them willing to live and die for him. Shi Yushin even reached 90, to the point of undying loyalty. However, in order to keep squeezing value out of him, he still needed to find things for the protagonist to do. Why does it feel like younger brother Yan and Qingguo are getting along better and better? At this moment, Shi Yushin whispered into Gu Junqing's ear. Qingguo was the half-ton girl's name. Her name and her physique were complete opposites. Because Gu Junqing always called her half-ton, Shi Yushin had almost let it slip out. Gu Junqing nodded in agreement. Anyway, his plan was to let this half-ton girl hold Dao Tianyan back, so he would not keep trying to find the female leads. The expression on Dao Tianyan's face in front of them darkened, as it was clear he had heard his seventh sister, Shi Yushin. He was getting along well with half-ton. That was a joke. If it weren't for too many concerns, he would have chopped this half-ton girl into pieces long ago. Seventh sister, please don't tease me. Dao Tianyan turned his head with a pitiful look, intending to act pitiful in front of Shi Yushin. It's fine. Not many people play with Qingguo, and since she likes you so much, you should spend more time with her. Shi Yushin said in a crisp voice, suppressing her laughter. Did you hear that? Seventh sister told you to keep me company. Half-ton also heard Shi Yushin's words and said, overjoyed. You aren't young anymore, so you should settle down. You might as well start a family and have children with this classmate. Gu Junqing added fuel to the fire from the side. Gu Junqing. Dao Tianyan gritted out those 3 words through his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze as he looked at Gu Junqing. Seventh brother-in-law is right. Half-ton said cautiously. He is not my seventh brother-in-law. Dao Tianyan turned around and retorted angrily. Ahem. Gu Junqing coughed lightly and suddenly reached out to take Shi Yushin's slender, delicate hand, displaying it clearly to Dao Tianyan. Is this not the best proof? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and said with a chuckle. Ding. Host has caused the protagonist Dao Tianyan to suffer a mental blow, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Dao Tianyan's eyes were red as he watched Gu Junqing and Shi Yushin holding hands. Even though he had seen it many times, he still could not bear the relationship between his pretty seventh sister and his enemy, Gu Junqing. Dao Tianyan turned away in resentment, not wanting Gu Junqing to see his reaction. Why do you always tease him? Although Shi Yushin was a bit shy about Gu Junqing holding her hand in public, they were already intimate, so she quickly calmed down. This is to make him hurry up, lest the half-ton girl gets away. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Gu Junqing's words made Dao Tianyan even more furious. Gu Junqing, just you wait. If I ever get the chance, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Dao Tianyan swore a blood oath in his heart. In his entire life, Dao Tianyan had never encountered such a great setback. However, even Gu Junqing could only be a stepping stone for his ascent. Gu Junqing's gaze was dark and profound. He is not angry even after this. It seems that the male protagonist either already has a plan to deal with him, or has begun to gradually get used to it. Should I show more affection with Teacher Mu, and add some more fuel to the fire? Gu Junqing thought with a smile. Chapter 730. The layers of leaves on the treetops danced in the breeze under the sunlight, casting dappled light across the ground as the light filtered through the branches. After class, Gu Junqing asked Shi Yushin to go back first. He planned to visit Luoningyu and Murongwan, those two cute girls. He had been busy lately and could not easily get away. He only had time to grab a meal with them occasionally. Gu Junqing felt relaxed as he walked along the path at Huaqing University. The weather was turning cool, so female students were wearing stockings to keep warm. Their white and black hosiery caught the eyes of the surrounding boys. Gu Junqing, in turn, attracted everyone's attention. His face was as bright as the mid-autumn moon and as beautiful as spring flowers. His temples were sharp as if cut by a knife, and his eyebrows were drawn like ink, with a captivating arc at the corners of his mouth. He wore a clean, crisp white shirt with the sleeves slightly rolled up, paired with black suit trousers as dark as ink. He looked like a prince who only belonged in a painting, surely not a person of this dusty world. Gu Junqing appeared exactly as the campus heartthrob the girls dreamed of. "Holy shit, look at that handsome guy," one girl exclaimed. "Who is he? Is he also from Huaqing?" "I have never seen him before," another replied. "You do not know him. You should have gone to the freshman orientation. He is the new heartthrob." "Gu Junqing," a third student said. "Forget about him, he is my husband," one declared. "Shameless, he is clearly mine," another retorted. "Say that again and I will tear your mouth apart," a girl threatened. Feminine, shrill noises of excitement erupted around him constantly. Many beautiful female students even approached him with blushing faces, desperate for his contact information. They looked at him as if he were a delicious treat, scrambling to crowd around him. Gu Junqing always kept to himself, but he was too kind-hearted to reject these lively, fair-skinned female students. He simply wanted to give every girl a home. Even if he were deep in the mud of female desire, he would accept it gladly. However, the students were too enthusiastic. If he stayed to exchange contacts, he would never be able to leave. Gu Junqing nimbly slipped away, leaving the crowd of girls behind. They chased him fruitlessly, complaining as they watched his retreating back. Huaqing University was massive. Gu Junqing did not want to show off his superior agility in public, so he hopped on a bus to head toward Murongwan's campus. He wore a mask to avoid causing a scene on the bus. Even so, his graceful, elegant physique and clear, sky-like eyes were hard to hide. Gu Junqing just liked to hide his true face. Since he got on at the starting stop, the bus was not very full. He chose a corner seat. The bus started slowly, and Gu Junqing closed his eyes to rest. He had not decided to visit Murongwan on a whim. His fifth sister, Chu Yuchen, said she might take him out of town. He came specifically to tell them. As the bus moved, it stopped at more stations, and the crowd thickened until it was packed. Since it was class time, students without cars had to rely on the bus to get to school. They squeezed in as much as possible to avoid being late. The bus was filled with noisy, chaotic sounds. Gu Junqing rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling regret. He should have just driven himself. Murongwan and the others did not want him to drive his multi-million-dollar luxury cars to see them, because it always caused a huge stir. They were jealous of the women who hit on him. Gu Junqing could only do as they asked. It would not take him much time anyway. However, he felt he should have driven given how crowded it was. Just as people were pressed against each other, a figure was suddenly pushed onto his lap. Gu Junqing opened his eyes and discovered a young woman sitting on his lap. She was covered in clothes, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, with a small backpack. Her eyes were fearful, like a little deer. "I am sorry, I was pushed over here," she stammered. Her voice sounded terrified. "It is fine, be careful," Gu Junqing said lazily, opening his eyes. The woman was not heavy, probably weighing less than 100 pounds. She was no burden to him. "Thank you. I will go back," she whispered. She seemed especially afraid of dealing with people. She tried to squeeze back into the crowded crowd, but she could not push through the human tied with her petite body. She was pushed back onto Gu Junqing's lap. "Stop squeezing, just sit on your boyfriend's lap," a female student said impatiently, pushing her back when she tried to struggle. The woman was scared and wanted to say he was not her boyfriend. Gu Junqing stopped her. "You are too small to push through them, so just sit here," Gu Junqing said kindly. He did not mind a young woman sitting on his lap. "But I cannot do that," the girl insisted. The woman hesitated, turning to look at the increasingly crowded crowd. Then she looked at the man in front of her, whose face was hidden, but whose eyes were extremely kind. In the end, she chose the kind-eyed man. She felt she would be crushed to death on the bus otherwise. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice like a mosquito. In the noisy bus, normal people would not have heard her. If it were not for Gu Junqing's incredible hearing, he would not have heard what she said. "It is fine," Gu Junqing smiled, not minding at all. Why else was he called a kind man? As someone with love in his heart, even taking in homeless, heartbroken female students was the most normal thing in the world. Not to mention just letting a female student sit on his lap. Of course, another reason was that he felt the student's eyes were extremely clear, like a newborn baby's. Eyes were the window to the soul, and at a glance, he knew she was a simple-minded woman. In this, she was very much like him. As fellow simple-minded people, Gu Junqing was naturally willing to do a good deed. Chapter 731. Qingtong felt absolutely humiliated. She had been shoved onto a man while squeezing onto the bus. She suffered from mild autism and was naturally introverted, so she was incredibly uncomfortable interacting with others. She could only whisper an apology to the man. After hearing him say it was fine, she finally relaxed. However, sitting on the man's lap made her feel restless. Since she was a child, she had rarely had physical contact with anyone, let alone sat on someone's lap. She did not want to trouble him either. She tried to squeeze back, but someone told her it was fine to just sit on her boyfriend. This frightened her. She hurriedly tried to explain, but the man interrupted her and told her she could stay on his lap. This made her feel very grateful. She snuck a peek at him and saw him looking out the window. His eyes were as crystal clear and deep as the stars in a summer night sky, seemingly capable of drawing someone in. As if sensing her gaze, the man turned his head to look at her. When his eyes inadvertently met hers, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Gu Junqing found it somewhat amusing, though he did not pay much attention to it. He continued to gaze comfortably at the scenery flashing past the window. The tip of his nose was filled with the pure, faint fragrance emanating from the female student. This was one of the reasons why he was willing to let her sit on his lap. Qingtong felt relieved when the man turned his head away. However, she soon felt uneasy again, fearing that her weight would tire out this man with the beautiful eyes. She had been squeezed onto him in the first place, so she felt bad about burdening him. She leaned her back against the wall of the carriage and slowly used force with her legs. She held her body up like a squat so that her weight was not entirely pressing on him. However, with her stamina, she could not hold it for long. Before long, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and her legs went soft. She finally could not hold on and plopped back down onto his lap. Hey! Qingtong looked up at the man in a daze, wondering where the laughter had come from. She noticed that although he was still looking out the window, his eyes were slightly curved. She knew this man was laughing at her. Qingtong quickly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed at being mocked. Yet, a moment later, she felt a trace of indignation. She had clearly done that because she was afraid of tiring him out, and this guy did not appreciate a good deed at all. After a while, Qingtong noticed that Gu Junqing had stopped mocking her and relaxed slightly. Her face, hidden behind her mask, was flushed. She obediently brought her long legs together, lowered her head, and stole glances at Gu Junqing from time to time. When they reached the next stop, many people got off. Qingtong did not want to sit on the lap of this man who had mocked her. However, as many people got off, even more people got on, making the bus even more crowded. In this world, only time and the bus are truly difficult to squeeze into. She felt like crying, but could only steal a few glances at Gu Junqing. Finding that he was closing his eyes to rest and not paying attention to her, she continued to sit on his lap. Are you Gu Junqing? At this moment, a hesitant voice sounded from the seat behind Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing turned his head and realized that the voice belonged to the son of luck, Chen. Chen had just boarded the bus when he accidentally discovered Gu Junqing, who was wearing a mask. At first, he had been suspicious, but when Gu Junqing looked at him, he confirmed it. Gu Junqing's eyes were simply too impressive. Teacher So, why are you here? I remember you had a class later, right? Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes flashed as he asked nonchalantly. I have something to do at another campus, so I asked for leave. Chen replied concisely. Who is she? Does student she know? Chen moved his gaze to Qingtong on Gu Junqing's lap and asked hesitantly. He had initially thought the girl was Shi Yushan, since Gu Junqing was usually inseparable from her in class. However, after looking a few more times, he realized that this woman was definitely not her. He felt a bit envious of Gu Junqing's carefree nature and his way with women. Was he not afraid of Shi Yushan getting jealous? He was just a bit handsome, yet so many women liked him, and he was publicly showing affection in front of everyone. Chen thought with a sour heart. Shi Yushan was one of the 7 sisters, and her appearance was even rated as one of the beauties of Huaqing University. He did not expect Gu Junqing to be messing around with other women outside. Teacher So, this seems to have nothing to do with you. Do not cross the line. Gu Junqing glanced at Chen and spoke in a flat tone. Although Gu Junqing's tone was flat and seemed to contain no emotion, only Chen could see the warning in his eyes. Chen felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he had crossed the line. Some time ago, after he proposed to cooperate with Gu Junqing to deal with Tianyan together, Gu Junqing's attitude towards him seemed to have softened a lot. Therefore, he felt that he could be considered an ally of Gu Junqing, so asking about some personal matters should be fine. He did not expect Gu Junqing to actually get angry. I am sorry, student Gu. I was just asking. Chen said with a dry laugh. He still needed to rely on Gu Junqing to defeat Tianyan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to complete the task of approaching Mu Peining. Therefore, he had great patience for Gu Junqing. During this period of time, he had saved up a lot of wealth by relying on his system. He even started a small company, wanting to make it big. Relying on some knowledge from his previous life, he even wanted to use songs and novels from his past life to make a fortune in this different world. But what terrified him was that this world actually contained quite a few songs and films that only existed in his previous life. This indicated that there were transmigrators like him in this world. So he calmed down and stopped thinking in this direction. He focused on relying on his own system to develop. He would deal with other things after completing the main task and conquering Mu Peining. Because right now, besides his system, he had no connections and no power. Chen only decided to cooperate with Gu Junqing after thinking all of this through. After all, if he wanted to conquer Mu Peining, he had to solve the problem of her brother, Tianyan. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of conquering her. In the novel, Tianyan's strength was godlike, and the Azure Society behind him was also extremely powerful. Later on, his strength became even more outrageously strong. So, he was somewhat surprised that Gu Junqing could snatch a heroine from under Dao Tianyan's nose. However, he was not afraid. With the existence of the perfect godly tycoon system, he would not fear anyone. He just needed to lie dormant for now and wait for the opportunity. Chapter 732. Gu classmate, I was just asking, I didn't mean anything else by it. Chen forced a smile, hoping to brush the matter aside. Gu Junqing did not reply. Chen met his gaze and felt a jolt of terror. Gu Junqing's deep pupils swirled with a dark light, and his expression was icy cold. I apologize, I won't overstep my boundaries again. Chen fell silent for a moment, swallowing a sliver of humiliation as he spoke. They were supposed to be allies, but their status was far from equal. Unless he could offer more tangible benefits, controlling Gu Junqing to take down Dao Tianyan was nearly impossible. He had only asked about the girl on Gu Junqing's lap, never expecting such a harsh warning. Ding. Protagonist Chen has submitted to the host. Plundering 200 points of Chen's luck. Host luck plus 200. Reward, 10,000 villain points. It's fine. Gu Junqing lowered his eyes, his gaze unreadable. It was Chen's attitude that mattered to him. Why ask about Shiyushin? Was he trying to threaten him? A leek should know its place as a leek, waiting to be harvested after he squeezed out all their luck points. Acting so impatient and restless might get him killed quite quickly. Gu classmate, how about we talk more about our cooperation later? Chen let out a breath of relief before asking Gu Junqing attentively. We'll talk later. Gu Junqing gave a slight nod. Chen nodded back, realizing Gu Junqing had no desire to chat on the bus, and moved toward the back of the vehicle. Qingtong, sitting on Gu Junqing's lap, felt confused about his relationship with Chen. The crowd was noisy, so no one noticed their exchange, leaving Qingtong as the only one to hear their conversation. When Chen had asked who she was, she wanted to explain. Being timid by nature, she had not formulated an answer before Gu Junqing stepped in. For some reason, this man's voice was frightening. She dared not speak further. The subsequent developments left her in disbelief. This teacher was actually apologizing to a student. In her mind, the teaching profession was always sacred and dignified. She never dared to look up when speaking to a teacher. At the school back home, even the wildest children dared not challenge a teacher's authority. She was shocked that Gu Junqing not only dared to refute the teacher, but actually threatened him. Could he be a bad guy? Qingtong stole a glance at Gu Junqing and muttered under her breath. She thought he wouldn't hear her, but Gu Junqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and spoke with a playful smile. What did you say? And nothing at all. Qingtong's face flushed red, and she stammered. How did he hear that? Would he hit her? In her heart, Gu Junqing was not much different from a gang leader. Even a teacher dared not say much to him. Next time you want to criticize someone, remember to keep it inside, and don't say it out loud. Gu Junqing said with amusement. I am sorry. Qingtong nodded frantically, only daring to peek at Gu Junqing, feeling quite nervous. Was she really that timid? Gu Junqing found it amusing. Female college students today were becoming more open, making such a timid one quite rare. Never mind, I forgive you, Gu Junqing said casually. Gu Junqing's attitude let Qingtong breathe a sigh of relief. She kept her legs tightly together, with no gap showing, and placed her hands obediently on her knees, looking like a good student. Occasionally, she would raise her head to sneak a peek at Gu Junqing before lowering it again, remaining silent and lost in her own thoughts. Hey, are you scolding me in your heart? Putting your lessons to use? Gu Junqing watched her glancing at him and asked with a strange expression. No, I am not, Qingtong said in a panic. Seeing his disbelief, she quickly raised 3 slender fingers to swear an oath to the sky. All right, I believe you. Seeing her panic, Gu Junqing stopped teasing her and closed his eyes as he leaned back. This time, Qingtong dared not look at Gu Junqing at all. She felt as though Gu Junqing had eyes everywhere, catching her even when she peeked. Once the bus arrived at the stop, she hurriedly squeezed into the crowded passengers and got off. She did not breathe a sigh of relief until she had walked a long way. Although she was a little afraid of him, she knew he must be a good person. Gu Junqing? Why did that name sound familiar? Qingtong thought to herself with some confusion. However, she did not dwell on it, lingering for a moment before heading off to attend to her own affairs. Gu Junqing did not react to Qingtong running away after the bus stopped. Once he stepped off, Chen immediately wanted to engage him in a friendly conversation. Chen intended to ask about the girl who had been sitting on Gu Junqing's lap, but remembered what happened on the bus and bit his tongue. He knew that for someone like Gu Junqing, benefits were the only way to bind a relationship. If you had no value, forming a friendship with him was impossible. He prided himself on being able to see right through Gu Junqing. Gu classmate, let us discuss how to deal with Dao Tianyan. Chen's eyes flickered, and he smiled ingratiatingly. Despite being a transmigrator, he had his own pride. However, since his strength was currently inferior to Gu Junqing's, he naturally needed to keep him happy. Deep down, however, he looked down on Gu Junqing. Was this or not just cultivated by relying on a bit of family background? Relying on his system, he would stand at Gu Junqing's height sooner or later. Gu Junqing did not answer, merely glancing at Chen with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Without a word, he walked toward the campus. Chen hurried to follow, knowing this was Gu Junqing's way of allowing him to tag along. I might go abroad for a while. Do you have any way to quietly control Dao Tianyan's Azure Society? As they walked and talked, Gu Junqing asked Chen in an extremely casual manner, as if he were testing him. Chen paused, then deliberated. I only know that Tianyan handed over his authority to his underling, Zhang Tian, on the surface. In reality, the one controlling the Azura Society from the shadows is Zhang Tian's wife, Luo Qinran. In truth, he did not understand the situation of the Azura Society very well. He could only describe it based on the information from the original novel. He had no idea about the specific details, only knowing the rough plot. Chapter 733. Tell me specifically about the strength of the Azura Society. Otherwise your information is truly useless. Gu Junqing admired the beautiful scenery around him, smiling as he spoke. Yet, his tone carried a hint of contempt that anyone could hear. If this is all the information you have, Teacher Su, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? Chen felt a sense of humiliation. Despite being in a partnership, he felt like a servant. Strength, in the end, it always comes down to strength. He was determined to gain strength equal to Gu Junqing. A raging fire ignited within Chen. Originally, he didn't have many ambitions, but Gu Junqing's repeated condescension made him feel that a dignified transmigrator like him should not be insulted in such a way. He wasn't doing this to prove how amazing he was, he just wanted to ensure no one would ever look down on him again. Yet, he did not notice that as he made his secret resolve, a hidden golden light gleamed in Gu Junqing's eyes. In Gu Junqing's perspective, Chen's aura was condensing like magnificent holy brilliance, his entire fortune evolving in a vibrant and intense way, like flowers blooming on rich silk. This imagery typically only appears when a protagonist makes a significant decision or experiences a major change in destiny. However, only Gu Junqing could see it. It has to be this way, otherwise it would be too boring, Gu Junqing murmured inwardly. Only by letting Chen's aura reach its peak could he reap the harvest more satisfyingly, plucking the wool more and more. Of course, a protagonist like Chen was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He posed almost no threat to him. Chen thought that because he knew the original story, he could become the chess player. While Gu Junqing and Tianyan were in the open, he could manipulate Gu Junqing from behind the scenes to fight against Tianyan. Little did he know, the situation was completely opposite. Whether it was himself or Tianyan, they were just leaks grown by Gu Junqing. The Azura Society is a mysterious organization, founded by Tianyan in the Eagle Nation. In the beginning, it was just a mutual aid group. But as the Azura Society's strength increased explosively, it became involved in wider levels, and its members became a mixed bag of good and bad. Naturally, many evildoers started using the Azura Society's name. Chen's mindset began to shift slightly. However, at Gu Junqing's request, he simply started from the time the Azura Society was first established. Later, without Tianyan's knowledge, the Azura Society even became involved in the gambling industry, pornography, drug trafficking, and arms smuggling. They even started engaging in professional criminal activities, manipulating operations like kidnapping, murder, and robbery. Oh, as the founder, he didn't know about this. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. I think he probably knew, but I feel he was deliberately pretending not to. Chen almost slipped up, quickly changing the subject. Upon hearing this, Gu Junqing glanced at Chen, but didn't pay too much attention. He just nodded, acknowledging his words. The primitive accumulation of capital is always bloody. To develop into the scale of the current Azura Society, how could there not be some bloody events behind it? Behind the glory, who knows how many families have been torn apart? Seeing Gu Junqing nod, Chen continued. After that, the nature of the Azura Society changed. After establishing its authority, it expanded through these means across the entire Eagle Nation, and subsequently to the whole world. Later, Tianyan finally discovered the bad things his subordinates were doing, and began a major purge within the Azura Society. He subsequently succeeded in whitewashing the organization. However, although the purge took place, the massive and bloody resources accumulated before the purge remained. Chen said with a somber expression. Furthermore, not only was the Azura Society behind Tianyan extremely powerful, his own martial arts strength was unfathomable. With Tianyan's level of strength, even with the help of his perfect tycoon system, he couldn't compete with him in the short term. To get close to Mu Peining, he absolutely had to bypass Tianyan. This was also the reason he was so eager to cooperate with Gu Junqing. This Tianyan's methods are quite good, Gu Junqing said with a hint of admiration. Completely whitewashing himself and shifting all the blame onto his subordinates, he truly has the makings of an overlord. Such a Tianyan was completely different from the current Tianyan, who focused on fawning over his sister like a simp. Heroes cannot overcome the beauty trap. The ancients did not deceive me, Gu Junqing thought to himself. So it is absolutely necessary for us to cooperate, even with the power you have behind you, trying to fight against such a Tianyan. Stopping here, Chen fell silent. However, he knew that Gu Junqing understood his meaning. So, if we want to fight against Tianyan, we must first clip his wings. If a force like the Azura Society were in one's own hands, I think it would be a significant asset to anyone, Chen said with a gentle gaze, pointing out the underlying meaning. Then shouldn't we wish for a happy cooperation? Gu Junqing turned his head and suddenly said to Chen with a smile. Seeing that Gu Junqing was moved, Chen's heart began to pound. He similarly replied with a happy cooperation. Chapter 734. So, Teacher So, how do you plan to deal with Tianyan? Gu Junqing asked with a smile. Under the sunlight, Gu Junking's face was as handsome as a god. A single smile seemed to shine directly into the depths of others' hearts. Chen secretly sighed. It was no wonder Gu could attract such favor from so many girls, as even the female leads were affected by him. Every time he taught a class, he felt like his classroom was filled with beauties. Many girls in the back rows would whisper to each other. At first, he did not understand the situation. Later, he called on a chattering female student to answer a question, only to find out she was a senior from Gu Junking's major. They were all there specifically to see Gu Junqing. Once class ended, the entire room nearly turned into a spider cave as countless girls flooded into chatter. Even he, as a teacher, could not help but feel envious. Clip his wings. The Azura Society cannot be allowed to remain under Dao Tianyan's command. It is best if we take control of it. Actually, that great purge of Dao Tianyan's left behind many hidden dangers. Many in the Azura Society harbor deep grievances against him, and we could perhaps make use of them. A flash of bitterness flickered in Chen's heart, but he pushed aside irrelevant thoughts. He calmly offered his advice. The original work mentioned internal strife within the Azura Society, but it was ultimately quelled by Dao Tianyan, who took full control. When the time comes, give me the list of members. List them out one by one, separating the obedient from the disobedient, and leave the rest to me. Gu Junqing said with a calm expression. Surely the forces behind you have this list. Gu Junqing paused intentionally when mentioning the forces behind him, then looked at Chen with a playful smile. We do. Chen felt a jolt in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He felt Gu Junqing was testing whether a mysterious force truly supported him. He naturally had to put on a front of having everything under control. And how do you plan to handle them? Chen deliberated for a moment before asking cautiously. After saying this, he saw Gu Junqing suddenly turn to stare at him. The youth's eyes held a bone-chilling coldness, and his usually warm smile had twisted into something strange, filled with a mix of brutality and indifference. Naturally, we kill those who must be killed and keep those who must be kept. For some reason, being stared at by those eyes made his heart turn cold, and his hair stand on end. In reality, Chen had always positioned Gu Junqing as nothing more than a rich, second-generation villain. He was supposed to have little ability and low intelligence, relying only on his background and looks to oppose the protagonist. He was meant to send experience to the protagonist, and not just himself, but even dragging his family down with him. Ultimately, he was only destined to be a stepping stone for the protagonist's climb. His original expectation was that Gu Junqing could not be a match for Dao Tianyan, and would eventually become a stepping stone. However, with his help, perhaps he could make Gu Junqing and Dao Tianyan fight to a standstill. His goal was to exhaust both sides' strength so that he, the transmigrator, could reap the rewards. Yet, for some reason, looking at Gu Junking's chilling gaze, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Would the protagonist, Dao Tianyan, really be a match for Gu Junqing? Teacher Su, what are you thinking about so intently? Gu Junking's expression suddenly shifted, and he asked with a look of confusion. Nothing at all. Chen hurriedly suppressed the terrifying thought, and replied with an awkward laugh. Regardless of anything else, the current primary goal was to deal with Dao Tianyan. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to approach Mu Peining. He did not know why Dao Tianyan had so much free time. Every time he tried to chat with Mu Peining, Dao would appear to block him and mock him, which filled Chen with secret resentment. Was this not hindering him from completing his system tasks? Seeing that the progress of his main task remained at zero, he felt anxious. The system had already allowed him to live quite comfortably, enabling him to buy a car, and even secure the down payment for a house in the capital. He could imagine how wonderful and colorful his life would be once he unlocked more system functions. For instance, like the student right in front of him, he also wanted to experience the pleasure of being surrounded by beautiful women. He dreamed of a life of indulgence and nightly revelry. Chen hid his thoughts and restored his appearance as a model teacher. He had grown quite a bit since he first transmigrated. In terms of acting, he was no longer so easy to see through. However, he and Gu Junqing had come to understand each other quite well. They both knew the other usually wore a mask. For example, Gu Junking's persona of being devoted to one woman. Gu Junking's appearance was extremely popular with young girls, especially combined with his mysterious and noble status. With the advantages of wealth and looks, he naturally received the adoration of many female students. Yet Gu Junqing rarely flirted with other girls, appearing devoted only to Shiyushin. He had even inexplicably earned the reputation of being the most devoted lover at Huaqing University. From his observations, although Gu Junqing appeared to treasure Shiyushin deeply, he was certainly not a man dedicated to one. He looked like a playboy who had been deep in the sea of romance for a long time. For instance, just a moment ago, he had let another girl sit on his lap with such practiced ease. If Gu Junqing knew what Chen was thinking, he would probably reply with a single sentence, "Your judgment of character is truly sharp." Chapter 735. Once they had finalized the details on how to deal with Dao Tianyan, the atmosphere settled down. By the way, Teacher Su, what brings you here? Gu Junqing asked with a smile. Oh, I'm here to look for the daughter of an old friend. Chen recalled the purpose of his visit and said with a look of regret. Since I am cooperating with you, I assume you've already investigated my background thoroughly. Chen looked at Gu Junqing, his tone ambiguous. Why would I investigate you, Teacher Su? Cooperation requires mutual trust. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Then I trust you too, Gu Junqing. Chen nodded. What a cunning little fox. He is truly from a powerful family, keeping his guard up even at his age. He really doesn't look like the brainless rich kid villain from a novel. Although he said he trusted Gu Junqing, Chen felt a wave of caution. Everything pointed to the fact that Gu Junqing's mind was not simple at all. Between his past life's experience and his current memories, he had decades of life behind him. Yet, in terms of acting, he couldn't even match an 18-year-old. I bought a house in the capital, intending to have my foster mother move in, but she said she was too old to move, and told me to just take care of my younger sister who studies at this campus. Chen knew Gu Junqing must have investigated him, so he saw no point in hiding anything. Oh, a sister? How old is she? Gu Junqing's eyes flickered. Chen glanced at Gu Junqing, hesitating whether to tell the whole truth. He didn't even know what his sister looked like. If she was beautiful and Gu Junqing developed bad intentions, he would be sending her into a tiger's den. He knew of Gu Junqing's charm and didn't want to say too much. Does Teacher Chen not trust me? We are partners, aren't we? What happened to the mutual trust we just talked about? Gu Junqing's smile grew deeper. Chen choked, unable to respond. Even if he kept quiet, Gu Junqing would likely find out later anyway. If he didn't speak, it might only increase Gu Junqing's resentment and distrust. In truth, while he was wary of Gu Junqing and couldn't quite see through him, he didn't harbor much ill will. A major reason was that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Chen hesitated and decided not to hide it further. He might have some attachment to his foster mother, but his feelings for this unknown sister were not that deep. Her name is Qingtong, and she is a freshman here this year. Since she is one of the children adopted by my foster mother, she is my foster sister. My mother told me she is a bit insecure and introverted. Since I am a teacher at Huaking, she asked me to protect her from being bullied. Chen didn't know the situation well, and only repeated what his foster mother told him. A thoughtful look crossed Gu Junqing's eyes. He wouldn't let any heroine appearing near the protagonist slip by. It seemed this fellow traveler had his own storyline as well, rescuing an introverted sister, then enjoying a series of warm, daily interactions. It's a pity you met me, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He guessed that Chen had inserted himself into Tianyan's story because he found Mu Peining too beautiful. Combined with the ambition of a transmigrator, he would naturally develop a possessive urge toward the heroine. Gu Junqing was more than happy to see this. Teacher Su's sister is naturally my sister too. Teacher Su, let's go visit our sister together, Gu Junqing said with a smile. Chen stared at him in disbelief. What the hell? My sister is your sister? What kind of logic is that? I am your teacher, for God's sake. Chen was speechless. But since they were partners, he couldn't say much. He could only lead Gu Junqing to the place where he had arranged to meet his foster sister. The two chatted as they walked. Chen wanted to know how to strengthen their cooperation, so he needed to understand Gu Junqing better. To him, Gu Junqing was still shrouded in mist. Other than knowing he possessed massive power behind the scenes, enough to stand against Tianyan, he knew absolutely nothing else. He was trying to probe Gu Junqing's background, hoping to get some useful information. However, Gu Junqing was as slippery as an eel, and instead, Chen found himself revealing a lot of his own things. This left Chen feeling frustrated. But when he thought about how the stronger Gu Junqing was, the better he could restrain Tianyan, he relaxed. The stronger the ally, the better it was for him. Just as Chen wanted to probe Gu Junqing further, a commotion ahead caught their attention. 3 overbearing girls were surrounding another girl and shouting something. Isn't that the girl who was sitting on your lap earlier? Chen squinted, recognizing the girl's baseball cap and face mask, and turned to speak to Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. The scene seemed somewhat familiar. However, he did not hesitate and walked over. He had a soft spot for this well-behaved girl. Meanwhile, many bystanders gathered to watch the spectacle. You hit someone, won't you say sorry? The 3 overbearing girls pointed their fingers at Qingtong. I didn't hit you. You guys clearly hit me. Qingtong grabbed the straps of her backpack nervously, her expression flustered, and she could only explain in a soft voice. We hit you. Why would we hit you? Exactly. You're speaking so softly, are you feeling guilty? Apologize now, or you're not leaving today. The 3 girls sneered as they saw the crowd growing larger. You spilled water on my clothes. Do you know how expensive these are? This is a foreign brand worth 200,000. Can you afford to pay for it? One of the girls pointed at the water bottle lying at Qingtong's feet. She pointed at the slightly damp corner of her beautiful clothes and said loudly. Qingtong was on the verge of tears. She had just been standing there drinking water when the 3 of them suddenly bumped into her. She couldn't hold the bottle steady, and the water spilled onto their clothes. Speak up, are you feeling guilty? The 3 girls stared at Qingtong and said loudly. Qingtong wanted to explain, but with her naturally introverted personality, she couldn't make herself understood. No one could hear her explanations. Perhaps because of the girl's aggressive attitude and the water bottle at Qingtong's feet, many believed she had bumped into them. However, many men felt a pang of sympathy watching her struggle to speak. Why are you being so fierce? Can't you see she's barely able to breathe? Finally, someone in the crowd shouted. Yeah, that's right. Can't you just talk properly? Many people joined in, feeling sorry for Qingtong. The man who said that, show yourself if you're so capable. If you think she's pitiful, why don't you pay for her? Whoever can afford 200,000, I'll apologize immediately. The girl in the branded clothes put her hands on her hips and yelled at the crowd. When she said this, the bystanders fell silent. No one was willing to be a fool and pay 200,000 for a stranger. Besides, 200,000 was not a small amount. Even though they didn't know what kind of clothes could cost 200,000, surely even gold-plated ones weren't that expensive. The bystanders whispered to themselves. Seeing the scene had quieted down, the girl sneered. She didn't want any more trouble, so she turned to Qingtong. No one is helping you now, right? Pay up, or you aren't leaving today. Wearing a hat and mask in broad daylight, are you too ugly to be seen? The three girls began to press her relentlessly. Qingtong scanned the crowd with a lost and longing look. However, everyone who met her gaze lowered their heads, and no one dared to stand up for her. This made Qingtong feel desperate. She really didn't hit her. Was there anyone who could help her? Just someone to explain what happened. Suddenly, Qingtong saw the young man who had helped her on the bus. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she looked at him pitifully. But then she thought about it. The man was only a stranger she had met once. Why would he be willing to help her? Qingtong shrank back, tucking her head low, and let the aggressive girls continue their verbal abuse. Who can help her? When Junqing and Chen arrived, they noticed the situation. Seeing Qingtong's pitiful, teary eyes, Chen couldn't take it anymore. After all, his predecessor was a teacher, and his memories included a sense of justice and the instinct to protect students. He wanted to step forward to uphold justice immediately. But suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him. Beside him, his student and partner, Junqing, was looking at him with a smile. Teacher, so, let me handle this. Junqing said with a smile. For some reason, a voice seemed to roar in Chen's heart. Go protect her, go protect her. Wait, let me. Chen wanted to refuse. But looking at Junqing's increasingly serious face, he hesitated for a moment before nodding with great difficulty. He assumed this girl was well acquainted with Junqing. Naturally, it would be best for Junqing to handle it. Yet he did not realize that at this moment, he had lost the bait that destiny had tossed his way. Or rather, the bait had been snatched away by someone else. Chapter 736. Pay up. If you don't pay the money, I will strip all the clothes off your body right here. The lead girl, dressed in designer clothes, said to Qingtong in an aggressive manner. Exactly. I see you are from Huaqing too. As your senior, I will give you a warning. Don't think you can scam just anyone. The two seniors behind her started chiming in. They had no intention of letting Qingtong go today. In truth, they just thought Qingtong was being pretentious for wrapping herself up so tightly in the middle of the day. She was fake and affected. Her voice was so thin and small that you could not even hear it if you did not listen carefully. What was she acting so weak for? Did she want to win sympathy with this little white flower routine? At the same time, they felt Qingtong looked weak and easily bullied. So, they decided to take advantage of her. Qingtong bit her cherry lip lightly. Her large, watery eyes filled with panic, and a mist of tears welled up in her eye sockets. She did not know how to refute them, so she could only let herself be bullied. The bystanders watching the show were deterred by the exorbitant price of 200,000. No one could help her. She wanted to cry, but she had to be strong. A child with no one to rely on had no choice but to be strong. The three of them felt annoyed just looking at Qingtong's pitiful appearance. What are you trying to do by putting on such a pitiful act? You look so weak. You are obviously a vixen trying to seduce passersby into paying for you. Just as they were about to continue their verbal abuse, a magnetic male voice rang out. Calling someone a vixen just because they look weak? You have no manners, so I guess you have no father. Junqing walked out from the crowd of onlookers. He frowned and spoke with indifference after hearing what the three women had said. That is great. Someone finally stood up. Yes, I felt terrible for that little girl. Why were those three being so aggressive? Demanding 200,000 for a little water stain? Why do they not just rob someone? Seeing that someone finally dared to stand up, the other onlookers began to speak out. After all, it had nothing to do with them anymore, even if the money needed to be paid. When Qingtong saw Junqing walk out, her eyes suddenly brightened. It was as if a beam of light passed through her mist-filled eyes to shine into the depths of her heart, illuminating her terrified and dark inner world. Ding! The heroine Qingtong's favorability toward the host has increased by 10 points. It is now 20. The host is rewarded with 20,000 villain points. Ding! The host has successfully changed the plot trajectory, plundering 500 luck points from the male protagonist, Chen. Host's arch-villain luck has increased by 500 points. Hearing the surrounding crowd clamoring again, the three seniors looked at Junqing, who was walking in front of Qingtong, with ugly expressions. Junqing was wearing a mask and casual clothes. They could only see that this man had a pair of attractive eyes, and he possessed a height that looked down on everyone else. The three of them were only a little over 1.6 meters tall, while the man walking toward them was clearly at least 1.85 meters tall. What did you say? You are the one with no manners, and you are the one with no father. The girl who had been insulted was furious. One of the seniors, seeing Junqing's towering height, did not dare to threaten others so ferociously anymore. She was afraid that this man would resort to violence. She quickly grabbed the woman, who was about to yell, and asked instead, "What is your relationship with her? Why are you sticking up for her?" Even a passerby would step in to stop you if they saw you bullying a girl so aggressively, Junqing said with a casual tone. However, he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly took Qingtong's slender hand as she stood on his left. Besides, I am her boyfriend, so it is only natural that I come out to uphold justice. When Qingtong felt her hand being held, a blush immediately appeared on her face. She clearly had nothing to do with this man. She had only met him once on the bus a moment ago. However, although she was introverted and autistic, she was not stupid. How could she contradict him at a time like this? So, she docilely let Gu Junqing hold her hand. Feeling the smoothness of the fair hand in his, and the submissiveness of the heroine beside him, Gu Junqing smiled with satisfaction. Boyfriend? If your girlfriend cannot afford to pay, then you pay. Exactly. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are tall? Do you know who my boyfriend is? The three seniors were not intimidated and spoke to Gu Junqing aggressively. Given their status, they did not need to be afraid of anyone. What idiots. Gu Junqing watched the three of them jumping around, then glanced casually at Chen, who seemed to be regretting his inaction in the crowd. He knew these three were just minor villains meant to set the stage for Chen to look cool. The stupider the villain, the more satisfying the plot. He did not really care though. He had already cut off Chen's heroine. Naturally, he would not care about how cliched the hero saving the beauty plot was. Pay the money. Are you sure? Gu Junqing's tone was indifferent as he looked at the three of them. The emotionless gaze made the three women feel a chill, and for a moment, they could not even speak. After the three of them looked at each other, the lead senior finally plucked up the courage. Pay the money. They did not know why they felt scared in their hearts. As soon as this man became serious, it was as if they had encountered some kind of suppression. The figure of the other party seemed to grow rapidly in their hearts until it occupied their entire minds. It was as if they were just looking up at a vast, boundless giant. All right, this card has 200,000 in it. Gu Junqing nodded, and took out a black bank card from his pocket, casually holding it out to the overjoyed senior. His sleeve was suddenly tugged. Gu Junqing turned his head and saw King Tong's pitiful expression. I did not break her clothes. You do not need to pay. Please do not believe her. Qing Tong explained, feeling anxious. Her voice was even louder than her usual soft, gentle whispers. She wanted to explain to Gu Junqing clearly that the stain on the senior's clothes was not caused by her intentionally. The three of them had clearly bumped into her themselves. Why should they pay for it? Moreover, she did not want Gu Junqing to spend 200,000 for her. She could not pay him back at all. However, just as Gu Junqing was listening carefully to King Tong's explanation, the three seniors had already happily stepped forward and snatched the bank card from Gu Junqing's hand. Their families were well off, so they naturally recognized the weight of the black bank card in Gu Junqing's hand. They had not expected to actually find such a sucker. The surrounding crowd began to praise Gu Junqing's sense of responsibility. Not every man could pay 200,000 for his girlfriend. Many of the men watching the scene asked themselves, if this happened to them, they would probably dump this girlfriend. Although they would be despised by others, she was not their wife anyway, so why spend this unjust money? Seeing Gu Junqing's bank card being snatched away, Qing Tong became anxious. She rushed toward the three seniors with small steps, wanting to snatch the bank card back. If Gu Junqing had not held her hand in time, she probably would have started fighting with them. They snatched your money. Qing Tong looked at the man still holding her hand, not letting her take it back, her large eyes filled with confusion. Gu Junqing patted King Tong's hand as if to comfort her, then turned to look at the overjoyed three seniors. Junior, someone with this card must have a different status. I believe you when you say there is 200,000 in here. The lead senior looked at Gu Junqing with greed in her eyes. Although her clothes were designer and valuable, but they were only splashed with mineral water, and had a watermark, so it was impossible for it to cost 200,000. What a fat sheep, she actually got 200,000. She had never seen anyone so easy to scam. Then we are leaving. Consider yourselves lucky this time, that we only made you pay 200,000. The three seniors looked at the bank card in their hands with delight, then turned to leave as if they were bestowing a favor. They needed to hurry and withdraw the money so they could go and have some fun. Did I let you leave? Gu Junqing said coldly. Junior, you have already paid the money. What else do you want? We have already been merciful. The senior thought Gu Junqing had sobered up and wanted to take the bank card back, so she quickly spoke with the attitude of someone bestowing charity. Since I spent 200,000 to buy your clothes, then the clothes you are wearing are mine. No one can take my things away. Gu Junqing looked at the lead senior with an extremely indifferent expression. Take off the clothes you are wearing and give them to me. Now it is mine. Chapter 737. Take off your clothes. They are mine now. The lead senior student stood stunned, failing to grasp his meaning. Should I go back and change, then give them to you? She offered hesitantly. I said give them to me right now. Gu Junqing glanced at her indifferently. Now? Her voice rose into a shrill, panicked pitch. What else? Gu Junqing replied. Though he appeared annoyed, he was actually enjoying the sensation of her smooth, delicate hand. He could not resist rubbing it for a moment. She smelled of a refreshing, intoxicating fragrance that put one at ease. Hidden behind her mask, Qing Tong was blushing crimson. She only dared to peek at Gu Junqing from the corner of her eye. She felt a mix of shyness and resentment that he was constantly taking advantage of her. The onlookers were equally stunned. Their gazes shifted to the lead senior student in her designer dress. This was a dress, after all. If she took it off, would she not be left with only her undergarments? The thought stirred excitement among the men in the crowd. Take it off, give the man his property back. He spent 200,000 on that. Are you not going to return it? Senior, do not worry, we just want to see justice served. I am different, I just want to see you streak. While some spoke with no manners, others tried to hide their intentions. Without exception, however, everyone wanted to see the arrogant student pay a price. The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile as even more men offered to help. The three senior students grew terrified. They tried to flee, but the agitated crowd blocked their path. The arrogance the students had displayed moments ago had truly angered the bystanders. Can you not let us off this time? After repeated failed attempts to escape, the lead senior student finally cracked and pleaded with Gu Junqing. Did you let my girlfriend off earlier? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and sneered. Qingtong felt like she might faint from sheer embarrassment. He called her his girlfriend again. Despite her nerves, her heart was filled with gratitude. Gu Junqing was the first person in her life to ever stand up and protect her. She tugged lightly on his sleeve and stood obediently by his side. Ming Ming, should we just forget it? Yes, you are not short on money. Just have your boyfriend give it to you. The other two students were terrified and urged their leader to comply. All right, that is enough. I am a teacher, so please do not cause any more trouble. Chen finally decided to step in after hesitating. As a teacher, he knew he would face consequences if he were caught watching this spectacle from the sidelines. He understood Gu Junqing's personality well enough. If he did not intervene, Gu Junqing might actually force the student to streak. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment as the teacher arrived and began to disperse. With a teacher involved, there would be no public humiliation to watch. Return his money, and do not bully your classmates again. Chen spoke sternly to the three students who had been abusing their power. Shaken to their core, they truly believed they were about to be stripped naked in public. They dared not argue with Chen. They returned the bank card to Gu Junqing and scrambled away in a panic. They did not even have the courage to look back at him. As everyone dispersed, Qingtong let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was naturally introverted and suffered from social anxiety. Had Gu Junqing not provided such a sense of security, she might have suffocated from the tension of being surrounded by the crowd. Student Gu, as a teacher, I must maintain order. Chen looked at Gu Junqing with an apologetic expression. He was unsure why he felt such a sense of irritation. It felt as though something of his had been taken away. It is fine. Gu Junqing smiled, acting as though he did not care. He had already stolen the most important part of the scene, the heroic rescue. He was content to leave the cleanup to Chen. Can you let go of my hand now? A tiny voice whispered to him. Qingtong peered cautiously at Gu Junqing, beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked utterly embarrassed. Even through her hat and mask, her clear, limpid eyes captivated both men. They could both tell she was incredibly beautiful and pure. That is not possible. You are my girlfriend after all. Are you trying to cross the river and break the bridge the moment I finish helping you? Gu Junqing teased, his curiosity piqued. I am not. Qingtong stammered, looking as though she might cry from his teasing. Chapter 738. All right, stop crying. I'm not teasing you anymore. Gu Junqing looked at Qingtong, who was on the verge of tears, and felt a sense of helplessness. He had not expected this young girl to be so easily moved to tears. She didn't look like she was 18 at all. Instead, she seemed like a girl under 16. This stirred a hint of guilt in his heart. However, he had finally confirmed Qingtong's identity as a heroine. Heroine Qingtong, age 18, charm 90, affinity toward host 30, trusting. Heroine aura, 2135. Seeing that Gu Junqing didn't seem to truly blame her, the pitiful look in Qingtong's large eyes visibly relaxed. In reality, she was just shy because her hand had been held by him the whole time. She had no intention of betraying her benefactor, as Gu Junqing had jokingly teased. Please, don't bully me, Qingtong said weakly, rubbing her reddened eyes. I'm not bullying you. I promise. Gu Junqing sighed. Why did he feel like he was raising a child again? It was just like with Lin Qingzu. It made him feel like a criminal. Watching the interaction between Gu Junqing and Qingtong from the side, Chen felt a wave of envy. Regardless of his past or present life, he had yet to meet a girl who felt this way. He also wanted a girl to be so dependent on him, to let him spoil her to his heart's content. If he had been the one to help her, would she be treating him the same way now? A strange thought flashed through Chen's mind. Well, classmate Gu, since it's all over, I'll go wait for my sister by myself, Chen said, forcing a smile at Gu Junqing. Go ahead then. A strange glint flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes, and a smile flickered across his face. He had not expected Chen to still not realize that Qingtong was the foster sister he had never met. In that case, he would not hesitate to whisk her away. Although he hadn't succeeded in playing the hero to save the damsel, at least his foster sister wouldn't get involved with Gu Junqing. Chen consoled himself. After nodding at Qingtong, he turned and left. Is he going to wait for his sister? Qingtong asked with a curious look, tugging gently on Gu Junqing's sleeve. She had grown up in an orphanage and only began attending school after receiving support from a kind benefactor. Once she was accepted into this top-tier university, the benefactor who had sponsored her decided to adopt her as a daughter. She had never had any family, and since this person had helped her so much, she happily agreed. Then, the benefactor arranged for her to meet their son, who taught at Walking University. He would become her older brother. However, she didn't know what the son looked like. I don't know. Why? Is something wrong? Gu Junqing cleared his throat and smiled like a gentle older brother. Qingtong told Gu Junqing the reason she had come there. Having been helped by Gu Junqing twice, she trusted him completely, and didn't hold anything back. Waiting for your brother? You don't know what he looks like? Gu Junqing paused, feigning confusion as he asked. Qingtong shook her head, looking troubled. I don't have a mobile phone. I only contact my mother through the orphanage's phone. She whispered the explanation, seeing Gu Junqing's confusion. Why not get a phone? If you're short on money, I recall that there are subsidies for those admitted to Walking. I donated the money to the younger kids at the orphanage. They raised me, so I can't be a burden to them anymore, Qingtong explained, looking embarrassed and self-conscious. It was clear that her upbringing in the orphanage had left her with less confidence than others. Others might have left that past behind, but Qingtong continued to contribute what little she could to support the orphanage. Gu Junqing sighed and ruffled Qingtong's hair. Silly girl, you should take care of yourself first before trying to give back to the orphanage. Even through her cap, Qingtong could feel the warmth of his hand, causing her cheeks to flush. She had never felt this kind of warm sense of security in her entire life. So, what are you planning to do now? Qingtong felt lost. After what happened, she wasn't sure if she should go back or keep waiting for her brother. How about you come with me? I can be your brother from now on, Gu Junqing said softly, enticing her like the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. But Qingtong was still hesitant. It's fine. You're just waiting blindly and won't find him, even if he stood right in front of you. Gu Junqing didn't mention that Chen was the one she was waiting for. He just wanted to win the heroine over first. All right then. After a moment of hesitation, Qingtong followed behind Gu Junqing. She trusted Gu Junqing completely, and even if he were tricking her, she had nothing worth taking. Meanwhile, Chen was still waiting aimlessly in a corner of the campus for his sister, unaware that she was already being led astray. Gu Junqing and Qingtong walked out of the campus. He was now pondering how to handle the situation with Qingtong. Handing her over to Chen was absolutely impossible. He quite liked this girl who was as clear as water. Gu Junqing suddenly remembered his original purpose for coming to this campus. He had intended to visit Mirongwan and Luoningyu. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Perhaps leaving Qingtong with them would be a good option. Since they were living together, maybe the three of them would get along well. While contemplating where to place Qingtong, Gu Junqing suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged gently. He turned back to look at Qingtong, whose eyes were filled with caution. Where are we going now? I'm taking you to the mall to buy some clothes, Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Qingtong's clothes were slightly wrinkled and clearly faded from repeated washing. She stood out like an anomaly in the glamorous university setting. Those three seniors earlier had likely targeted her precisely because she looked like an easy target. They never really intended to swindle 200,000 from her. But I don't have any money. Fearing that Gu Junqing was judging her clothes, Qingtong lowered her head, looking withdrawn. Chapter 739. But I have no money. Qingtong thought Gu Junqing was unhappy with her clothes, and she lowered her head while shrinking back. Didn't you agree just now that I would be your brother from now on? What is wrong with a sister spending a little of her brother's money? Gu Junqing spoke with a serious expression. He knew that if he were not serious, Qingtong might not accept it. To fully capture this heroine, treating her well was essential. One other point was to change her introverted and reclusive personality, saving her from the abyss of loneliness. Brother, but I cannot spend your money. Qingtong was almost overwhelmed with emotion. Since we are siblings, is it not expected for a brother to take care of his sister? Gu Junqing continued to coax her. Once Qingtong accepted his kindness, she would not be able to escape his grasp. After all, Qingtong and Chen were the only ones who had a nominal brother-sister relationship. When Chen realized he wanted to treat Qingtong well, he would find she no longer needed his care. Gu Junqing would have already let her experience everything, so she would not be so easily moved later. This is why many families choose to raise their daughters with wealth. Money not only fosters self-confidence, but also broadens horizons. It prevents one's daughter from being deceived by some low-life scumbag. But Qingtong looked at Gu Junqing's gentle gaze, and was almost moved to tears, her voice soft and tender, making one's heart ache. She rarely left the orphanage growing up, which led to her extremely simple personality. When others treated her well, she was particularly grateful. Call me brother, let me hear it, Gu Junqing said with a smile. Brother. Qingtong felt inexplicably shy and lowered her head. Gu Junqing chuckled, patted Qingtong's head and spoke. Then can you take off your mask, so brother can see? Hearing Gu Junqing's request, Qingtong became flustered. Look, I am wearing a mask, and you are wearing a mask, so let us take them off together, shall we? As your brother, I cannot go without seeing my own sister's true face. Gu Junqing made a small joke, which alleviated much of Qingtong's panic. It was not that she did not want to take off the mask, but she feared that if she did, this brother who cared for her would not like her anymore. She could feel the care from this brother whom she felt a connection with upon first meeting. Okay then. Qingtong hesitated for a moment and whispered softly. Gu Junqing took off his mask, revealing a handsome face, divine like a god, right before Qingtong's eyes. The moment she saw Gu Junqing's face, her heart rate spiked. Her adorable, wide eyes stared at his face, frozen in place. What do you think of your brother's looks? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking gently. He had mastered how to act as a gentle, boy-next-door type. Very good looking, Qingtong said, dumbfounded. Then should it not be your turn to take off the mask? Gu Junqing said with a smile. This was just the first step, and after Qingtong opened up to him, it would be time to fully conquer her. Introverted and reclusive people are usually guarded against others, fearing that they will be hurt after opening up, as they lack a sense of security. They do not easily open the door to their inner hearts to others. However, once opened, it means she has poured all her trust into you. Qingtong pinched the lower edge of her mask, pulled it down slowly, and took off the baseball cap on her head as well. A pure, unadorned little face came into Gu Junqing's view. Her large, clear eyes, devoid of any impurities, highlighted her simplicity and innocence. She also had soft, white skin like goat's milk curd, and full apple cheeks that looked as tender as if they could be pinched and water would come out. Her small, pink cherry lips added an even more moving, youthful feel to her face. Pure, beautiful, soft, and quiet, various thoughts flashed through Gu Junqing's mind. His first impression of Qingtong was that she was pure and youthful. With the baseball cap removed, her pretty medium short hair fell down. The cute bangs on her forehead scattered, giving Qingtong a sense of messy, scattered beauty. Seeing Gu Junqing's stiff expression, Qingtong felt a little nervous, and she lowered her head self-deprecatingly. I do not look good. Qingtong, let me ask you a question. You are 18 years old this year, right? Gu Junqing's expression was a bit stiff. Every one of Qingtong's features was very delicate, but why were they so youthful when put together? Added to her petite stature and the framing of her bangs, she did not look like an adult woman at all, but rather like an underage little sister. However, Gu Junqing thought again that a legal loli did not seem too bad. Ah, yes, I am 18. Qingtong hesitated, then nodded sadly. She felt her appearance was not good enough, and that she did not deserve to walk next to Gu Junqing. Look up, Qingtong. You are very beautiful, and there is no need to hide yourself in the future, do you understand? Gu Junqing pinched Qingtong's smooth, perfect chin and tilted her head up slightly. He looked into her clear, slightly shy eyes as he spoke earnestly. The distance between the two was very close, and Qingtong could even feel the faint scent of mint between Gu Junqing's breaths. In an instant, a flush of color spread across Qingtong's pink face, and she was truly adorable. She nodded frantically, her face filled with panic, and she even wanted to turn and run away, because this was her first time being in such intimate contact with a man. Her little heart beat like a deer, thumping loudly, which was quite embarrassing. Cough. My apologies. Gu Junqing coughed lightly and let go of his hand. After all, today could be considered their first meeting, so he could not be too abrupt. Actually, the main reason was that he felt a bit of guilt, as looking at a face that seemed under 16 looking at him in a panic made him feel like a bad uncle. It was just like when he first faced Lin Qingzu. However, although Lin Qingzu was young at the time, her psychological age was relatively mature due to some experiences. Meanwhile, Qingtong looked 18, but he felt her psychological age might not be 16. It is okay. Qingtong's moist, large eyes looked a bit red, as if she had been bullied. The chin that had just been pinched by Gu Junqing had a faint red mark on it. It was truly tender, turning red at the slightest pinch. Some evil thoughts flashed through Gu Junqing's mind, and he felt a sense of guilt as he looked at Qingtong's pitiful little face. Let us go. Brother will take you to get a makeover, and you will be even more beautiful in a while. Gu Junqing winked and said with a smile. Oh. Qingtong responded obediently. Seeing that Gu Junqing really did not mean to despise her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She followed Gu Junqing with complete peace of mind, stepping in his shadow as they walked toward the nearby mall, and she even secretly plucked at the corner of Gu Junqing's clothes from behind. Her cherry lips curled up slightly, and her heart was filled with a strange sense of security. Chapter 740. Warning, mission target is moving away. Mission target is moving away. Warning, mission failure imminent. Mission failure imminent. Chen, waiting in place, suddenly received frantic alerts from his system. He froze in his tracks. His reason for coming here to pick up his foster sister wasn't just because of his mother's instructions, but mostly due to the system's mission. As long as he brought this younger sister home, and took good care of her, he could obtain massive system rewards. He had assumed this was an easy mission. After all, taking care of a little sister shouldn't be difficult for him. But he never expected the mission to end before it had even begun. Could it be that she stopped waiting because I didn't find her? But didn't we agree to meet under the chemistry lab building? Chen looked back at the name of the building behind him, feeling perplexed. He was indeed waiting under the chemistry lab. He didn't want to know why Qingtong left anymore. Now all he needed to do was catch up to her immediately. System, can you track Qingtong's location? Chen asked the system, feeling a surge of anxiety in his heart. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, this experience mission, which seemed within his grasp, would truly slip away. Ding. Searching. Ding. System is being blocked by an unknown cause. Unable to search for precise location. Initiating fuzzy location tracking. Ding. Location successful. Target is at Wanda Mall. Chen stared fixedly at the virtual screen invisible to normal people, rushing toward Wanda Mall at a running pace. If the distance from Qingtong became too great, there was a real possibility that his mission would fail. His current mission was simply to find Qingtong. Unlike the anxiety on Chen's side, Gu Junqing and Qingtong were strolling through the large mall quite comfortably. Because both were incredibly attractive, they naturally drew the attention of many people. It was Qingtong's first time walking under so many gazes, which made her feel a bit afraid for a moment. She gripped the corner of Gu Junqing's clothes tightly, refusing to let go, her head held low as she followed him step by step. Gu Junqing felt that Qingtong was getting tired, so he sighed, stopped his pace, and loosened her grip on his clothes. Qingtong looked at Gu Junqing with her round, limpid eyes, her fingers entwining as she felt at a loss. Are you scared of everyone's gazes? Gu Junqing asked with a gentle expression. Qingtong was afraid that Gu Junqing would dislike her, so after hesitating for a moment, she nodded honestly. Don't care too much about other people's gazes, because your world has nothing to do with them. They are just spectators who cannot control you. Besides, others are only looking at you because they think my Qingtong is very beautiful. Gu Junqing stroked Qingtong's head and continued. Then don't be afraid if I hold your hand. As he spoke, he took Qingtong's soft, delicate hand and began walking forward. Qingtong blinked, feeling a bit dazed. She had been thinking about the meaning of Gu Junqing's words, not expecting him to suddenly take her hand. She was actually quite afraid of physical contact with others, but surprisingly, she did not dislike holding hands with Gu Junqing. She only felt her hand being warmly enveloped by a large palm, the warmth seeming to travel from her palm directly into her heart. It was like a beam of sunlight, dispersing the fear inside her and warming her entire body. Are you still afraid now? Gu Junqing tightened his grip, wrapping his fingers around Qingtong's small hand even more closely. I'm not afraid anymore. Qingtong shook her head and said earnestly. Rest assured, I will be your surroundings forever, tightly enveloping you and protecting you. Gu Junqing gave Qingtong a reassuring look and smiled. He paused, then continued, of course, as a reward, you can just wrap back around me in the future. Qingtong tilted her head, her big eyes filled with a trace of curiosity. What did wrapping back mean? Does it mean I should protect brother in the future? Qingtong suddenly realized. Her other free hand wrapped back around Gu Junqing's large hand from the outside. Since her hands were smaller, she could only grab the back of Gu Junqing's hand. Also, because of their stark height difference, she ended up leaning her entire weight onto Gu Junqing's arm. Gu Junqing looked helplessly at Qingtong, who was trying her best to envelop his hand with both of hers. She is too innocent, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. The youngest heroine he had ever met was Lin Qingzu, but even Lin Qingzu was not as innocent as Qingtong. Qingtong was currently like a blank sheet of paper, waiting for someone to paint colors onto it. It was almost impossible for someone of Qingtong's age to be this innocent in modern society. In the modern information age, the amount of information a person receives every day is countless. In ancient times, carriages were slow and one could only love one person in a lifetime, but nowadays there are many scumbags, and one can change partners in a single night. Many girls who should be innocent are already experienced before they even know the meaning of pain. Some girls are like eggs, white on the outside, but often yellow on the inside. Qingtong, however, was different. She was a pure, flawless sheet of white paper. Come, the clothes here seem nice. Gu Junqing was filled with emotion, but he didn't hesitate. He let Qingtong lean on his arm as he walked into a designer store he had randomly selected. Welcome, the two of you. Seeing Gu Junqing and Qingtong enter, the sales assistant hurriedly walked out to greet them. Facing others, Gu Junqing naturally wasn't that enthusiastic, only nodding faintly. Yet, seeing Gu Junqing's indifferent manner, the sales assistant became even more enthusiastic. Ahem, I don't know what relationship you two have. We have couples outfits here that you two could try. The sales assistant looked at Gu Junqing, her face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Given her years of experience in judging people, both Gu Junqing's temperament and the clothes he wore were enough to show that his family background was extraordinary. However, the little girl acting like a bird relying on him didn't have much of an aura. She must be a girl from an ordinary family, perhaps even less than that. Of course, she wouldn't provoke her for no reason. When Qingtong heard couples outfits, her small face flushed pink immediately. Even if she was innocent, it was impossible for her not to know what couple meant. Couple? Do we look like a couple? Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly as he casually picked out clothes from the rack. We don't look like one? The female sales assistant thought in confusion. Because Gu Junqing had put his mask back on, she couldn't see his face clearly, and could only start guessing wildly. However, looking at Gu Junqing's mature and noble aura, she then glanced at Qingtong's green, youthful face. I get it, father and daughter. A thought suddenly flashed through the sales assistant's mind, and she had an epiphany. Come, we also have parent-child outfits for fathers and daughters. You two could try those instead. The sales assistant put on a professional smile, and began using her professional knowledge to introduce clothes to the two of them. Chapter 741. Father and daughter. Gu Junqing glanced at the shop assistant. He was about to explain the situation, but suddenly, he thought that being a father figure might not be bad. It was not to satisfy any perverse desire in his heart. He simply wanted to offer Qingtong meticulous care and affection. Though, nobody would believe him even if he said it. Qingtong, how about I become your godfather from now on? Gu Junqing waved the shop assistant away and whispered to Qingtong. I cannot do that, brother. You are not much older than me. Qingtong softly rebutted. It is fine, you can just call me that in private. Gu Junqing used a gentle tone to coax her. I cannot. This time Qingtong did not agree, still shaking her head in refusal. Gu Junqing looked at her face as tender as an egg, and gave up the plan. He had only acted on a whim. Just then, Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. He had suddenly sensed something. He came so quickly. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Qingtong, go try on this outfit. Gu Junqing randomly picked a complicated garment, and pushed her into the changing room. Qingtong walked inside obediently. At that exact moment, Chen hurried into the clothing store. He scanned the area, but did not see any female of the appropriate age. He was breathless, having run all the way from school to Wanda. Since the system could not locate Qingtong, he had been frantically searching the entire mall. He checked every single store to see if any woman matched her description. His behavior caught the attention of the shop assistant. "Hey, what are you looking at over there?" The assistant glared at Chen with impatient eyes. This was a women's clothing store, usually visited only by women. Men rarely came in alone. Unless, of course, they were buying women's clothing for themselves. Occasionally, some men with poor character would come in, not to buy clothes, but simply to leer at women changing. The assistant had already labeled Chen a pervert for looking around so suspiciously. "Nothing, I am looking for someone," Chen replied casually. He continued to scan the face of every woman browsing the racks. "Are you looking for your girlfriend, or your sister?" The assistant sneered. Every creep she caught used that same excuse to hide their true intentions. "My sister," Chen replied with extreme speed, not even looking at her. "I think you are here to gawk at girls. You look scholarly, but you are actually a degenerate." The assistant mocked him. "Watch your mouth." Chen turned to look at the assistant, a hint of anger in his expression. He was anxious to find Qingtong, and could not tolerate the insults. "Watch my mouth. You should watch where you look. Is this a place for someone like you to gawk around?" The assistant was incensed that he dared to act tough after being caught. "Someone like me? I could buy your whole store and fire you." Chen glanced at the assistant with disdain, speaking confidently. "You sure like to talk big when you have nothing to back it up." The assistant sneered. "The lead girl is not even here. Why are you posturing?" Junqing watched the farce unfold with a detached expression. The halo of reduced intelligence is as famous as they say. Chen did not want to bicker with the assistant, as his time was tight. After scanning the store one last time, he prepared to leave. Just then, he noticed Junqing standing in the corner. He walked over, feeling a bit confused. The assistant considered stopping him, but decided against it when she saw the two men seemed to know each other. "Oh, classmate Gu, why are you here?" Chen looked at him with curiosity. "Were you not with that girl at school just now?" "I am here to buy clothes," Junqing replied with a smile. Chen nodded, understanding, and did not ask further. "By the way, have you seen a female student in the mall? She looks quite young, and is very petite." Chen described Qingtong's appearance. He decided to ask Junqing just in case. "I have seen far too many people in this mall." Junqing pondered for a moment before giving an ambiguous answer. "Is that so?" Chen managed a weak smile. The mall was too large. He had been wandering for a long time, and had indeed seen many students matching Qingtong's build. He felt some resentment toward his sister for not just buying a phone, which would have made this much easier. "What about the girl you helped earlier?" Chen glanced at the changing room nearby. He could feel someone inside. He wanted to know if the person inside was the same girl Junqing had heroically saved earlier. He felt that girl fit Qingtong's description perfectly. He had assumed it could not be that coincidental, and had let the opportunity slip. "Teacher seems to have forgotten what I said. It would be best if you did not inquire about my affairs," Junqing said with a smile. "Yes, I understand." Chen suppressed his anger at being humiliated and forced a smile. He then walked out toward the main entrance. He knew he only had a cooperative relationship with Junqing. In reality, that relationship was very fragile. It only existed because they shared a common enemy in Tianyan. "Once Tianyan is dealt with, I will return all of today's humiliations." Chen swore to himself. Junqing did not react. How could he possibly care if a leak was angry? It was like a human not caring about how many slices of bread they had eaten. Just then, a weak voice came from the changing room. "Brother, what is it?" Junqing stood up, walked to the changing room door, and asked softly, "Can you come in and help me change my clothes?" Chapter 742. Entering to change? That did not seem appropriate since it was too fast. Junqing thought with a pang of guilt as he pushed open the door to the changing room. The space was small, and a full-length mirror immediately caught his eye. Qingtong was standing with her back to him, wearing a white dress that revealed a pair of straight, fair legs. Although Qingtong was not tall, barely reaching 160 centimeters, her body proportions were incredible. Her legs appeared long and slender. Qingtong was exposing her smooth, perfect back, stretching her arms to reach the spur on the back of the dress. "So I misunderstood," Junqing muttered to himself. He did not hesitate, stepping forward to gently zip up her dress. "How does it look?" Qingtong asked shyly, turning around and speaking in a ladylike, low voice. Junqing scanned her from head to toe. The dress made Qingtong look like a fairy, beautiful and stunning, even more pure and cute, like an elf of light. Except for her chest. "Qingtong, the food at the orphanage must not have been very good, right?" Junqing stroked Qingtong's head with pity. It was a sentence that seemed to say nothing, yet said everything. He finally understood why Qingtong's charm was only 90. In terms of face value, it should have been over 95. It turned out there was a place where points were deducted. No, it was fine. Qingtong did not understand what he meant, wondering why he suddenly brought that up. "Never mind, I was just asking. Wait here, I will get you another outfit." After saying this, Junqing walked out of the changing room and returned shortly with a new set of clothes. "Just come out once you have changed. I have already paid for this set." Junqing patted her head and walked out again. Qingtong came out of the changing room quickly this time. She wore a white chiffon top with black stripes at the collar and sleeves, paired with straight pencil pants. On her feet were noble and elegant white sandals, showcasing her fair, snow-white, and beautifully curved feet. Qingtong's entire demeanor changed, appearing much more confident in this outfit. She looked snow-white and graceful, perfectly showcasing that innocent and cute appearance. So dresses really did not suit Qingtong. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. A skirt needs something to fill it out to look good. How is it? Qingtong asked nervously. It is beautiful. Gu Junqing praised her sincerely. Qingtong's skin was as smooth as mutton fat jade, and her body was as clear and soft as a mountain stream, making anyone who saw her feel an urge to protect her. Qingtong lowered her head shyly, unsure of where to put her hands. Gu Junqing waved to the sales clerk. He had a good impression of her, because she had stood up to Chen earlier. What is it, handsome? The clerk walked over with a smile. Check out. Gu Junqing said indifferently. All right. Which items would you like? The clerk's smile widened. This, and this. Gu Junqing placed the dress from the rack into the clerk's hand. Understood. The clerk nodded repeatedly as she took the clothes. Apart from these few, pack up everything else in the store. I will give you an address later, and you can send them over. Gu Junqing commanded calmly. Very well. Wait, what? You want everything in the store besides these? The clerk, who had been smiling, was now too shocked to speak. Even Qingtong opened her eyes wide in confusion. Brother, I cannot wear that many clothes. Qingtong said anxiously. She had secretly checked the price tags earlier. Each piece cost over 10,000, and some of the prettier ones were even hundreds of thousands. With so many clothes in the store, she could not even imagine the astronomical sum. It was a figure she had never experienced before. It is fine. Did I not say I would take care of you from now on? Gu Junqing stroked her head and said indifferently. To him, this was just pocket change. The heroines rarely cared about money, but every moment that touched them required it. He had mastered this art. But, this is too much. I do not know how to repay you. Qingtong's eyes grew moist. She did not understand why Gu Junqing was so good to her. He was always the one helping her, and she did not know how to repay him. You are my younger sister, and we are family from now on. I do not need you to repay me. I just need you to be well. Gu Junqing stroked her head and smiled. Aside from her status as a heroine, he genuinely liked Qingtong. She possessed a pure, clean aura, and being near her felt like a purification under the moonlight. Those who dwell in darkness yearn for the light more than anyone else. Although he did not yearn for the light, he was very interested in the act of tarnishing it. Brother, Qingtong threw herself into Gu Junqing's arms, moved to tears. Had she used up all her luck in this life just to meet someone who cherished her so much? Qingtong thought, deeply moved. The clerk's head was spinning. Was this a pie falling from the sky? If all these clothes were purchased, she would make a fortune in commissions. Swipe the card. Gu Junqing gently stroked Qingtong's perfect, smooth back and handed a bank card to the clerk. Someone will settle the bill with you later. With that, Gu Junqing walked out of the shop with Qingtong. Calculating the total would take too long, and he did not have time to wait. Yes. The clerk beamed like a flower, welcoming Gu Junqing as he left. She would even kneel and kowtow to him if he asked right now. After the clerk finished the calculations, a woman with delicate, beautiful features and a seductive air walked into the store. Yaya felt speechless. Being a housekeeper was so tiring. Not only did she have to help that guy Gu Junqing pick up girls, but she also had to act as a go-between to handle all sorts of chores. She regretted getting involved with Gu Junqing in the first place. But being unlucky, she had no other path but to complete Gu Junqing's orders. Chapter 743. Gu Junqing had just equipped Qingtong with the latest Apple smartphone. The shopping trip for the day had finally come to an end. It is worth noting that Gu Junqing had been playing a game of cat and mouse with Chen inside the mall. There were even a few times they had nearly brushed shoulders. Yet, the two of them never actually crossed paths. My phone number is already saved in there, so you can call me whenever you need something, Gu Junqing said with a smile as they walked out of the store. Qingtong remained silent. She could not understand why Gu Junqing was being so good to her. Even biological siblings probably would not treat each other with such care. Brother, why are you being so kind to me? Qingtong asked softly, feeling conflicted. I once had a cute younger sister, but I lost her one night, because I was not attentive enough. Well, he had lost her a few times, actually. Gu Junqing sighed and said this without blushing or skipping a beat. Qingtong would not understand, and he was not technically lying. He had quite a few foster sisters, so losing them a few times at night was no big deal. Your sister went missing? Qingtong looked at him with surprise. Gu Junqing nodded silently, wearing an expression of sorrow. Qingtong did not dare to ask further, fearing she might stir up his painful memories. Still, she finally understood why he treated her so well. Perhaps he was projecting the love he held for his past sister onto her. Brother, I will treat you well from now on too. Qingtong held his hand, her clear, moist eyes looking at him with determination. Since he truly regarded her as a little sister, she would treat him well in return. As for other reasons, she did not feel she had anything worthy of his attention. Although he kept praising her appearance, she knew she looked a bit too youthful. She did not think anyone would be interested in someone like her. Then, promise me that you will only recognize me as your brother from now on. Don't even consider your foster mother's son as a brother. Gu Junqing stroked her hair and said earnestly. Ha, why? Qingtong asked, looking confused. Because I am not willing to share you as a sister with anyone else. Only I can have you. If you are not willing, then I cannot accept you as my little sister. Gu Junqing's voice was gentle, like a light breeze, but the meaning behind his words cut through Qingtong's heart like a sharp blade. Panic surged through her, and she hurriedly clutched his arm, looking up at him pitifully with tears in her eyes. No, I will not recognize anyone else as my brother. I only want you to be my brother. She did not know why, but after meeting him, she began to have fantasies about the future. He had been so good to her. Not only did he help her when those 3 women were trying to scam her, but he also bought her beautiful clothes and a phone, making her feel unafraid in the crowd. The look in his eyes was extremely gentle. She did not want to lose this brother before her. Then will you promise your brother? Gu Junqing caressed her smooth, fragrant hair, his voice coaxing. I promise, brother. I only want you to be my brother, Qing Tong said, desperate to reassure him. She had completely come to rely on him like a brother today. That is good. Be good, stop crying. Gu Junqing gently wiped the tears from her face, his eyes flashing with a strange gleam. This heroine belonged to the introverted, autistic, and fragile type. Usually, such girls lacked strong opinions and would believe whatever they were told. But they might also believe whatever anyone else told them. If he did not cut off her contact with Chen now, what would happen if she got scammed by that old fox later? He did not have the time to stay by her side every single moment. Ultimately, she had to rely on herself to stay protected. You will not leave me in the future, right? Qing Tong felt the warmth of his large hands on her face, and her heart longed for him even more. How could I leave such a cute little sister? Gu Junqing said with a smile. Qing Tong breathed a sigh of relief, silently resolving not to do anything that would make him angry. Let us go. I will take you back now. Gu Junqing held her small hand again and started walking back. This kind of progress for today was quite good. He had not expected her to be so easily deceived, showing zero vigilance toward him. He had merely spent some money, and she had completely lowered her guard. She had reached the point where she would believe anything he said. Therefore, he had to protect her well so she would not be tricked by someone with bad intentions. He wished all the other heroines were this pure and easily deceived. Chen's expression was grim. He had already searched most of them all, yet he still could not find Xingtong. Even though he knew she was inside them all, she seemed to be playing hide and seek with him. He could not find a trace of her anywhere. He glanced at the panel provided by the system again. The once omnipotent system now seemed to have become somewhat useless, unable to even accurately locate a single person. If he did not know that the system probably did not have a mother, he would have wanted to curse it out. Why did the location change again? Why did it go back to the school? Chen looked at the panel with a headache, and without thinking, he rushed toward the campus. The time limit for the mission was running out. If he did not complete it before it expired, he would not earn the rewards from the system. Soon, he ran back to the school, panting heavily. Perhaps fate favored him, or maybe the protagonist's halo was at work. The red dot on the system could clearly indicate her location. After following the location, he actually ran into her just as she had finished saying goodbye to Gu Junqing. Chen glanced at the system and found that the red dot on the panel was very accurate this time. His target was the girl right in front of him. Qingtong? Chen tried calling out from over 10 meters away. Qingtong turned her head, looking puzzled at the person calling her. It really is you, Qingtong. I have been looking for you for such a long time. Why didn't you wait for me at school? Chen let out a sigh of relief as he walked over to scold her. Qingtong did not reply, only looking at him with a slightly dazed expression. She suddenly remembered when Gu Junqing helped her chase away those 3 women trying to scam her. This teacher had appeared briefly. Wait, why do you look so familiar? At this moment, Qingtong was no longer wearing her mask, and her entire face was revealed. Although he had never seen her face before, her clear, bright eyes were iconic enough. Are you the girl who was just with Gu Junqing? Chen felt dazed and frustrated. He had not expected such a dramatic twist in missing his sister. Damn it, Gu Junqing, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me and let me search everywhere? Chen cursed him in his heart. He had clearly asked Gu Junqing at the clothing store earlier. Not only did Gu Junqing refuse to tell him, but he even threatened and insulted him. He really was a bastard. He felt that Gu Junqing must have known she was his sister all along. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her? Chen was shocked. Teacher Su, Qingtong nodded. She remembered Gu Junqing calling this teacher by that name. That is right. Actually, I am your brother. I had never seen what you looked like, so I missed you. Chen began to formally introduce his identity. By the way, were you just taken to the Wanda Mall by Gu Junqing? Qingtong heard the name and nodded blankly. Damn it, he really was lying to me. Chen felt speechless about Gu Junqing. However, looking at her clear, bright eyes and delicate, naive face, he felt happy. His mother had asked him to take Qingtong to live with him and take good care of her. With her looking so beautiful, living together day and night might even lead to some forbidden romance between a teacher and student, or a brother and sister. However, the first step was to make her cut ties with Gu Junqing. Do you need something? Chen asked, repeating himself. Do you need something? I waited for you at school for a long time earlier, so I was just asking. Oh. Hearing his explanation, Qingtong nodded and said nothing more. She was currently immersed in the melancholy of having just parted with Gu Junqing. Even though he had only left for a moment, why did she miss him already? Chen knew from his foster mother that this sister was very introverted and autistic, so he did not mind her cold attitude. How about this? Go back and pack your things. I will take you to my house. Mother told me to take good care of you. Chen said with a gentle look. No need, teacher Su, Qingtong said softly. Why not? You are a young girl, do not be afraid of causing me trouble. Chen thought she was afraid of being a burden, so he tried to explain. By the way, I am your brother from now on. You can call me brother So or just by my name. No need to be so formal with teacher So. Chen acted like a gentle, warm man. He knew young girls like Qingtong were most susceptible to this type of act. He just did not know that Gu Junqing had already used this strategy to get there first. I am sorry, I cannot call you brother, Qingtong said quietly. Ha, why? Chen was confused. Because I already have a brother. What? Chapter 744. What? What do you mean you have an older brother? Chen asked, looking confused at Qingtong's words. Qingtong hesitated in place, not saying a word. She did not know how to explain the situation to Chen. Could she tell him that Gu Junqing had strictly forbidden her from calling anyone else brother? Chen watched Qingtong stay silent and assumed she was simply hesitant. After all, she was such an introverted little girl, and he had suddenly asked her to call him brother and come to his house. She would not agree to that so easily. Perhaps this claim of having a brother was just an excuse. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Didn't I help you today? I am not a bad person, Chen said gently while walking toward Qingtong. Don't come any closer, Qingtong said, clearly frightened. She had a mild social anxiety trigger. Even though Chen had claimed to be her brother, to Qingtong, he was still a stranger. Furthermore, Gu Junqing had said right before he left that men outside were not good people, and she should not let anyone get close to her. This made her afraid of Chen's approach. Actually, if Chen had just saved Qingtong, it would not have been like this. It was just a pity that all his opportunities to get close to Qingtong had been intercepted by Gu Junqing. It's okay, I am your brother, I won't hurt you. Chen had plenty of experience comforting students, so he continued to gently push forward. He thought his gentle approach would make her drop her guard, but it only made Qingtong more nervous as she slowly retreated with a look of fear. To outsiders, this scene looked like a young man in professional attire threatening a pure female student. As luck would have it, they were at the base of the women's dormitory, and many female students were passing by. What are you doing? A female student on campus noticed the scene and shouted a warning. At the sound, surrounding classmates cast their gazes over and began pointing. I am not doing anything, Chen hurriedly tried to explain. Look at how scared she is, and you still say you are not doing anything. A pretty college student who had come to help stood with her hands on her hips. Passers-by looked at Qingtong, noticing the pitiful look on her face, her large eyes filled with fear. This filled them with sympathy, and at the same time, they were filled with rage towards Chen. Ladies, now is the time for girls to help girls. You are bullying such a cute little girl? Do you have no shame? What kind of society is this? You dare to bully a woman in broad daylight? Seeing that he seemed to have provoked a formidable group, Chen hurriedly explained. I am a teacher, how could I bully a student? Upon hearing his identity as a teacher, quite a few people hesitated and looked at each other. So what if you are a teacher? Bullying students as a teacher makes you even more guilty. Just as everyone fell silent, the pretty college student who had helped first spoke up again. Exactly, are you trying to use your status as a teacher to bully a female student? You are a teacher and you bully women? Do you have any professional ethics? This is a women's dormitory. What are you doing here as a male teacher? With someone leading, the surrounding female students became even more indignant and began to accuse Chen. Chen was somewhat overwhelmed, as it was already difficult for men to win arguments against women, especially when there was a whole group of them. He would be drowned by the spittle of these women the moment he opened his mouth. If only these girls had not gathered together just to scold him. Chen suddenly remembered that Gu Junqing always seemed to be surrounded by beauties like this, and he silently suffered in his heart. As more people gathered around, they formed a massive circle. Trapped in the middle, Qingtong became even more terrified. She lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. This was something she could not control. Perhaps due to her childhood experiences, she lacked security. With no one she trusted around, she started to miss Gu Junqing, as only he could protect her. All right, everyone disperse. This kind of person is not worth our contempt. We will expose this, and let the school punish this teacher. The pretty student seemed to notice Qingtong's state, and addressed the crowd. She then took Qingtong's hand and led her out of the circle. Chen anxiously tried to block Qingtong, but was stopped by the group of women. Ding, warning, the task has failed. Ding, this is a side quest, there is no penalty for failure. Chen's lungs almost exploded with rage when he saw this system message. If it were not for this group of people blocking him, his task would not have failed. All of you, shut the fuck up. Get the hell out of my way, I am trying to get out. Chen roared at them, pointing his finger. Ever since he arrived in this world, this was the first time he had been this angry. His usual gentle image was completely gone, but that was to be expected. His mission, which had been within his grasp, had failed just like that. If he could have completed this mission, Chen's system would have been able to upgrade. Perhaps he would have found a way to deal with Tianyan and win over Mu Peining. But this mission had just failed right before his eyes. It almost made him want to vomit blood. However, Chen's aura overwhelmed the women for a moment. Since the girl in question was gone, there was no need for them to stay, so they grumbled and cleared a path for him to leave. Chen walked out, looking grim, surrounded by dozens of female students. Although he had left, the story spread anyway. Did you hear? Did you hear? A male teacher ran to the women's dormitory to bully a student today. What? He is that arrogant? Running to the dorm to bully a student? Did you hear? Did you hear? A male teacher tried to sneak into our dorm to peek, and he even wanted to steal our underwear. Wow, how can there be such a perverted teacher? Hey, did you hear about the perverted teacher at school? No? Then let me tell you. A male teacher wanted to threaten the girl with her grades to make her his girlfriend, and he chased her all the way to the dorm. When someone stopped him, he even cursed at us girls. Hurry, let the sisters use their influence to expose him on Weibo. Our school actually has a misogynist who cursed at us princesses. Word of mouth spread, and the story became more complex with each retelling. It eventually evolved into multiple versions, some saying he bullied a student, others saying he tried to peek in the dorm. Regardless of which version it was confirmed that Chen was a pervert who lacked professional ethics. He received serious disciplinary action and was almost fired. But that was a story for another time. Chapter 745. The beautiful college student finally exhaled in relief after pulling Qingtong out of the crowd. What happened? Are you okay? You looked like you were struggling, the beautiful student asked Qingtong with concern. After leaving the crowd, Qingtong's symptoms of being so nervous she could barely breathe improved significantly. She thanked the beautiful student gratefully. It is nothing. By the way, your name is Qingtong, right? The student asked with a bright smile. Yes, do you know me? Qingtong asked with curiosity. My name is Luo Ningyu. A certain guy, who forgets his friends when he sees a pretty face, asked me to be your friend. Luo Ningyu ground her teeth when she thought of that person. Ah, Qingtong sounded confused. It is your brother, Gu Junqing, Luo Ningyu said with a smile. Did brother ask you to help me? Qingtong felt as if her heart had been struck by something, her young, delicate face filled with emotion. That is correct. Luo Ningyu nodded. Although she did not want more rivals around Gu Junqing, she and Murongwon had actually grown accustomed to it. After all, Gu Junqing was always surrounded by many beautiful women. She no longer thought about things like him having a favorite among them. Overall, she had just accepted it. Moreover, Luo Ningyu quite liked Qingtong's innocent and adorable appearance. Aside from the fact that she looked too young. How do I feel like brother Junqing is committing a crime? Looking at Qingtong's extremely youthful face, Luo Ningyu muttered to herself. Little sister Qingtong, how old are you? I am 18. Qingtong blinked her eyes, looking a bit confused. It is nothing, I was just asking. Luo Ningyu took Qingtong's arm, and they walked down the road like a pair of sisters. This is my number. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. I am your big sister now. The two soon walked to the bottom of Qingtong's dormitory, their relationship having improved significantly during their conversation. After learning that Luo Ningyu was the friend Gu Junqing had found for her, Qingtong gradually let down her guard. She was willing to engage with Luo Ningyu and become good friends. She also learned from Luo Ningyu that Gu Junqing had found her a friend to help treat her autism. Yes, okay, sister Ningyu. Qingtong nodded obediently. No wonder Junqing likes you. You are so well-behaved and cute. Luo Ningyu held Qingtong's face in her hands, looking left and right, her heart practically melting from how adorable she was. Qingtong's face flushed, but she did not struggle. I will introduce you to another sister another day. She will surely like you very much. Yes, her relationship with your brother Gu Junqing is also very close. Luo Ningyu smiled with her eyes, holding Qingtong's hand as she spoke. Okay, see you next time, sister Ningyu. Qingtong obediently kissed Luo Ningyu on the cheek before walking upstairs. She did not know how to get along with girls her own age, so she used the way she interacted with the aunties at the orphanage. This kiss made Luo Ningyu feel flattered, and it made her like Qingtong even more. After Qingtong went inside, Luo Ningyu just turned a corner. A handsome man, unparalleled in the world, was waiting for her. Brother Junqing. Luo Ningyu's eyes were filled with joy when she saw Gu Junqing. However, after running over to him, she pouted and complained, if it were not for little sister Qingtong, you would not have come to see us, right? I came to see you all today. Gu Junqing felt a fragrant breeze, and his arm was held tightly in an embrace. He helplessly stroked Luo Ningyu's head. After starting university, Luo Ningyu had changed a lot. The bit of baby fat from her high school days was gone, and her beautiful face had become even more pure and lively. Dressed in a cocky dress, her long, fair, and shapely legs and beautiful figure made her look particularly graceful. I do not believe you. Luo Ningyu sounded skeptical. Although she said she did not believe it, she still held Gu Junqing's arm tightly, feeling his warmth and scent. When have I ever lied to you? Gu Junqing helplessly recounted everything about his encounter with Qingtong today. That is so pitiful for Qingtong. A flash of pity appeared in Luo Ningyu's eyes. She had not expected that Qingtong's background would be so tragic. No wonder she looked like a child who was always getting picked on. Thinking about how Qingtong must have been trying hard to accept her, and how she kissed her at the end, she felt more complex emotions and determination regarding Qingtong. Originally, she was just helping her because of Gu Junqing's instruction. Now she felt she had a heavy responsibility, and she must help Qingtong overcome her autism. However, brother Junqing, your charm is truly great. You have already bewitched her soul after meeting her only twice. Luo Ningyu looked at Gu Junqing gloomily. Whether my charm is great or not, don't you already know, Miss Ningyu? Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly and leaned over to whisper ambiguously into Luo Ningyu's ear. Feeling the hot air against her ear, Luo Ningyu's face turned beet red in an instant. Humph, then let me feel it tonight. Luo Ningyu forced herself to ignore her shyness and gave a light humph. It seems you have really learned a lot since coming to university. Gu Junqing chuckled and carelessly patted Luo Ningyu's backside. Pervert. In an instant, Luo Ningyu broke her composure and slapped Gu Junqing's hand away. The two looked at each other and suddenly started laughing again. I missed you so much, brother Junqing. Luo Ningyu suddenly threw herself into Gu Junqing's arms, acting coquettishly. Gu Junqing felt the softness of the beauty's body inside. You really have grown up quite a bit. You always know how to ruin the mood. Chapter 746. After they shared a moment of intimacy, Luo Ningyu spoke playfully. Brother Junqing, I am taking you to see Warner. I have not told her you are here yet, so let us surprise her. You little rascal. Gu Junqing chuckled. He had come intending to surprise both of them as well. Because of Qingtong, he had already informed Luo Ningyu that he had arrived at their campus. He had not expected Luo Ningyu to keep his arrival a secret from her own sister-like friend, Murong Wan. Gu Junqing shook his head helplessly, then followed Luo Ningyu to find Murong Wan. Meanwhile, Murong Wan was standing at the school gate. Why is Ningyu not here yet? Did she not say she had a surprise for me? Murong Wan knit her delicate brows together, wondering to herself. Many students passing by stopped to stare at the breathtaking woman. Murong Wan wore no ornaments or jewelry, just a simple long dress, yet it outlined a grace that could not be described in words. Her skin was as white and translucent as jade, as if covered by a holy radiance, untainted by dust. Her eyes held a magic that could make one drown in them, and her soft pink lips were more delicate than flowers, possessing a charm that no sea of blossoms could ever capture. This heroine, whom Gu Junqing had met at the very beginning, had shed the greenness of high school. Now, in university, she began to blossom with her own unique beauty. Did I just see a goddess descend from the heavens? Give me 3 minutes, I want that girl's contact information. A few students were driving a Mercedes back into campus nearby. While waiting for the gate to open, they inadvertently caught sight of Murong Wan. Upon seeing her, the wealthy man driving the car grabbed his roommate and exclaimed in awe. You do not know who she is. That is the goddess Mu, one of the 2 Muse of walking. His roommate said proudly, as if knowing Murong Wan was something to be immensely proud of. What are the 2 Muse of walking? Hey, you ignorant fool. The 2 Muse refers to 2 goddesses with the surname Mu. One is teacher Mu Peining from the management school, and the other is Murong Wan from our school. The roommate began to educate the driver. I know teacher Mu, but I do not know Murong Wan. Tell me about her. Does she have a boyfriend? The driver's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly grabbed his roommate to ask. Our goddess Mu is relatively low-key. Many seniors have tried to pursue her, but she remains indifferent, as if she has no interest in men at all. As for a boyfriend, the roommate pondered for a moment before continuing. The information on the forums is mostly hearsay. It is said that someone once saw a man driving a luxury car worth tens of millions to meet Murong Wan, but others claim it is impossible. However, I do not think the goddess Mu has a boyfriend. After all, what kind of man could possibly be worthy of her? The roommate said with a sigh of emotion. There was no shortage of prodigies in their school pursuing Murong Wan. Yet, Murong Wan held them all in contempt. Not to mention ordinary students like them. Then do you think I have a chance? I drive a car worth hundreds of thousands. Do you think I am worthy of her? The wealthy man asked eagerly upon hearing she had no boyfriend. Do you want to get keys made? How many keys do you need? Do you have any self-awareness? You might be able to hook ordinary women. The roommate was speechless. But I am telling you, for a goddess of Murong Wan's level, do not even think about it unless you have a net worth of tens of millions. The roommate said confidently. Well, that is true, my capital is not enough. The wealthy man sighed. He had thought that as a student, driving a Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands every day was already quite impressive. Countless junior female students usually sought him out for relationships. He had also slept with quite a few women who others called goddesses. But after seeing Murong Wan's beauty, he realized what a true goddess was. Perhaps only by driving a top-tier luxury car worth millions or tens of millions could one possibly pursue Murong Wan. The two sat in the car, sighing and lamenting. No, I am going to try. The more the wealthy man looked, the more restless he became. Murong Wan was simply too beautiful. He felt that just by looking at her, it was like seeing a fairy descend to the mortal world. Fine, go ahead and try. But I am telling you, others have dreamed like you, but all of them were rejected ruthlessly. The roommate sighed, seeing yet another man overestimating himself. Still, as they were roommates, he offered a word of caution. But the wealthy man could no longer be persuaded. He drove the Mercedes straight toward Murong Wan. Goddess Mu, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. The wealthy man rolled down the window, swept back his greasy hair in a flamboyant manner, and said confidently. But Murong Wan did not even glance at him, continuing to look down at her phone. The wealthy man's mouth stiffened for a moment, but he was still unwilling to give up and wanted to speak. However, the moment he started to say a word, he was met with a cold get lost from Murong Wan. He was left stunned into silence. After receiving no further response from Murong Wan, the wealthy man had no choice but to drive his Mercedes away in disgrace. She really looked down on my car worth hundreds of thousands. Shit. She must be a gold digger. After failing to even get a glance from Murong Wan, the wealthy man began to smear her reputation, so as not to lose face in front of his roommate. The roommate shot a disdainful glance at the wealthy man. He usually sucked up to his roommate, because he had money and connections. He had no choice but to go along with him. Wait, look over there. After glancing unconsciously in the direction of Murong Wan, the roommate suddenly said in extreme surprise. The wealthy man was initially dismissive, but after seeing where his roommate was pointing, his jaw dropped. They saw a man riding a shared electric bike, pulling up right next to Murong Wan. Piffed, this is hilarious. If my Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands cannot hook Murong Wan, Does he think a shared electric bike that costs a few bucks for an hour can do the trick? The wealthy man nearly laughed his teeth out after seeing this. But what happened next caused the wealthy man's grinning mouth to freeze in place. Because they saw that after Mirongwon saw the man, she seemed to become extremely happy. The reason they thought Mirongwon was so happy was that they saw the usually icy goddess Mu jump up and down twice upon seeing the man, then happily wrap her arms around his neck. Even from a distance, they could see the bright, radiant smile on Mirongwon's face. Afterward, she sat directly behind the man, clutching his waist intimately and pressing her face against his torso. Seeing the starkly different reactions Mirongwon had toward them and that man, the two looked at each other, unable to speak. The wealthy man thought back to his earlier insults about Mirongwon being a gold digger and his mockery of the man. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to bury himself in the ground. Chapter 747. Mirongwon sat on the back of the shared electric scooter, her arms wrapped tightly around Gu Junking's waist. She leaned her head against his back, inhaling the familiar, refreshing scent of mint. As the scooter glided along the campus road, her heart began to settle. She still couldn't believe this was actually happening. It was exactly as she had dreamed. Riding on the back of her boyfriend's bike on campus, enjoying a quiet moment together. The breeze brushed through her hair as she tucked a strand behind her ear, her smile deepening. She spoke with a hint of intoxication. Junqing, how come you're here? I was busy for a while, but I had some free time, so I wanted to come see you, Gu Junqing replied calmly. Mirongwon let out a soft laugh, teasing him. I think you were just busy chasing girls, brother Junqing. Humph, you really think I don't know you're getting close to that girl named Shiyushin in your class? Gu Junqing gave a dry cough. He didn't show any embarrassment at being exposed. The internet was too advanced these days. He was a well-known figure on campus. Occasionally, someone would sneak a photo and post it on the school forum. A few blurry photos were enough to send the female students flocking. He was popular not just with the girls at his own school, but even those from other universities would come to audit his classes. Junqing, I often wonder if I had accepted you from the beginning back in high school, would things be different now? Would you only like me? Mirongwon spoke with a sudden touch of sadness. She didn't know why she had hated him back then. At that time, Gu Junqing had been devoted to her alone. Why dwell on that? Gu Junqing smiled. And if I only liked you, would you have forgotten about Ningyu as well? Mirongwon's beautiful face flushed, and she said nothing more. She quietly savored the warmth of the man in front of her. After a moment of silence, Mirongwon spoke again. Junqing, why did you suddenly decide to pick me up on a shared scooter? Although she had fantasized about the two of them riding leisurely around campus, she had never told him about it. Wait. It must have been that girl Ningyu who told you to come. Mirongwon realized it immediately before he could answer. She and Luo Ningyu were like sisters, sharing everything, including their deepest secrets. If they could share a man, there was nothing they wouldn't tell each other. You're certainly smart, Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Mirongwon covered her lips with her hand and giggled. She was a well-known ice beauty on campus, and naturally, she had many admirers. As Gu Junqing carried her through the campus streets, they naturally attracted the gaze of the crowd. The ice-cold campus beauty that everyone knew was now sitting on the back of a man's shared scooter, happily clinging to his waist. Seeing her like this left the students watching with their jaws dropped. They quickly took to the campus forum to investigate. First post. Earth-shattering news. The ice-cold campus beauty is riding intimately on campus with a man. Second post. What? My wife is riding with another man. Have I been cuckolded? Third post. User above. That's clearly fake. Verified. Fourth post. I'm a guy with a bitter heart. Let me go first. Those with diabetes stand back. Don't let him get a taste of sweetness. Fifth post. I've seen the original photo. This man actually stole our school beauty just by riding a shared electric scooter from outside. I am envious and jealous. Sixth post. What? You can pick up a school beauty with a shared scooter. If I brought out my 1982 Phoenix bicycle, wouldn't I be the most popular guy on campus? Seventh post. You can try it, but see if you don't get a slap in the face from someone. Gu Junqing and Mirongwon were both celebrities on campus, and the news quickly fermented on the forum. It even spread to Gu Junking's own campus. Naturally, Shiyushin and her sisters saw the news too. I told you this guy wasn't clean. He already has our Yushin, yet he goes out to chase other girls. Chu Yechen, Mu Peining, and Shiyushin were all lounging on the sofa in matching black camisole pajamas, playing around. Since Gu Junqing wasn't around, the three of them were quite uninhibited. Even the usually dignified and serious Mu Peining joined in the play. Before long, their clothes were in disarray, occasionally revealing their smooth, white shoulders in a tempting display. Shiyushin came across the post while scrolling through her phone. She recognized instantly that the man carrying the girl from the neighboring campus was Gu Junqing. Hey, is it because our Yushin is too weak to satisfy this guy that he decided to go out and cheat? Chu Yechen teased her sister, giggling. Fifth sister, why don't you go satisfy him yourself? Shiyushin lunged at her like a little lion, crawling all over her. Hearing Chu Yechen's words, Mu Peining felt a strange flush on her face and a twinge of guilt. After all, even she hadn't been able to satisfy Gu Junqing. If it were me with him, I would make sure to drain him dry. That way, he wouldn't have the energy to go out and flirt with other flowers when he's completely empty. As one of the most successful female CEOs in the country, Chu Yechen had her own pride. She straightened her impressive chest and spoke with immense confidence. Since it was just the three sisters, they spoke without any inhibitions. I don't believe you. Why don't you try it with him when he gets back and see who drains who? Shi Yushin used a provocation, laughing foolishly. She didn't mind if Gu Junqing had a relationship with her sisters. She found it hard to handle Gu Junqing's intense attacks, so if she had to lose to another woman, she'd rather it be her own sisters. She still felt bitter inside when she saw him with other women, though she tried to hide it. However, she truly struggled to meet his demands. She couldn't figure out where he got all that energy. Although Chu Yuchen loved to tease Shi Yushin, she looked a bit puzzled at her words. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend? Steal away. I'd rather have my sisters steal him than some outside woman, Shi Yushin said with a pout. Fair point, Chu Yuchen said, lost in thought. Perhaps because they had relied on each other since they were young, the sisters didn't have much possessiveness in this regard. Sixth sister, what are you thinking about? Shi Yushin noticed that Mu Peining had been silent the whole time, and asked out of curiosity. I'm thinking that when Gu Junqing comes back, we should punish him. Mu Peining narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. She had already been tricked into giving her body to this guy, and now he was out flirting with others. They had to give him a punishment. I think that's a great idea, Chu Yuchen said seriously. Then, I agree too. Seeing that both her sisters were in agreement, Shi Yushin considered it for a moment, and joined in. The three of them reached a consensus to punish Gu Junqing when he returned. Chapter 748. Gu Junqing enjoyed the leisurely campus life for a while, and then the sky slowly turned dark. He invited Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu to the hotel next door to enjoy a little pure and erotic atmosphere. The beautiful receptionist at the hotel was stunned when she saw Gu Junqing enter, with two stunning beauties for a single room. However, after realizing he had booked the luxury presidential suite, she immediately understood. It just went to show, rich people really know how to play. Mirongwan inserted the key card, and the room was instantly bathed in light. The room was decked out in the finest fabrics and amenities. Its bold, vibrant tones, free-spirited layout, and elegant lines offered guests a luxurious and noble experience. Luo Ningyu made a playful expression at Gu Junqing. Big brother Junqing, we are going to shower first, wait for us for a little bit. Then, carrying a large bag, she mysteriously walked into the bathroom with Mirongwan. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, not paying too much attention to it. He changed into the hotel's clean bathrobe and sat on the sofa, playing with his phone, while waiting for the two women. That was when he noticed Shi Yushin had sent him a barrage of messages. Gu Junqing felt puzzled. Why was Shi Yushin messaging him at this hour? He opened the chat window. Gu Junqing, what are you doing? Answer me. Punching icon. What is it? Gu Junqing replied, finding it funny. Normally, at home, she wasn't this clingy. The forum is full of posts about you driving the other school beauty around campus. My fifth sister said that having a fling is fine, but if you come back smelling like another woman tomorrow, don't even think about stepping through the door. Shi Yushin and the others knew how easy it was for Gu Junqing to attract women, given his identity and appearance. Sometimes, he just had to turn around, and he would be surrounded by admirers. So, over time, she had learned to let it go. Gu Junqing looked at these messages with a headache. He should have been more discreet. At the very least, he shouldn't have let the entire forum be flooded with posts of him driving Mirongwan around. Even Shi Yushin and Mu Peining already knew. Gu Junqing shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Regardless, it was already done. At the very least, it would keep other desperate suitors away from Mirongwan and the others. What do you mean fling? Wanner and the others came with me from Lodu. Don't let your imagination run wild. Humph, you call her Wanner so intimately. No way, you have to call me Shanna too. Mirong is a compound surname. If I don't call her Wanner, what should I call her? Rongwan. Gu Junqing felt helpless. When girls get jealous, they even bicker over the way someone is addressed. I don't care. You big pervert, you only know how to steal a taste of something else every day. Shi Yushin continued to condemn Gu Junqing. If I don't steal a taste, then next time don't lock the door, and bolt it from the inside. A hint of a smile appeared on Gu Junqing's face. On the other end, Shi Yushin's face looked a bit guilty. She truly could not handle Gu Junqing's offensive. Every day, she could only sleep for a little while until dawn. Although the feeling of being one with Gu Junqing was indeed intoxicating, she couldn't take it every single day. Ignore you. Go have your fun. But, I will graciously tell you secretly that sixth sister and fifth sister seem to be discussing how to punish you. Be careful. Shi Yushin glanced at Mu Peining and Chu Yuchen, who were wearing black camisole nightdresses, and typed the message to Gu Junqing secretly. Yushin, what are you looking at? You wouldn't be secretly chatting with Gu Junqing, would you? Chu Yuchen suddenly stretched her head in front of Shi Yushin's phone. Shi Yushin hurriedly turned off the screen, feeling guilty, and acted as if she didn't care. How could that be? I am also angry that he went to find another woman. Then why did you turn off your phone? Let me see what good things you are looking at. You were smiling so happily just now. I wasn't smiling. I was thinking about how to properly punish Gu Junqing. Shi Yushin said with a straight face. Chu Yuchen had known her sister since childhood. She could tell at a glance if she was lying. However, she didn't care, and continued to tease her sister with a smile. Gu Junqing saw the last message from Shi Yushin, and smiled knowingly. This girl was completely on his side. However, he didn't care too much about the punishment from Mu Peining and Chu Yuchen. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Mirongwan was struggling with whether she should really go out wearing this outfit. Wanner, don't worry. Big brother Junqing will absolutely love your outfit. Mirongwan was still shy and refused to go out, but she was pushed out by Luo Ningyu. As soon as Mirongwon stepped out, Gu Junqing looked at her, a flash of amazement in his eyes. Mirongwon was lithe and graceful, standing about 1.7 meters tall. She wore a pair of thin black high heels, which made her posture look even more upright. Her long, beautiful black hair draped straight down to her waist. She had a delicate face with three-dimensional features, bright, glowing eyes, a small nose, and lips that were red and moist. Perhaps it was because she had just bathed, but her cold temperament revealed a touch of tenderness. Her brows hid an indescribable charm. The outfit Mirongwon was wearing added even more intrigue to Gu Junqing's eyes. She was wearing a professional secretary outfit. The white blouse highlighted her curves, making her look sexy and touching. Underneath the black skirt were a pair of straight, slender legs covered in black stockings. Every part of her was elegant and moving. The graceful curves paired with her expression of feigning resistance made one want to caress her from top to bottom. So they were playing dress-up as a secretary. No wonder they were so mysterious. Gu Junqing mused with interest. Luo Ningyu, meanwhile, was wearing a hairband with two furry ears on top. Aside from the ears, she wore lace cuffs on her wrists and ankles. She wore a pair of furry cat paws on her hands, and a long cat tail stood up behind her, almost indistinguishable from a real one. This cat-girl outfit, paired with Luo Ningyu's cute and playful face, was both alluring and pure. One three-dimensional, one two-dimensional. They complemented each other perfectly. Big brother Junqing, does our Wanner look good? Luo Ningyu smiled playfully. She pushed Mirongwon, wagged her cat tail, and walked coquettishly toward Gu Junqing. As she spoke, she ran her tongue around her cherry lips, bit her lower lip with her teeth, blinked her eyes, and began to seduce Gu Junqing. Although they were already like an old married couple, Mirongwon was still somewhat shy in front of Gu Junqing. Not to mention that she was wearing such a shameful outfit. Stop messing around, Mirongwon said, shyly resisting Luo Ningyu's pushing. Chapter 749. Luo Ningyu knelt on the soft sofa to Gu Junqing's left, breathing seductively against his ear. Her well-endowed figure pressed directly against him. Mr. Gu, without you here, the two of us little secretaries are so lonely. Why don't you stay with us for another 2 days? You can enjoy the company of two sexy secretaries to your heart's content. Mirongwon suppressed her shyness, her beautiful legs clad in black silk, as she sat gracefully on Gu Junqing's lap. She leaned forward, imitating Luo Ningyu, and wrapped her arms around his neck, breathing softly against his other ear. Mr. Gu, just stay with us for these next few days. Gu Junqing finally understood why heroes struggled to resist the charms of beauties. The scent of peach perfume lingered at the tip of his nose, and the delicate texture of Mirongwon's black silk pressed against him, while Luo Ningyu's fluffy, cat-like palms tickled his ears. Who could withstand this? It was no wonder they said that pillow talk could easily make a man lose his head. The situation was truly becoming overwhelming. Fine, fine. For these next few days, I will dedicate my time to playing with my two little secretaries, Gu Junqing said helplessly. In truth, he had already planned to spend more time with Mirongwon and the others. After all, Qingtong was also in town. Although Su Chen's reputation was deteriorating rapidly due to his behind-the-scenes manipulation, it was bound to ferment even further over the next few days. It was easy to foresee that his name would soon be completely ruined. These days, news stories about teachers harassing female students were countless, with some being true and others false. However, regardless of the truth, any teacher involved in such an incident would inevitably face moral condemnation. But tell me, how will you two little vixens thank me? Gu Junqing slowly asked, rubbing his hands over Mirongwon's black silk, and touching Luo Ningyu's fluffy rabbit ears. Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu were delighted to hear this. Mirongwon's slender hands slowly untied the sash of Gu Junqing's bathrobe. Luo Ningyu said with a seductive look in her eyes, then let this kitty serve our Mr. Gu well. Luo Ningyu then knelt down, bowing her head toward Gu Junqing's waist, looking like a mischievous kitten that had found a favorite toy. Her ears and tail swayed gently with her movements. Ah, Gu Junqing leaned against the sofa and narrowed his eyes in comfort. Mirongwon blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then, as if making up her mind, followed suit and bowed her head. The two sisters exchanged a glance, their flushed faces drawn close, a smile appearing on their delicate features. After a while, Gu Junqing could no longer bear it. He pulled the two women up, their legs, one pair in black and one in white, wrapping around his waist as he carried them to the large bed. Since they were already like an old married couple, the two of them put in great effort to please Gu Junqing that night. At the height of their passion, the two women pressed their delicate and beautiful faces against Gu Junqing's chest, their voices sounding sickeningly sweet. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Early the next morning, the hotel room was in complete disarray. Shredded black silk, cat ears, and a cat tail lay scattered across the floor. Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu's lithe, fair bodies lay lazily on either side of Gu Junqing in his arms. Their slightly swollen cherry lips breathed softly as they remained in a deep slumber. Gu Junqing opened his eyes and gently moved the arms and legs that were resting on him. Last night had certainly been a bit decadent. Mirongwon had been a bit reserved, but Luo Ningyu had been completely uninhibited, letting out soft meows all night long, which was incredibly moving. He picked up his phone and saw a good morning, brother message from Qingtong. Gu Junqing smiled, got out of bed, and began to type a reply. Good morning, Qingtong, brother, shall we go get breakfast together? Cute, cute. Gu Junqing thought about it for a moment, Nirong and the others would not be waking up anytime soon, so he might as well bring them breakfast later. While he could eat at the hotel, meeting Qingtong was clearly the better choice. He agreed to meet her at a breakfast shop outside the campus. Chapter 750. Good morning, brother. Qingtong tilted her face, an incredibly pure expression on her features. She kept her hands behind her back, speaking to Gu Junqing in a soft voice. She had actually wanted to call him last night. She was afraid he was busy, or perhaps already asleep, so she hesitated until it was very late, and never sent the message. So, she greeted him first thing this morning. Her skin was like jade, delicate and flawless. Her eyes were as clear as a mountain spring, shimmering like bright pearls. She possessed a charm that made people want to protect her at all costs. Beneath her skirt, her legs were exposed, slender and straight as if carved from jade. Her skin was smooth and radiant. Good morning, Qingtong. Gu Junqing smiled slightly, stepping forward to stroke her smooth hair. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She had never been treated with such doting affection in her life. A warm current flowed through her heart, deepening her reliance on him. I heard about what happened yesterday. Did you get hurt? After buying breakfast, Gu Junqing took her hand and led her to a small pavilion on campus to ask. She shook her head gently, her eyelashes trembling with a pitiful expression. She had been truly terrified yesterday. If Luo Ningyu hadn't pulled her out of the crowd in time, she wouldn't have known what to do. Call him Teacher Su. I am your brother. Gu Junqing corrected her. Understood, Teacher Su. Qingtong blinked, answering obediently. Gu Junqing nodded with a smile, his mind racing. It seemed Qingtong was unaware of the online situation. By now, the matter had likely spiraled out of control on the internet. After the girls exaggerated their story, people were already criticizing Chen's professional ethics. Naturally, Gu Junqing had been pushing the narrative from behind the scenes. However, he had already pixelated the video to hide Qingtong's identity, ensuring no one would recognize her. Seeing him lost in thought, Qingtong did not interrupt. Her innocent eyes studied his dazzling, godlike face, and she froze for a moment before a flush of crimson appeared on her cheeks. She felt her brother was incredibly handsome. She had never seen anyone so good-looking. Not even the glamorous stars on television could compare to him. What are you looking at? You look dazed. Gu Junqing waved a hand in front of her, snapping her out of her stupor. And nothing. She hurriedly lowered her head, her voice barely audible. She was so embarrassed that she had been caught staring at him. Is that so? Gu Junqing smiled, about to tease her further, when he was abruptly interrupted. Brother, that's them. They're the ones who ruined the clothes you bought for me. Not only did they refuse to pay, they even demanded that I strip naked. Gu Junqing frowned and looked over. He saw the senior student from yesterday pointing at them, speaking to a decent-looking yellow-haired man. What? They wanted you to strip? My temper is flaring. How dare they touch my girlfriend? The yellow-haired man walked over aggressively with his girlfriend, blocking Gu Junqing's path. Qingtong hid behind Gu Junqing, clutching his sleeve nervously, only daring to peek out with half her face. So you're the one who bullied my girlfriend? The yellow-haired man was named Yu Wuji. He came from a prominent family, and no one in school dared to provoke him. He never expected anyone to have the guts to bully his girl. He figured he needed to let off some steam and show off his authority. So what if I am? Gu Junqing asked impatiently. It was the typical trope where the small fry calls in the bigger fish, or the man comes to avenge the woman. Did he really have to play out the protagonist's plot as the villain? Gu Junqing felt speechless. Logically, this was the kind of event that would deepen the bond between a protagonist and the heroine. However, since he had already stolen the heroine, he was the only one left to finish this scene. So that is how it is? Since you admitted it, I won't be polite. Yu Wuji sneered and stepped forward. He intended to slap Gu Junqing. If Gu did not kneel and beg for mercy, there was no way this would end well today. The senior student stood to the side, looking arrogant as she watched her boyfriend punish them. They had both worn masks yesterday, but she had recognized them today by their figures. Seeing the yellow-haired man preparing to strike, Qingtong feared for Gu Junqing's safety. She mustered her courage and spoke up. Why, you guys, don't do anything stupid. This is a school. You will be punished. School. So what? Even if we were at the principal's office, it wouldn't matter. Yu Wuji scoffed. With his family background, he could hit anyone he wanted, and not even the principal could stop him. However, when Yu Wuji saw the pure, innocent face Qingtong revealed, he was stunned by her beauty. Pretty boy, I'll give you a chance. He glanced at Qingtong, a flicker of lust in his eyes. If you let my girlfriend strip naked, I won't blame you. Just lend me your girlfriend for a couple of days, and I'll let you off. How about that? He spoke with supreme confidence. You must have heard of my name, Yu Wuji. If you don't agree, I'll make sure your family goes bankrupt, and you suffer the consequences. No wonder typical villains are so hated. Gu Junqing couldn't help but reveal a kindly smile after hearing this. Yu Wuji thought he had agreed, a triumphant smirk on his face. Just as he reached out to grab Qingtong's hand, he felt a large palm swinging toward his face. Gu Junqing's slap was as fast as lightning. Yu Wuji could not react in time, and took the full force of the blow. He went flying sideways. Yu Wuji's head went numb, and he collapsed to his knees. His ears were ringing, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The scene caused everyone present to scream in shock. The senior student fled in panic. Gu Junqing flicked his wrist, and a burst of energy shot out. The fleeing senior was struck and collapsed to the ground instantly. Gu Junqing gave a reassuring look to the terrified Qingtong, and walked slowly toward the man. Do you still want to play? Do you still want to bankrupt my family? Gu Junqing stepped on Yu Wuji's hand and ground his heel into it, speaking in a cold voice. "Ah, I was wrong. I was really wrong," Yu Wuji cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. Piffed. Gu Junqing sneered and kicked Yu Wuji away casually. "Remember to call your parents, or you'll see the consequences." With that, Gu Junqing took Qingtong and left the chaotic scene. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.